warriors. Hiss. When Ye Bufan said this, everyone present took a deep breath. The divine crystals were fine, but they never imagined that the 7 Killing Palace actually possessed divine cultivation methods, magical powers, secret techniques, and various magical weapons. The most important thing is that the 7 Killing Hall is actually willing to share these things. You know, each of these things is a rare treasure. Without mentioning anything else, let's just talk about the cultivation methods of the warriors in the divine realm. Why are there so many warriors at the peak of demigod level in TianYTN, but almost no servants of gods? That's because there is no special method to reach the divine realm in TianYTN. All the peak demigod warriors who want to break through and advance to the level of servants of gods need to rely on their own accumulation and foundation to impact and grope for a breakthrough. This way, it is naturally more difficult for demigods to transform from mortals to gods. But if they had the cultivation methods of the divine realm for reference, then their chances of breaking through to the demigod level and advancing to the level of servants of gods would definitely increase greatly. When they thought of this, all the demigods present looked at Ye Bufan with a hint of fiery eyes. It could be said that they simply could not refuse what Ye Bufan said. Of course, to Ye Bufan, these are nothing. Now, he has advanced to the rank of servant god and can open the first seal of the inner palace treasury. By then the 7 Killing Palace will not be short of these things. In this case, why not take out a part of it to enhance the strength of the entire human race? Feeling the fiery gazes of the demigods in front of him, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. In addition, the merits gained by everyone in the previous battle in the 8th heaven can be exchanged for divine crystals in the 7 Killing Palace later. I wonder, do you have any opinions on my arrangements? No, we have no objection. Everything is up to Master Yi. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the demigods immediately spoke one after another. Opinion. Only idiots would have opinions. Not to mention that they have no right to refuse. Just for the rewards promised by Ye Bufan, they will not refuse. Hee. Facing the responses from the demigods, Ye Bufan smiled slightly, and then said, in that case, please go back for now and wait for notification from the 7 Killing Palace. Yes, I'll take my leave. The demigods took their leave without saying anything else. But at this moment, Ye Bufan looked at the backs of the demigods leaving and suddenly said, Your Highness, can we talk? Chapter 1379. What are you doing? Your Highness, can we talk? Buzz. Ye Bufan's sudden words made Lingu Shui, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, tremble in her heart, and even her face changed drastically. She originally thought that Ye Bufan would not pursue the matter any further, but she did not expect that she would not be able to escape this in the end. Seeing Lingu Shui's words, the other demigods were also stunned. However, they did not know what was in Lingu Shui's mind, nor did they know the past between Ye Bufan and Lingu Shui. In their opinion, Ye Bufan suddenly kept Lingu Shui entirely because of Lingu Shui's beauty. After all, Lingu Shui was the second most beautiful woman in TianYTN after Lin Loyan. In this way, it was natural for Ye Bufan to be attracted to her. The demigods thought so, and the people of the Lingu family were naturally no exception. Immediately, Lingu Yudao glanced at Lingu Shui, smiled slightly and said, Shui, since young Master Yi wants to see you, then you can stay. After leaving a few words, Lingu Yudao left with a smile. There is no doubt that Ye Bufan is outstanding. If his Lingu family can have such a son-in-law, it will definitely not be a loss but a big profit. It's a pity that Lingu Yudao thinks so, but Lingu Shui doesn't. Faced with Lingu Yudao's words, she was left with only bitterness and helplessness in her heart. But she said nothing. It's not that I don't want to, but that I can't and I dare not. After all, even if she said it, what would be the point? Would she let the Lingu family and Ye Bufan fight to the death? If that were the case, it would be like sending the entire Lingu family to their deaths. So, instead of embarrassing my grandfather and the tribesmen, it is better to say nothing. The people from the Lingu family did not stay, and the other demigods looked at Lingu Shui and left with envy. After a while, Ye Bufan and Lingu Shui were the only ones left in the hall. The space was dead silent and the atmosphere was eerie. Sitting on the Holy Sun's throne, Ye Bufan held his chin with his right hand and just looked at Lingu Shui quietly, but he said nothing and asked nothing. But the more Ye Bufan acted like this, the more nervous and uneasy Lingu Shui became. She even lowered her head and didn't dare to look Ye Bufan in the eye. Time passes by every second. 10 minutes later, Lingu Shui could no longer endure the silent torture. She raised her head and looked at Ye Bufan, somewhat dissatisfied. You kept me here but didn't say anything. What do you mean by that? However, facing Lingu Shui's questioning, Ye Bufan still said nothing and just looked at her quietly. Lingu Shui was immediately furious, yet helpless. After a moment, she took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I admit that it was wrong of me to hide the secret of that immortal old man Yang Xian from you, but what can I do? Besides, we are not familiar with each other. I didn't even tell my grandfather about this matter, so why should I tell you?" "That's all?" Ye Bufan asked with a smile. Lingu Shui was stunned. "Yes, I want you to improve your cultivation as soon as possible so that you can replace me, but what can I do? If it were you, you would definitely make the same choice, right?" Ye Bufan smiled slightly, but just looked at Lingu Shui without saying anything. However, it was Ye Bufan's reaction that made Lingu Shui feel even more uncomfortable and tormented. In Lingu Shui's opinion, Ye Bufan clearly knew everything, but he still had to say it out loud in person. This feeling Lingu Shui would rather Ye Bufan just give her a quick death. Lingu Shui immediately stopped holding back and said directly, "Yes, I did hide it from you so that you could reach the peak of demigod as soon as possible. I even wanted to practice with you to help you improve your cultivation and reach the peak of demigod as soon as possible, but am I wrong? I was just trying to protect myself. Now I have said everything I should say. Are you satisfied?" "What the hell?" When Lingu Shui said this, Ye Bufan was so shocked that he even stood up from the throne of the Son of God. Looking at Lingu Shui in front of him, Ye Bufan widened his eyes with a look of horror. He never imagined that Lingu Shui not only stimulated himself to improve his cultivation as quickly as possible, but also thought of using such a shameful method to help him quickly reach the peak of the demigod realm. Women really have the most vicious hearts. However, Ye Bufan's shock at this moment turned into anger in Lingu Shui's eyes. What do you want to do?" Lingu Shui took a step back and looked at Ye Bufan in front of her with fear. Feeling that Lingu Shui was different, Ye Bufan was stunned. Lingu Shui had already mustered up her courage and said, "First, everyone has their own responsibility. I deceived you, you can kill me or chop me up as you like, but my family members don't know about these things, so please don't make things difficult for them. One person does the job and one person takes the responsibility." Ye Bufan glanced at Lingu Shui with great interest. To be honest, although Lingu Shui concealed Yang Xian's affairs from him, Ye Bufan did not blame her, nor was he angry about it. After all, as Lingu Shui herself said, she and he were not very familiar with each other, so why would she tell him all this? What's more, I would rather die than let my fellow Taoist die. She herself is in the middle of it, so it is only natural for her to want to use herself to escape the predicament. The most important thing is that this whole thing not only did not cause any loss to me, but also brought me a great opportunity. After all, if these things had not happened, Ye Bufan would not have been able to break through to the demigod level so quickly and advance to the servant of God, and it would have been even more impossible for his physical body to reach the 5th level of servant of God because of the holy prison. To be honest, Ye Bufan should really thank Lingu Shui for all this. In fact, Ye Bufan kept Lingu Shui for this purpose. But now, looking at Lingu Shui's panic-stricken look, especially thinking of her previous plans, Ye Bufan suddenly had other ideas. The next second, Ye Bufan showed an evil smile, and then walked towards Lingu Shui step by step. What do you want to do?" Seeing this scene, Lingu Shui's delicate body trembled and she took a step back. Ye Bufan immediately shouted, "Don't retreat. If you dare to retreat or run away, I will annihilate the Lingu clan." Buzz. Hearing this, Lingu Shui's body trembled, but she dared not move at all. She just looked at Ye Bufan with fear and horror. Ye Bufan didn't say anything else, but just walked towards Lingu Shui step by step. For Lingu Shui, this was a torment and even a torture. After a while, Ye Bufan came in front of Lingu Shui. Looking at Ye Bufan in front of her, Lingu Shui didn't dare to look at him directly and instinctively lowered her head. Ye Bufan said in a very domineering manner, "Raise your head." Lingu Shui trembled again and didn't dare to disobey Ye Bufan at all. Looking at Lingu Shui who had raised her head, and looking at the delicate and beautiful face in front of him, Ye Bufan instinctively raised his right hand and stretched it out. Seeing this scene, Lingu Shui instinctively wanted to dodge. Ye Bufan frowned and said, "Don't hide. Lingu Shui dared not resist or refuse this. In an instant, Ye Bufan's right-hand fingers landed on Lingu Shui's left cheek. Lingu Shui was frightened. Ye Bufan stroked her cheek with his fingers gently and slowly. Even, Ye Bufan could clearly feel that Lingu Shui's body was trembling. What a delicate and beautiful face. Ye Bufan spoke frivolously slowly. When his right hand slid down to Lingu Shui's chin, he lifted up Lingu Shui's head which was about to lower, looked at her, and said with a wicked smile, "You just said that you were planning to use yourself to seduce me." Lingu Shui was terrified. I. How about this? Stop being so pedantic. I'll give you a chance. Try it now. If you succeed, I'll let this matter go. But if you fail. As he spoke, Ye Bufan's expression turned cold, and then he pretended to be vicious and said fiercely, "Then don't blame me for being cold-blooded and ruthless. If one person makes a mistake, the whole family will be punished. I have done such things before, and I am used to it. It's nothing to destroy your Lingu family." Hearing this, Lingu Shui's face turned pale. Then she lowered her head and whispered, Are you here? What else? After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Lingu Shui looked hesitantly at the empty hall in front of her, then turned back to look at the open hall door, and said hesitantly, but. Ye Bufan smiled knowingly, then waved his hand. Bang bang. 2 heavy door slams were heard, and the originally open palace door closed instantly. Ye Bufan looked at Lingu Shui and smiled slightly, Is it okay now? Lingu Shui glanced at Ye Bufan and whispered, Can you keep your word? Certainly. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Lingu Shui bit her red lips lightly, then she took a deep breath, as if she had made a decision, slowly raised her hands and unbuttoned her coat. What the hell? Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan exclaimed, his eyes widened, and asked, What are you doing? Lingu Shui was stunned. She lowered her head and said shyly, No, it's not you who wants to. Hearing this, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. He was confused and mad. Looking at Lingu Shui, Ye Bufan didn't know what to say. Originally, Ye Bufan just wanted to tease her, embarrass her, and scare her, as a punishment for Lingu Shui. But who would have thought that this girl could actually achieve the goal in one go? Bang! Ye Bufan immediately slapped his head and said, Forget it, I won't tease you. However, just as Ye Bufan was about to say half of his words, the tightly closed palace door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and then a woman's cold and angry voice rang out instantly, What are you doing? Chapter 1380 Master Yi, do you believe this? What are you doing? The sudden voice, cold, angry, and chilling, swept through the entire hall. Lingu Shui couldn't help but be stunned. Ye Bufan's heart couldn't help but tremble. After all, this voice was so familiar to him that he knew who the owner of the voice was without even looking. The next second, both Ye Bufan and Lingu Shui instinctively looked towards the palace gate. At the entrance of the hall, Nizi stood proudly, her fiery eyes staring straight at Ye Bufan and Lingu Shui. Especially when she saw Lingu Shui who had taken off her coat, Nizi's anger had already boiled over. Originally, she just wanted to come and see if there was anything she could do to help Ye Bufan. After all, the war was just beginning and Ye Bufan must have a lot of things to deal with. But who would have thought that she would see this scene in broad daylight? They were worried about Ye Bufan in the Shenwu continent, but they didn't expect that Ye Bufan was actually having fun in the Tianwei heaven. The most hateful thing was that Lingu Shui's appearance was not inferior to hers, and she even looked more charming than herself at this moment. Faced with such a scene, how could Nizi not be angry? The 3 of them faced each other and their eyes met. Lingu Shui screamed instinctively, then she squatted down in panic, picked up the coat on the ground and put it on herself. Lingu Shui said this, but Ye Bufan glanced at her, then looked at Nizi and said, Z, listen to me, things are not what you think. Shut up. Ye Bufan wanted to explain, but Nizi just scolded him angrily. Ye Bufan's face was full of bitterness. Nizi ignored her and watched Lingu Shui walk towards her step by step. At this moment, Lingu Shui was hurriedly putting on her clothes. She looked completely panicked, and her mind was blank. Lingu Shui never thought that such a thing would be seen by a third person. She was originally forced by Ye Bufan and it was not her own will. At this moment, she even had the urge to dig a hole and bury herself. When Lingu Shui put on her clothes, Nizi came to her and asked, Tell me, what are you doing? As soon as Nizi finished speaking, Lingu Shui immediately lowered her head. She stammered and couldn't explain anything clearly, or rather this kind of thing made it difficult for Lingu Shui to talk about it. Ziyi, listen to me. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan immediately stepped forward and explained. Shut up. Ni Ziyi turned her head and glared at Ye Bufan, saying, say one more thing, do you believe I will call the other sisters to come and see what you have done? Ye Bufan lost his temper instantly. She didn't know how to explain Ni Ziyi alone, and now several other women were also coming. He was probably really doomed. You say. Ignoring Ye Bufan, Ni Ziyi looked at Lingu Shui again and asked, who are you? What is the relationship between you two? I have nothing to do with him. Lingu Shui said in panic. At this moment, she was like a frightened deer and didn't know how to defend herself. Bang! Unexpectedly, Ni Ziyi suddenly slapped Lingu Shui on the left cheek. The sudden step startled Ye Bufan, but Lingu Shui was stunned. Tell me, who are you and what is your relationship with him? Ni Ziyi stared straight at Lingu Shui and asked again in a stern voice. At this moment, she is domineering and looks like a queen. After all, Ye Bufan had promised them before that he would never mess around with other girls again in Tianyi, but what about now? This is not the point. The point is that while she and others are worried and afraid in the Shenwu continent, Ye Bufan is having fun here. This is something Ni Ziyi cannot tolerate no matter what. Moreover, Ni Ziyi saw the previous scene clearly. It was clearly Lingu Shui who seduced Ye Bufan. Although Ni Ziyi could not be sure of the relationship between Ye Bufan and Lingu Shui, in her opinion, based on this point alone, Lingu Shui was not a decent woman, so she would not show any mercy. Ni Ziyi was like this, and Lingu Shui felt extremely aggrieved. She was already being pressured by Ye Bufan, and the burning pain on her cheek at this moment made her feel like she was about to collapse. Wow! The next second, she immediately squatted down, hugged her legs and cried, I don't know, I have nothing to do with him. It doesn't matter. Ni Ziyi frowned, and then coldly scolded, if it doesn't matter, then what were you doing just now? Do you think I'm blind? He forced me to do this. Woo, I didn't want to do it. He forced you to do that. Ni Ziyi couldn't help but be stunned. To be honest, she had never thought of this possibility. The next second, she glanced at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan wanted to explain, but Ni Ziyi glared at him fiercely. Ye Bufan didn't dare to say anything more. Afterwards, Ni Ziyi looked at Lingu Shui again and asked, how did he force you? He said that if I don't do this, he will destroy my Lingu clan, woo. I don't want to, and I don't want to. While crying, Lingu Shui stood up and ran out of the hall with tears in her eyes. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was instantly confused, then he looked at Ni Ziyi and said, Ziyi, listen to my explanation. Ye Bufan was worried that if he didn't explain, he would never be able to clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. After all, Lingu Shui did not lie, what she said was all true. However, she was only half right, because Ye Bufan had no intention of doing anything to her from beginning to end, he just wanted to tease her. Just now, Ye Bufan had planned to stop here and tell Lingu Shui the truth, but who could have thought that Ni Ziyi would suddenly appear here? At this moment, Ye Bufan wanted to explain, but Ni Ziyi was not willing to listen. She looked at Ye Bufan and said coldly, Young Master Yi, you are capable. Now you can force a woman to submit. I am so. Ye Bufan felt so wronged. Ziyi, this is not the case. Listen to me. If it's not like this, then what is it? Ye Bufan had just finished speaking when Ni Ziyi shouted. Ye Bufan was stunned. Ni Ziyi said in a cold voice, if the girl just now was not forced by you, then why would she cry so sadly? Cry so aggrieved, or is this all just an act? Yes, I did, but I was just teasing her. You were teasing her. Master Yi, do you believe this? Ye Bufan was stunned. No one would believe this. But fuck, this is the fact. Chapter 1381 Bullying the Wolf Too Much. What does it mean to be unable to defend oneself? What does it mean that even jumping into the Yellow River cannot wash away the dirt? Ye Bufan is in this situation now. He feels that he is more wrong than Dou-yi. Why would you tease Lingu Shui for no reason? Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan wanted to give himself a big slap in the face. Why, you have nothing to say. Seeing that Ye Bufan didn't say anything more, Ni Ziyi said something, and then squeezed out two more words from between her teeth, beast. How did I become a beast? The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. He knew that if he didn't explain the matter clearly today, he would have to bear the blame for the abduction of a woman for the rest of his life. But how to explain it? I'm leaving. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to think more, Nizi said something and walked straight out. Walk. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. He could see that this time, Nizi was really angry. If that was the case, how could Ye Bufan let her go? The next second, Ye Bufan took a step forward and instantly came to Nizi's side. Then Ye Bufan hugged her slender waist, lifted her up and put her directly on his shoulders. The whole process was smooth and seamless, leaving Nizi no chance to resist. Ah! Nizi couldn't help but scream in surprise at the sudden change. Then she immediately cursed, "Asshole, let me go." No. Ye Bufan carried Nizi and walked towards the Holy Sun's throne deep in the hall. Suddenly, Nizi was furious. She kept kicking her legs and slapping Ye Bufan's back with both hands. "Let me go, let me go." It's a pity that Ye Bufan simply ignored her struggle, and with Ye Bufan's current physical body at the 5th level of the God of Servant, if he didn't want to let go, how could Nizi possibly break free? A moment later, Ye Bufan came to the throne of the Holy Sun, and he directly placed Nizi on the throne of the Holy Sun. Nizi glared at him fiercely and asked, "What are you doing? What do you think?" Ye Bufan smiled evilly, then moved his face directly towards Nizi. "Asshole." Nizi cursed angrily, then instinctively slapped out with a palm. She was already angry, so how could she let Ye Bufan touch her? Unfortunately, Ye Bufan grabbed her wrist in her other hand at the same time, and then pressed her directly onto the Holy Sun's throne. Not only that, Ye Bufan's eyes were also staring straight at Nizi. Nizi was flustered by Ye Bufan's gaze, her eyes slightly dodged and she said, "Don't touch me, go find your little demon." It turns out that our purple-clothed baby is jealous. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Without waiting for Nizi to say more, Ye Bufan lowered his head and kissed her domineeringly. Woo woo woo. Nizi let out sobs. She wanted to push Ye Bufan away, but there was no way she could do it. Gradually, under Ye Bufan's domineering attitude, Nizi slowly closed her eyes and put her arms around Ye Bufan's neck. After a moment, Nizi seemed to have thought of something and she opened her eyes. "What's wrong?" Ye Bufan raised his head and looked at her in confusion. "Change place," Nizi said in a low voice. "Change place." Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned and asked, "Why? Isn't this place nice?" "You bastard." Nizi cursed and said, "Anyone can come here. What if someone sees us?" "Oh." Ye Bufan responded with a long sigh, then looked at Nizi and smiled evilly. "It turns out that our Z baby is afraid that others will ruin our good deeds here." Nizi was furious, but didn't say much because that's what she thought. At this time, Ye Bufan spoke again. "Since our purple-clothed baby is worried that others will ruin his good deeds here, then isn't this young master worried too?" Hearing this, Nizi was stunned. Ye Bufan continued with a smile and said, "Our purple-clothed baby is so smart, she should understand what my husband wants to say, right?" Nizi was stunned again. Of course she understood what Ye Bufan wanted to express. He simply wanted to tell her that if he really wanted to do something to Lingu Shui, he would never do it here. After all, there were too many people and eyes here, and he might be disturbed by someone who broke in. So, since he is here, it means that he has no improper thoughts. Is what you said true? Thinking in his heart, Nizi looked at Ye Bufan with a suspicious look and asked. "Ziyi, we have known each other for quite some time, right? Do you think in your heart, am I this kind of person?" Ye Bufan sat up and then said slowly, "Although I admit that I am not a good person, I should not disdain to do such a thing as forcing others to commit themselves to me, right?" Nizi also sat up, straightened her clothes, and then after thinking for a while, she looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Then why do you still do this?" "I already told you, I was just trying to scare her." "Scare her? Do you think it's okay to treat a girl like this? Then do you know what she did to me, your husband? What did she do to you?" Nizi couldn't help but be stunned, looking at Ye Bufan with a puzzled look on her face. "Do you know Yang Xian? Master of the temple?" "Yes, in the eyes of outsiders, he is the master of the temple and an upright servant god, but what is the reality?" Ye Bufan smiled bitterly and continued, "Who would have thought that this is the kind of person who would train the so-called saint son and saint daughter just to allow him to possess their bodies?" Possession. Nizi was shocked. "That's right. Ye Bufan responded and continued, the reason why he killed Yin Chofeng and made me the new holy son of the temple was because he saw my talent and wanted to train me so that he could take over my body. Lingu Shui knew all of this very well, but she not only did not tell me the truth, but she also guided me to improve my cultivation as quickly as possible. She even thought of helping me improve my cultivation. You say I am just trying to scare her now. Is that too much? Shouldn't I do that? This. Nizi didn't know what to say for a moment. She had never imagined that there was such an unknown grudge between Ye Bufan and Lingu Shui. Before Nizi could think about it, Ye Bufan's right hand had already passed around her neck and rested on her right shoulder. Nizi couldn't help but give Ye Bufan a fierce look. Ye Bufan smiled, hugged Nizi into his arms and said, "Zi baby, look, your husband has explained everything clearly, and we haven't seen each other for a long time, right?" Temple Square. At this moment, the Snow Wolf Demon King stood proudly in the air. No, he should be lying in the air, looking at the dark space crack in front of him. His wolf hair stood up, his eyes were blazing, and he couldn't help but cursed angrily, "You bitch, that's enough. Don't bully the wolf too much. I, the Wolf Master, also have a temper." After Ye Bufan's negotiations with the little fairy failed, the little fairy had disappeared. The Snow Wolf Demon King originally thought that she had given up on him, but who would have thought not long after that, the little fairy appeared again, and the way she appeared made the Snow Wolf Demon King feel deeply frightened and trembling. Why? Take the first time for example. The Snow Wolf Demon King was walking when suddenly, a space crack appeared on the ground without any warning. If the Snow Wolf Demon King had not been cautious, he might have walked into the space crack if he was not careful. And what does it mean to walk into a space crack? Undoubtedly, once the Snow Wolf Demon King walks into the space crack, it would be equivalent to directly entering the holy prison. At that time, what would he still be able to do? This is just one of them. Only more than an hour had passed since the end of the war, but the Snow Wolf Demon King had encountered such a situation more than 10 times. Having to calculate more than 10 times in an hour, what kind of concept is that? The Snow Wolf Demon King felt like he was going crazy. If he had not been careful enough, he would have been tricked by the fairy and captured into the holy prison. But even so, the Snow Wolf Demon King could only lie in midair at this moment, not daring to move at all. It was really he was scared. He was really worried that if he continued like this, he would accidentally walk directly into the holy prison. At that time, it would be like crying to heaven and earth for help, but no one would respond. After the Snow Wolf Demon King cursed angrily, the little fairy in the space crack immediately said, "Baby wolf, this fairy has already said it, you can't run away, you are destined to belong to this fairy." Damn it. Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King cursed inwardly, "What on earth do you like about Wolf Master? Can't I change Wolf Master? This fairy likes your mean look, can you change it?" The little fairy said with a smile. The Snow Wolf Demon King immediately lost his temper. Bullying the wolf is too much. Chapter 1382. This fairy promises to make you immortal, how about it? Temple Square. At this moment, the abnormal behavior of the Snow Wolf Demon King had attracted countless people to watch, and the temple square below him was already crowded with people. Because of his outstanding performance in the previous battle with the Sky Demon Clan, all the human members who participated in the battle at that time had nothing but admiration for the Snow Wolf Demon King. But now, everyone expressed deep sympathy for him. For no other reason than that persistent, little fairy. Being inexplicably targeted by an unknown existence, and having to be on guard against the other party's calculations at all times, just imagine, what kind of feeling is that? Just look at the Snow Wolf Demon King's current appearance and you will know how miserable he is. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. Most people thought so, but Fat Hao in the crowd didn't think so. After all, other people don't know the truth, but Fat Hao knows it very well. At this moment, Fat Hao was looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King in the air with envy, jealousy and hatred. The treasure of the world. Emperor Hongmeng. What a chance against all odds. If possible, Hao Peng is really willing to replace the Snow Wolf Demon King, even if it costs him a little. Unfortunately, Fat Hao knew very well that this was impossible no matter what. Since the little fairy has already chosen the Snow Wolf Demon King, she will not change her mind no matter what. Either she takes the Snow Wolf Demon King away, or she leaves alone. Hao Peng knew all these things, and the Snow Wolf Demon King also knew about them. Now, Facing the recruitment of the little fairy, the reason why the Snow Wolf Demon King did not compromise directly was naturally to gain some benefits from the little fairy and to strive for greater rights and interests for himself in the future. Faced with the Snow Wolf Demon King's silence, the little fairy was furious, but she also tried to persuade him earnestly, baby wolf, don't be stubborn anymore. Following me is definitely the wisest and only choice for you. After a pause, the fairy continued, look at the place you are staying in now. There are only over 1,000 demigods and only one servant god. Not only is this place barren, but someone has also set up a sky-covering barrier outside this planet. Without the help of this fairy, the scum outside can't get in, and the scum inside can't get out. Tell me, if you stick to this place, what will you achieve in the future? As the fairy spoke, the Snow Wolf Demon King rolled his eyes and said, since we are all scum, what's the difference between being scum outside and being scum here? You. The little fairy was instantly furious. You are useless. Even if you have to be a scum, you have to be the strongest scum. Is there any difference? Of course there is a difference. What's the difference? This. Suddenly, the little fairy was speechless. The Snow Wolf Demon King sneered, why, you can't tell me. Huh, who said that? The little fairy snorted and said, let me tell you, with your talent, you should follow me, travel through the myriad worlds, traverse heaven and earth, and make that god emperor, Hongmeng, all submit to you and me, and become our most loyal servants. Even if they are all scum, you must be the master of all scum. Just think about it, having the great Emperor Hongmeng serve you tea and water, wash your clothes and cook for you, how satisfying would that be? Think about it again. With just one word, you can decide the fate of all living beings. You can let them live or die. What kind of pleasure is that? Also, all the beauties in the world, whether they are from the wolf tribe or other races, are available for you to choose and ride. Don't you like it? If you follow me, you will have a bright future. If you stay here, you are destined to be buried. So, baby wolf, wake up. Your future is destined to be high and mighty, dominating all living things, rather than sitting and waiting to die in this wilderness where there is not even a mysterious god. After the fairy finished speaking, the whole place fell into dead silence. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips as they looked at the space crack in the air. They were messy, crazy, and even wanted to curse. Let Emperor Hongmeng serve tea and water, do laundry and cook. Let the life and death of all beings be controlled by your own hands. Also, any beautiful woman in the world, no matter if they are wolves or aliens, you can choose anyone and ride them at will. This is too misleading. No, it's too misleading for wolves, right? If you are really that powerful, why don't you go by yourself and have to bring the Snow Wolf Demon King with you? However, most people think so, but the Snow Wolf Demon King and Hao Peng do not think so. Maybe not everything the fairy said was true, but it was definitely not far from the truth. Hongmeng is a slave and dominates all living things. Damn it, just thinking about it made the Snow Wolf Demon King and Hao Peng excited as if they were injected with chicken blood. In fact, the Snow Wolf Demon King almost couldn't help but directly agreed to the fairy. However, the Snow Wolf Demon King always remembered Feng Hen's reminder, which was Shengyu was cunning, and her words could not be easily trusted. Snort. After a moment, the Snow Wolf Demon King yelled, you damn bitch, do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? What's the meaning? The little fairy was stunned and puzzled. What's the meaning? The Snow Wolf Demon King sneered, don't play dumb there. When the Wolf Master was fooling people, you didn't even know where you were. Do you think you can fool the Wolf Master with this little trick? Go play somewhere else. The little fairy was furious, are you saying that I am fooling you? Isn't it? Damn it, this fairy never lies to anyone, and you actually said that I was fooling you. The Snow Wolf Demon King laughed and said nothing. The others also had messy faces. If the fairy had said this before, some people might have believed it, but now you have fooled Mo Tianyan so badly before, and now you still dare to say that you never lie. Who believes it? The fairy seemed to realize this, and immediately changed her words. Okay, I admit that I sometimes fool others, but they are others, not you, baby wolf. I promise that I will never fool baby wolf. So what are you doing now? I'm just kidding you. The little fairy said instinctively and subconsciously. Hee hee. The Snow Wolf Demon King sneered. The people watching on the scene also looked messy and crazy. You. The little fairy was furious and said angrily, how dare you, wolf, cheat me? What? You want to use force when soft tactics don't work, The Snow Wolf Demon King sneered and said, "Come on, hit me if you're not happy." You. In the holy prison, the little fairy clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. "Baby wolf, do you think that if you don't follow me, I can't do anything to you? Do you believe it or not, I will go and trick the great Emperor Hongmeng and let him take you to the holy prison?" The Snow Wolf Demon King pretended to be surprised and said, "Let Emperor Hongmeng come and capture Lord Wolf." "Why, are you scared?" The little fairy sneered. "So, you'd better be obedient and follow me, otherwise I will be rude to you." "I'm so scared." After the fairy finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King patted his chest and suddenly said, "Go ahead, Lord Wolf is waiting here for you to find Emperor Hongmeng to catch me." Puff. When the Snow Wolf Demon King said this, many people present couldn't help but laugh out loud. How could they not see that the fear the Snow Wolf Demon King talked about was clearly just a joke to tease the little fairy? Everyone else could see it, and the little fairy was no exception. Knowing that she was being played by the Snow Wolf King, the little fairy was almost furious. "Baby wolf, you really want to force this fairy to use her trump card, right?" A trump card. The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned at first, then waved his wolf claws and said, "Come on, take out your trump card, don't be polite to Master Wolf." After the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, the little fairy suddenly said, "As long as you follow me, I promise to make you immortal. How about it?" Chapter 1383 Snow Wolf becomes a god. "As long as you follow me, I will guarantee that you will be immortal. How about that? Never stop until your words are shocking." The fairy's words immortality stunned everyone in the audience, including Fat Hao and the Snow Wolf Demon King. Even the Snow Wolf Demon King and Hao Peng were more shocked than others. The more powerful a warrior is, the longer his lifespan will naturally be. Just like Feng Hen, the heavenly palace has been destroyed for more than tens of millions of years, but he is still alive. It is conceivable how long the lifespan of a strong warrior in the realm of God is. If even the God Lord is like this, what about the God Emperor? What about the Hongmeng Emperor? Their lifespans will certainly be longer. But no matter how long life is, there is a limit. What's more, a long lifespan does not mean that you can live longer. After all, no matter how strong a warrior is, he will die halfway, just like Dao Wuya. Dao Wuya was the strongest man in the divine realm back then, but even so, didn't he still fall? But now, the little fairy actually said that he could make the Snow Wolf Demon King immortal. What is eternal life? What is immortality? The so-called eternal life and immortality means being able to live in this world forever and ever. Are you telling the truth? After the Snow Wolf Demon King came to his senses, he suddenly asked. Everyone also looked at the space crack in the air. They looked nervous and tense. Certainly. After a moment, the fairy said calmly, "This fairy admits that I fooled you in many places before, but this fairy guarantees that I have never deceived you on this point." Call. When the fairy said this, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. The Snow Wolf Demon King said, "Okay, Lord Wolf can go with you, but you have to make everyone in Shenwu continent immortal." What? The Snow Wolf Demon King's words were even more shocking than when the little fairy spoke of immortality. After all, the little fairy only said that she could make the Snow Wolf Demon King immortal, but the Snow Wolf Demon King wanted the little fairy to make everyone immortal. Everyone present was shocked and excited at the same time. After all, if it were possible to be immortal, who wouldn't want it? But at this moment, in the space crack, the fairy couldn't help but curse. Fuck, what do you think of immortality? Do you think you can make anyone immortal just by wanting them to be immortal? Do you know what price I have to pay to guarantee immortality? Asshole, a wolf can't be as shameless as you. Who? After the little fairy finished speaking, she couldn't help but breathe heavily again. This time, the words of the Snow Wolf Demon King really made her angry. However, the Snow Wolf Demon King did not pay too much attention to it, but just asked tentatively, "Really? Don't lie to me, okay? Don't even think about making everyone immortal. Then how many people can you make immortal? I'm so fucking. What the hell is wrong with you? You son of a bitch, this fairy can only guarantee you immortality, no one else can do that, even if there's one more person, this fairy can't do it." "That's fine." The Snow Wolf Demon King curled his lips. The fairy was stunned and asked in confusion, "What do you mean? For these scum, you don't even want the chance of immortality." "That's not the case." "What do you mean? If possible, Master Wolf would of course like to be immortal, but you say you can't." Why should Master Wolf believe you? Oh my god, are you still doubting this fairy? If I don't doubt you, do I still believe you? If that's the case, I'm afraid that Master Wolf has been sold out by you and is still foolishly counting money for you. You. Stop arguing about yourself and me. You said so much and promised so much, but what's the result? So far, Master Wolf doesn't seem to have seen any benefits, right? So what do you want? Show me some benefits first, otherwise why would I trust you? Okay, what do you want? Well, let's first give Lord Wolf a source of heaven and earth to play with. What the hell do you think the origin of heaven and earth is? You're given a strand to play with. This one won't work. Try another one. Then tell me, besides the origin of heaven and earth, what else do you have? Kung Fu, martial arts, magical powers, secret techniques, this fairy has them all. These wolf masters are not rare. So what do you want? Forget it, just let Lord Wolf become a god first, don't tell me it won't work. Okay, this fairy promises you that I will help you transform from a mortal to a god and enter the realm of the gods right now. When the fairy said this, the Snow Wolf Demon King widened his eyes in shock. Fuck, is this really possible? Not only the Snow Wolf Demon King, but everyone else present was like this as well. They were shocked, horrified, and full of disbelief. Transform from mortal to divine and enter the divine realm. The divine realm is an unattainable existence for the people of the Shenwu continent, even for those at the peak of demigod level. But what about now? The little fairy actually wants to help the Snow Wolf Demon King become a god. You know, the Snow Wolf Demon King is only at the peak of the flying sky. Is this true or false? Ignoring the shock and doubts of everyone present, the fairy asked directly, why so much nonsense, do you want it or not? Yes, why not? The Snow Wolf Demon King spoke immediately without even thinking. The little fairy helped him become a god. No matter how you look at it, he's not losing out. Snort. The little fairy snorted angrily, and then a strand of 9-colored light the size of a hair floated out from the space crack. The moment the 9-colored light appeared, whether it was the Snow Wolf Demon King or other human members present, they could clearly feel that the surrounding elements of heaven and earth began to become extremely agitated, and even those elements of heaven and earth had begun to gather towards this 9-colored light. What is this? Feeling the strangeness around him and looking at the 9-colored light body in front of him, the Snow Wolf Demon King couldn't help but ask. Country bumpkin. The fairy said with disdain, this is the power of the law condensed by the great Emperor Hongmeng. If you swallow it, you can directly become a god. The power of law. Swallow it and become a god immediately. Everyone present was extremely shocked, and they all looked at the 9-colored light in front of the Snow Wolf Demon King and swallowed their saliva. If the identity of the Snow Wolf Demon King was not known, someone would have probably robbed him openly. After all, although they had never seen the power of law, they all knew that it was a higher level of energy that was superior to the elements. What's more, the fairy has already said that if you swallow it, you can directly become a god. But at this moment, the Snow Wolf Demon King suddenly asked, are you trying to trick me? Well, when the Snow Wolf Demon King said this, everyone was stunned at first, and then came back to their senses. To be honest, this possibility does exist. You. The little fairy was furious, and then she said coldly, if you don't believe it, no matter how much I explain it, it will be useless, so you can do it yourself. Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King was confused. Looking at the power of law in front of him, he became even more hesitant. To swallow or not to swallow? If you swallow it, you might fall into the trap of the fairy. But if he didn't swallow it, the Snow Wolf Demon King would feel unwilling. Wolf King, swallow it. But at this moment, Fatty How suddenly shouted from below, isn't it just a force of law? Can it really take your life? Well, the Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned, but immediately understood what Fat How meant. The fairy's purpose was only to take me away, not to take my life, so no matter whether what she said was true or false, she would not harm me. In that case, what should I be afraid of? Swallow. Without any hesitation, the Snow Wolf Demon King immediately opened his mouth and sucked the so-called power of law in front of him into his stomach. Seeing this scene, everyone stared at the Snow Wolf Demon King, and the whole place was in dead silence. No response. But at this moment, the Snow Wolf Demon King felt his own body. What are you in such a hurry for? Buzz. As soon as the little fairy finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King's body shook violently. He widened his eyes and felt more clearly that the power of law that he had just swallowed into his stomach instantly melted away, and then turned into warm currents that merged into his body. Boom! The next second, the Snow Wolf Demon King's body shook, and his aura suddenly increased. In front of thousands of people, the Snow Wolf Demon King broke through without any warning. Demigod Realm Initial Stage. Is it true that I have made a breakthrough? Seeing this scene, everyone widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. The Snow Wolf Demon King was also confused. He didn't even know how he broke through. However, everything is not over yet. After the Snow Wolf Demon King advanced to the initial stage of the demigod realm, his momentum continued to rise unstoppably. 3 seconds later, he reached the intermediate level of demigod. 6 seconds later, high-level demigod. 9 seconds later, he reached the peak of demigod. He breaks through and advances once every 3 seconds, and reaches the peak of demigod within 9 seconds. The scene of the Snow Wolf Demon King's crazy breakthrough shocked everyone present. However, today's scene is destined to shock everyone. Boom! 3 seconds after the Snow Wolf Demon King reached the peak of the semi-god realm, his snow-white wolf body shook. Brush. The next second, the Snow Wolf Demon King's eyes suddenly opened. In an instant, the elements between heaven and earth seemed to be summoned, sweeping in from all directions, directly forming an elemental storm, and then madly poured into the body of the Snow Wolf Demon King. This. Seeing this scene, everyone present was panicked. The Snow Wolf Demon King also stayed where he was, because he didn't know what had happened. But just because he didn't know doesn't mean it didn't happen. The third eye has opened, the soul has awakened, at this moment Snow Wolf has become a spirit. Chapter 1384. You are still a little too young. The shaking heaven and earth, the violent elements. With the Snow Wolf Demon King as the center, elemental forces from all directions gathered together madly, directly forming an elemental storm. This scene shocked the crowd watching below, and also alarmed other people in the temple. What happened? Why did the elements in this space suddenly become so violent? What is that? With the sudden change and the huge commotion, countless voices of surprise and horror could not help but be heard. When they saw the direction in which the elements gathered, when they saw the huge elemental vortex in the center of the temple square, everyone was dumbfounded. The others were dumbfounded, especially the Snow Wolf Demon King. At this moment, he only felt that countless elemental forces gathered from all directions, and then poured into his body frantically. Not only that, with the influx of elemental power, the Snow Wolf Demon King could clearly feel that his body was changing from the inside out. This is a sublimation, and also a change. Countless elemental forces constantly washed and changed the body of the Snow Wolf Demon King, making his body purer, more condensed, and more powerful. Not only that, after absorbing countless elements, the energy in the Snow Wolf Demon King's body was also constantly changing and evolving. It was a brand new power, a martial arts power that belonged only to the gods. No matter how stupid the Snow Wolf Demon King was, he could understand what was happening to him at this moment. This is the sublimation and transformation of life, this is incarnation of the spirit. But precisely because he understood all this, the Snow Wolf Demon King felt even more confused. Originally, he proposed to let the little fairy help him become a god just to make things difficult for her. To put it bluntly, the Snow Wolf Demon King's target is still the origin of heaven and earth. But who would have thought that the little fairy not only agreed to her request but actually did it? The Snow Wolf Demon King was in chaos. Inside the temple, Ye Bufan, who was originally planning to do something loving with Nizi, was also startled by the sudden huge noise. The next second, Ye Bufan flashed and immediately appeared in front of the elemental storm caused by the Snow Wolf Demon King's advancement to the divine realm. Looking at the elemental storm in front of him, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Is this the transformation of the spirit? Become a god? When Ye Bufan said this, Hao Peng and others below were all shocked. Originally, they didn't know what was happening before their eyes, and some even thought that the Snow Wolf Demon King was being ambushed by the little fairy. But now that Ye Bufan said this, everyone understood. Transformation into a god. This is the Snow Wolf Demon King breaking through to the semi-god level and striving for the martial arts god realm. Damn, that was why, in just a moment, everyone present was confused. 10 seconds. It only took the Snow Wolf Demon King 10 seconds to go from the peak of the flying sky realm to the servant god realm. People are worse than wolves, it's really infuriating. Who can tell me what exactly happened here? Also, who is this person who is transforming from a mortal to a god, At this moment, Ye Bufan looked at the onlookers below and couldn't help asking. Everyone was stunned. Fatty Hao raised his head and said, "Young Master Yi, that bitch Snow Wolf is inside that elemental storm." Snow Wolf Demon King. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned at first, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. Originally he was wondering how someone could suddenly transcend the mortal world and become a god, but after knowing that the one who had transformed into a god was the Snow Wolf Demon King, Ye Bufan felt relieved. There is no doubt that all this must be related to the fairy. Half an hour later, in the elemental storm, the Snow Wolf Demon King suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that Lord Wolf would advance to the level of a servant god so quickly. Is this the realm of serving the gods? Damn, this is not just ordinary strength. I feel like I can kill a large group of scum who have entered the Saint Realm with just one claw." When the Snow Wolf Demon King said this, everyone present was ashamed, and even Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "You have already advanced to the level of a servant of the gods, yet you are still comparing yourself with someone who has become a saint. Do you still have any shame?" Amid the chaos, the elemental storm around the Snow Wolf Demon King had gradually dissipated, and the Snow Wolf Demon King reappeared in everyone's sight. However, when everyone saw the Snow Wolf Demon King again, they discovered that the Snow Wolf Demon King, who was originally Snow White, had turned into a silver wolf. This sudden change made everyone stunned. In the space crack, the little fairy exclaimed, "Damn it, is the blood returning to the ancestors?" When the little fairy said this, everyone present was stunned again. Ancestral bloodline. What the hell? However, everyone didn't understand, but Ye Bufan knew clearly what the reversion of bloodline meant. After all, there was a secret realm in the Tiangong Beast Taming Garden, and that secret realm was designed to stimulate some special creatures to revert to their ancestral bloodline. The more times the bloodline reverted to its ancestral bloodline, the greater the talent and growth limit. To put it bluntly, reversion to ancestral bloodline can enhance one's own strength and potential. Ye Bufan never imagined that the Snow Wolf Demon King would actually experience a reversion of his ancestral bloodline when he was transforming from a mortal to a god. Ye Bufan didn't expect it, and the little fairy didn't expect it either, so she was so surprised. However, for the little fairy, the return of the Snow Wolf Demon King's ancestral bloodline is also a good thing. So she stopped dwelling on these things, and didn't even mention the matter of returning to one's ancestral bloodline. Instead, she spoke directly, "Baby wolf, this fairy didn't lie to you, did she? This fairy said that I would let you become a god, and I will let you become a god. Moreover, this fairy promises you that as long as you follow me, serving the gods is just the beginning. Whatever gods, emperors, or even the great emperor of Hongmeng, as long as I am willing, I can make you reach that level in a matter of minutes. How about it, follow me? Not bad, not bad." After the fairy finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King hummed twice, then he looked at the space crack in front of him and said, "Don't worry, give Master Wolf 100,000 of the power of the law like the one just now. After Master Wolf refines it, I will consider whether to go with you." Finally, the Snow Wolf Demon King added, "Of course, you can rest assured. Lord Wolf is a man of his words. If I say I will consider it, I will definitely consider it." As the Snow Wolf Demon King spoke, the people watching were all ashamed. The power of laws will come first in the tens of thousands. After you refine it, are you still just considering whether to go with her? When it comes to shamelessness, you, the Snow Wolf Demon King, are truly unmatched. It would be strange if the fairy agreed to such conditions. Hee hee. Unexpectedly, the fairy did not get angry but laughed and said, "The power of 100,000 laws. That's right. Give Master Wolf 100,000 law powers first, and then Master Wolf will consider whether he wants to go with you." Having already tasted the benefits of the power of law, the Snow Wolf Demon King naturally wants to get more. Even if he cannot use it himself, he can leave it to the Shenwu continent. However, Ye Bufan at the side was confused. He looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said blankly, "Snow Wolf, what you mean is she gave you a law power just now, and after you refined it, you became the current servant god?" The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. He looked at Ye Bufan in astonishment and said, "Yes, master. Is there any problem? Any questions?" Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This is not only a problem, it is a huge problem. When Lin Loyan's soul was severely damaged and Qin Shin sacrificed her own life for her to rebuild her soul, she left a law for Ye Bufan. How long did it take Ye Bufan to refine a law at that time? Even with the help of the divine flame devouring heaven art, it still took Ye Bufan almost 3 days. But what about the Snow Wolf Demon King? Although he obtained the Heavenly Palace inheritance, his method of cultivation could definitely not be compared with Ye Bufan's divine flame devouring heaven art. It took Ye Bufan 3 days to refine a law, but the Snow Wolf Demon King only took half an hour. Is this possible? It's impossible. The most important thing is that whether it was Ye Bufan at that time or the Snow Wolf Demon King now, it would be a pure waste for the two of them to refine a law with their cultivation level, because once the law leaves the body, it will directly melt into the world, making the surrounding elemental power reach 1,000 or 10,000 times the original before completely dissipating. But did this happen when the Snow Wolf Demon King was refining the laws just now? No. Therefore, in Ye Bufan's opinion, what the little fairy gave to the Snow Wolf Demon King was definitely not the law, but something else. With this thought, Ye Bufan looked at the space crack and asked, "What on earth did you give him?" Well, when Ye Bufan said this, everyone present was stunned. Isn't that 9-colored light the power of the law? The Snow Wolf King was even more shocked. He widened his eyes, pointed at the crack in front of him, and said in a trembling voice, You bitch, you really have bad intentions. Tell me, what did you feed Master Wolf? Hee. In the space crack, the fairy smiled calmly and said, "That's right, that thing is indeed not the power of law, baby wolf, you've been fooled. You want to fight with this fairy? Haha, you're still a little too naive." Chapter 1385 Sister Fairy. That's right, that thing is indeed not the power of the law, baby wolf, you've been fooled. You want to fight me? Haha, you're still a little naive. When the fairy said this, the Snow Wolf King could no longer bear it. He pointed his wolf hoof at the crack in front of him and cursed, "NMLGB, you thief, you bitch, you tricked me." Hee. The little fairy chuckled and said, "I didn't cheat you. You haven't tricked me yet." The Snow Wolf Demon King was so angry. As the saying goes, if you walk along the shore often, you will get your feet wet. He never thought that he, the ancestor of cheating people, would be cheated by a spirit of an artifact. The more the Snow Wolf Demon King thought about it, the angrier he became, but he also knew that now that things had come to this, there was no point in thinking about it any further. So the Snow Wolf Demon King took a deep breath and continued, "Tell me, what did you feed Master Wolf?" "The origin of heaven and earth." The word little fairy was said instinctively. What the hell? The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. Not only the Snow Wolf Demon King, but also Ye Bufan and others present were no exception. The little fairy repeated, "This fairy said, what I gave you to eat just now was the origin of heaven and earth. Do you understand the origin of heaven and earth? I am your uncle." The Snow Wolf Demon King was furious and said, "You just told the scum demon not long ago that a source of heaven and earth can raise his cultivation to the level of God King, God Emperor, or even God Venerable or God Emperor, but when it comes to Master Wolf, he can only be promoted to a servant god. Do you think I am stupid, Master Wolf? If the wolf baby is not stupid, how could he fall for this fairy's trick? Can you still have fun? Okay. If you make the wolf baby angry, I will be distressed. In that case, I will not tease you anymore." After a pause, the fairy continued, "But what I said was the truth. The wisp just now was indeed the origin of heaven and earth, but it was only a part that I separated from the origin of heaven and earth. About 1,000th. Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. A part of the origin of heaven and earth. About 1,000th. You didn't lie to me. I've already said it before. I never lie. So what did you mean when you said that Lord Wolf fell into your trap?" This. The little fairy hesitated for a moment and said, "Hasn't that scumbag god in the God and Demon Cemetery helped you weigh the pros and cons and told you that the most you can get from me is an origin of heaven and earth?" Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King was shocked and instinctively asked, "How did you know?" Not only the Snow Wolf Demon King, but Ye Bufan was also stunned. After all, they had transmitted the news through voice transmission. Logically, the fairy shouldn't know about it, but now. Facing the Snow Wolf Demon King's question, the little fairy smiled and said, "Of course I know, because these are all facts." What's the meaning? What I mean is that, in my current state, I can only provide a ray of the origin of heaven and earth at most. And since that God exalted scum knows that I am Saint Prison, he should know that this fairy has chosen you, which is a great opportunity for you. If that's the case, what choice will he make? Is there any need to think about it? To use the words of your human race, that is, he wants to have his cake and eat it too. After the little fairy finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King couldn't help but say something. Ye Bufan was also secretly shocked. He didn't expect that the little fairy knew exactly what they were thinking and planning. Before they could think about it, the fairy spoke again, but now you are dreaming if you want to have your cake and eat it too. The Snow Wolf Demon King was furious and said, okay, since you already know our purpose, then Master Wolf will make it clear to you. Leave the origin of heaven and earth, and Master Wolf will follow you immediately. Hee. The fairy chuckled and said, you want the origin of heaven and earth. You're dreaming. So there's nothing to talk about. Baby wolf, don't play tricks on me here. If I'm right, that scumbag god should have told you that even if I don't give you the origin of heaven and earth, you must leave the fairy, right? Why, you have nothing to say. The little fairy snorted and said, human greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. It is impossible to want the origin of heaven and earth. This fairy never intended to give it to you from the beginning. No, it should be said that this fairy will not give the origin of heaven and earth to anyone except you, baby wolf. Moreover, this fairy does not have so much time and patience to waste here with you, so now this fairy gives you two choices, leave or not. Don't talk yet, let me finish what I have to say. You say, be good, baby wolf should be obedient. Okay, let me continue. What I gave you just now is indeed a part of the origin of heaven and earth. Moreover, I also did some tricks on this origin of heaven and earth. Now after you swallowed and refined this part of the origin of heaven and earth, the remaining part of the origin of heaven and earth can no longer be refined by others. So, the origin of heaven and earth that I can provide now belongs only to you, baby wolf, and can only belong to you. Others don't even think about it. Even if they get it, they can't refine it. Okay, I have said everything I need to say. You have 1 minute to think about it. Do you want to follow me or not? Do I have any other choice? The Snow Wolf Demon King's mouth twitched, and he looked at Ye Bufan beside him with a confused look. Ye Bufan also had a confused look on his face. He never expected that while they were plotting against the little fairy was also plotting against them. Moreover, even Feng Hen was plotted against by the little fairy. In Ye Bufan's opinion, the little fairy's previous attempt to find Feng Hen was intentional, just to let Feng Hen help them weigh the pros and cons. To put it bluntly, she wanted Feng Hen to tell them the greatest benefit that the little fairy could give at the moment, so that the little fairy could make a quick decision. Just like now, the little fairy can only provide one origin of heaven and earth, but now because of the little fairy's manipulation, this origin of heaven and earth can no longer be used by anyone except the Snow Wolf Demon King, as if this origin of heaven and earth has recognized the Snow Wolf Demon King as its master. In this situation, what else can the Snow Wolf Demon King do? The little fairy clearly has tricked the Snow Wolf Demon King in the Shenwu continent. There is no benefit, the wolf must go. When Feng Hen said that Shengyu was cunning before, Ye Bufan was still a little skeptical, but now, Ye Bufan really couldn't help but believe it. Now that it has come to this, what else can we do? Wolf King, follow her. Helplessly, Ye Bufan could only glance at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said lightly. Why? The Snow Wolf Demon King also sighed helplessly, then he looked at the space crack again, his face changed, and he said with a smile, Fairy sister, then we have made a happy decision. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King said this, countless people below fell to their knees instantly. This Wolf King, he changes his attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. Just now he was calling you a thief and bitch, but now he's suddenly become a fairy sister, and looking at his tone and expression, he looks like a follower and a lackey. Hee. The little fairy also smiled indifferently. The next second, the Snow Wolf Demon King spoke again in a low voice. Fairy sister, there is something little wolf wants to discuss it with you. Explain. Fairy sister, it's like this, little wolf, can I bring my 100,000 brothers and sisters of the wolf tribe with me? After a pause, the Snow Wolf Demon King continued, Fairy sister, think about it, you are so noble, so elegant, and so beautiful. How can you not have someone to serve you besides the little wolf? If that is the case, it would be too embarrassing, right, fairy sister? Chapter 1386 The Wolf King leaves. Fairy sister, think about it, you are so noble, so elegant, and so beautiful. How can you not have someone to serve you besides the little wolf? If that were the case, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? Fairy sister, don't you think so? This is a fart shot. Everyone present felt a chill all over their body, and even got goosebumps all over the floor. Fairy sister you bitch, who was it that shouted die, 3-8 just now? But it was obvious that the flattery of the Snow Wolf Demon King was quite useful to the little fairy. Since the wolf cub has said so, let's take them all. Without any hesitation, the little fairy directly agreed to the Snow Wolf Demon King's proposal. Thank you, fairy sister. Thank you, fairy sister. Fairy sister is indeed the embodiment of beauty and wisdom. It is a great honor for little wolf to follow you. God has blessed me. The Snow Wolf Demon King immediately said flatteringly. Everyone present, including Ye Bufan, was speechless. If you have no shame, you are invincible. This wolf is so shameless that it really makes people want to beat him up. However, Ye Bufan and others also knew that the Snow Wolf Demon King had no choice but to make this choice. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. After all, when he follows the little fairy in the future, he still has to act according to the little fairy's mood, so it is necessary to please her now. Okay, stop kissing your ass. Ye Bufan and the others were thinking in their hearts, and the little fairy immediately said something, and then said, hurry up and take your wolf cubs with you, we will leave now. Now, the Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned and said, Sister Fairy, this is too fast, right? Fuck it. The fairy scolded, this is a shabby place. Even the elements of heaven and earth are almost exhausted. Just staying here makes me feel uncomfortable. If it weren't for you, I would have left long ago. Why would I wait until now? Hurry up and leave now. When the little fairy said this, everyone present was stunned. Is the heaven and earth running dry? What's the meaning? Ye Bufan even glanced at the space crack in front of him. However, before he could speak, the fairy had already said, little brat, if you don't understand something, go ask that old man, don't ask me, I won't pay attention to you. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. The fairy no longer paid any attention to him, but said to the Snow Wolf Demon King, Baby wolf, hurry up, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up. Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King glanced at Ye Bufan. Seeing this, the fairy immediately cursed, you useless guy, why are you looking at him? Let me tell you, your fate has completely changed since you met me. Even though this brat is better than you now, he won't even be qualified to carry your shoes in the future. So, why are you still paying attention to him? The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. The same is true for the Snow Wolf Demon King. The man and the wolf really wanted to beat the little fairy up, but there was no way. The little fairy was hiding in the holy prison, and they couldn't do anything to her. Since there's nothing you can do, you can only bear with it. Immediately, Ye Bufan nodded to the Snow Wolf Demon King. As for the explanation, in Ye Bufan's opinion, he had nothing to explain to the Snow Wolf Demon King. After all, Ye Bufan didn't know much about the situation outside of Shenwu, and the Snow Wolf Demon King was following the little fairy, so he didn't need to consider or worry about these issues at all. The most important thing is that with the Snow Wolf Demon King's shamelessness and cunningness, it is definitely not difficult for him to survive in a completely unfamiliar place. With Ye Bufan's tacit approval, the Snow Wolf Demon King stopped wasting time and said loudly, okay, brothers, let's go. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, the 100,000 wolf gods below directly took off into the air. Sister Fairy, can you open this door a little wider? The next second, the Snow Wolf Demon King looked at the narrow space crack in front of him and said, call. As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, the space crack in front of him instantly expanded into a circular black hole with a diameter of about 10 meters. Set off. At a command from the Snow Wolf Demon King, 100,000 wolf gods instantly stepped into the black hole, and then disappeared from everyone's sight. The Snow Wolf Demon King took a step forward. In front of the black hole, he turned around and glanced at Tianweishan, saying, ha ha ha, brothers, Master Wolf is leaving. You must not be sad or upset. After all, Master Wolf is going to follow Sister Fairy to enjoy delicious food and play with Emperor Hongmeng. Don't worry, we'll see each other later. Master Wolf will definitely protect you, ha 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 ha. As he spoke, the Snow Wolf Demon King stepped directly into the black hole and disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone present couldn't help but twitch their lips and break out in a sweat. It's fine if you just want to eat and drink, but you also want to play the role of Hongmeng Emperor. You'd better be careful or you will be slapped to death by Emperor Hongmeng. Bang! But at this moment, a dull sound suddenly sounded from the crack in space. Ah! The Snow Wolf Demon King let out a shrill howl. Fairy sister, why did you hit me, the little wolf? Fairy sister. Isn't this fairy a thief? You son of a bitch, you actually dared to insult this fairy. Are you really that bold? Let me show you how I will deal with you. Bang bang bang. As the little fairy spoke, a silent yet heavy voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. In an instant, everyone felt a chill in their hearts and observed a moment of silence for the Snow Wolf Demon King. In the holy prison, the Snow Wolf Demon King screamed miserably. Sister Fairy, I was wrong, little wolf. I will never dare to do it again. Do you still want a future? No, that's it. There's no future. From now on, from this moment on, I will do whatever Fairy Sister says. Very good, come, tell me, Ye Bufan, your uncle. Why don't you say it? Are you itchy? Ye Bufan, damn. Very good, continue, the next sentence never mind, just curse as you like. Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King suddenly became extremely confused. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched as well. The other people present were also speechless. However, the Snow Wolf Demon King still did as he was told. There was really no other way. The wolf was in the holy prison and had to bow his head. Half an hour later, the Snow Wolf Demon King was tired of scolding, and the little fairy was also tired of listening, so she said, okay, that's enough, stop. Call. In the holy prison, the Snow Wolf Demon King let out a long sigh. He lay directly on the ground, his expression unchanged, but in his heart he was thinking viciously. You damn bitch, just wait for Master Wolf. When Master Wolf has gained enough benefits from you and achieved the great primordial realm, Master Wolf will definitely take you in as the host. Then wait and see how Master Wolf will deal with you. Snort. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even 10 years. Lord Wolf's revenge is worth waiting 10,000 years. Just wait for me, damn bitch. The Snow Wolf Demon King was thinking in his heart, but the little fairy was completely unaware. At this moment, her attention had shifted to Ye Bufan again, and she asked provocatively, how is it, little brat? Do you feel good when being scolded by your own men? Good. Ye Bufan said lightly, and then smiled. However, after all, it is not as pleasant as watching a beautiful woman taking a bath. Say it again, you bastard. The little fairy went berserk instantly. Beauty coming out of the bath. Isn't that her you're talking about? Say it again. Ye Bufan smiled and said, of course, at that time. Just shut up. Seeing that Ye Bufan was about to continue speaking, the fairy stopped him immediately. Didn't you ask me to say that? Ye Bufan looked innocent. You. The little fairy was furious but helpless. Snort. The next second, she snorted and said, you'd better not let me meet you again in the future, otherwise I will definitely strip you naked and take you to travel the galaxy. Are you interested in me and want to bully me? Hateful. The little fairy found that she had no chance of winning in an argument with Ye Bufan, so she cursed and stopped talking. The next second, the space crack in the air disappeared instantly, and then a fist-sized crystal ball appeared in everyone's sight. This crystal ball appeared at the moment when the temple was destroyed. It is also the holy prison, one of the two great treasures of the world mentioned by Feng Hen. Call out. Without waiting for anyone present to take a closer look or think more, the crystal ball turned into a stream of light, broke through the air, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1387 Palace Master, please lend me some money. The holy prison left and the Wolf King traveled far away. The Snow Wolf Demon King left. Although Ye Bufan and the others were reluctant to let him go, they were more looking forward to the day when they would reunite with the Snow Wolf Demon King again. After all, Feng Hen has already said that the Snow Wolf Demon King will definitely have an extraordinary future as he has been noticed by the Holy Prison, one of the two great treasures of the world. Perhaps when they meet again, the Snow Wolf Demon King will have already become the Hongmeng Emperor. But that's all in the past. Now, the Holy Prison has left, the Heavenly Demon has been defeated, and the Shenwu continent and the Tianhui Heaven have completed a preliminary unification. The next time is to develop with all our strength and enhance the strength of the human race. However, Ye Bufan, who was used to being a hands-off boss, obviously would not do these things himself but chose to delegate power directly. Of course, Ye Bufan did this to prepare for a rainy day. After all, he would leave the Shenwu continent sooner or later, and the time he would be away would not be too short. So he stayed out of it now so that the people of the Shenwu continent could get familiar with it as soon as possible. Besides this, Ye Bufan also had his own things to do, such as opening the first level of restrictions in the Heavenly Palace's inner treasure house, refining the heart of the world, and in short, before leaving Shenwu continent, Ye Bufan still has too many things to accomplish. Of course, Ye Bufan was not in a hurry to leave the Shenwu continent, so there was no need to rush these things. That night, he did nothing but chatted about life and ideals, with Nizi. The next day, members of the 7 Killing Hall in the Shenwu continent began to move into the TianYTN. Although the people in the 7 Killing Hall, especially the boys and girls who walked out of Tianwang City with Ye Bufan, have all obtained the Heavenly Palace inheritance, the time is too short after all. Most of them have entered the sainthood and merged their souls, and only a very few have reached the flying realm. As for demigods, there are only Long Xiaobao, Yi Jingshuan, Nangong Ziling, Tan Tai Tianyi and a few others. Moreover, the 5 demigods including Tan Tai Tianyi who plotted against Mo Tianyan are still in a state of recuperation. It can be said that under normal circumstances, with the strength of the 7 Killing Palace, it is simply impossible to rule the human race. But it doesn't matter. After all, in addition to the 7 Killing Hall, Ye Bufan now has nearly 400 demigods in the temple who have all been subdued by him, and many of the 108 aristocratic families have also completely submitted to Ye Bufan. Therefore, no matter how weak the 7 Killing Palace is, it has enough ability to rule the entire human race. What's more, with the threat of Ye Bufan, the servant god, who would dare to resist the rule of the 7 Killing Palace? The most important thing is that the current weakness of the 7 Killing Hall is only temporary. With the inheritance of the Heavenly Palace, the members of the 7 Killing Hall can definitely grow up at the fastest speed in the shortest time. By then, even if Ye Bufan was not there, who would dare to resist, who would dare to disobey? However, this all takes time. After the 7 Killings Palace entered the TianYTN, most of the members of the Divine Martial Realm were assigned out, and their task was to serve as the lords of the cities in the TianYTN and assist the 7 Killings Palace in managing the entire human race. Of course, in addition to this, the 7 Killing Hall had other arrangements, but Ye Bufan ignored them. Shenwu Continent, Qixia Station, in front of the Inner Palace Treasury. The chief steward of the inner court, the giant panda, looked at Ye Bufan and nodded and said, "Palace Master, you are here. It has been a long time since we last met. You have become more wise and powerful." Hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Then he looked at the giant panda in the inner court and said with a smile, "Of course, butler. After not seeing you for a while, you have learned to flatter me." That's right, that's right. The inner palace giant panda smiled awkwardly, and then he seemed to realize something, and immediately his expression became serious, and said, "Palace Master, I am not flattering you, I am telling the truth." Okay, you're telling the truth, okay. Ye Bufan rolled his eyes at him and said, "I am going to open the restriction of the first level of the inner palace now. Tell me, what do I need to do?" Open the first level of restrictions. The inner palace giant panda was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "This is simple. As long as the Palace Master inputs his own divine power into the restriction core, the restriction core will then automatically determine the Palace Master's cultivation level. As long as the Palace Master reaches the peak of the semi-god realm or above, the first layer of restrictions will be automatically removed." Is it that simple? Ye Bufan was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Where is the core of the restriction?" Reporting to the Palace Master, "It is in the inner palace treasury." "In that case, you lead the way." "Okay, Palace Master, please come this way." The giant panda of the inner palace immediately greeted Ye Bufan and walked into the inner palace treasury. The moment he stepped into the inner palace treasury, the inner palace giant panda suddenly looked at Ye Bufan cautiously and said, "Palace Master, can I discuss something with you?" "What's up? Lend me some money. I don't need divine crystals, Yuanxi will do." "Borrow money." Ye Bufan paused, looked at the inner palace panda and asked, "What do you want to borrow money for?" "Palace Master, I can't help it. We have been losing badly recently." "Losing? Miserable." Looking at the giant panda in the inner palace, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The next second, he grabbed the inner palace panda's ears and scolded him coldly. "If I remember correctly, your Yuanxi and Shenjing have been handed over at the beginning, right? If so, where did you get the gambling money? And you lost miserably." After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "Don't tell me that you lost miserably." The money I pay you every month is just that much. Even if you lost it all, you wouldn't say you lost miserably, right? Tell me, have you touched the divine crystals from the inner palace treasury again? No, no, Palace Master, I did not touch the divine crystals in the inner palace treasury. The panda in the inner court waved his hands, a cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Ye Bufan scolded coldly, no. If not, where did you get the divine crystal to lose? The inner palace panda hesitated. Explain. Ye Bufan shouted in one word. The giant panda in the inner palace wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, Palace Master, I really didn't steal the divine crystal from the inner palace treasury. I just lost all my future 30,000 years of rewards. Lost all the rewards for the next 30,000 years. That's all. Looking at the giant panda beside him, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Damn, how big is your gambling addiction? Shaking his head, Ye Bufan let go of the inner palace giant panda's ears, then patted him on the shoulder and said, Butler, don't even think about borrowing money. You just wish you good luck. As he spoke, Ye Bufan walked directly into the inner palace treasury. Call. Seeing that Ye Bufan would no longer hold him accountable, the inner palace giant panda breathed a sigh of relief. He then caught up with Ye Bufan and said, No, Palace Master, just lend me some. Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back with interest when the time comes. Are you going to pay back the principal and interest? Ye Bufan shook his head. If he could believe what the gambler said, he would be a fool. So Ye Bufan directly refused and said, It's not that you don't have to think about the money, but you've already lost for 30,000 years, why don't you lose for another 30,000 years? No, Palace Master, they said I owe too much, and now they won't let me play anymore. The giant panda in the inner court said with a distressed look on his face. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. I lost too much, so I don't want to play with you anymore. Well, if it were me, I wouldn't play with you for 30,000 years. It hurts just thinking about it. If I continue to play with you, I'd be a fool. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan said directly, That's your business. I can't control it. Lead the way quickly. Palace Master, please don't. Seeing that Ye Bufan still refused to agree, the inner palace giant panda grabbed his arm. He made up his mind and said through gritted teeth, Palace Master, how about this? I will trade a secret with you, how about it? Hearing this, Ye Bufan frowned. He stopped, looked at the giant panda, and asked, What secret? Give me the money first, 30 million yuanshi, otherwise I won't tell you even if you kill me. The giant panda in the inner palace stretched out his hand, looking as if he would not negotiate. Ye Bufan frowned and said, 30 million. And you have to pay me first. How do I know if you are trying to trick me? How is that possible? The giant panda in the inner palace said with a firm look, I would never dare to deceive you, the Palace Master. Besides, if I really have the courage, I might as well take the divine crystal directly from the inner palace. Why would I need to look for you, the Palace Master? 2. Ye Bufan responded and said, 30 million yuanshi, you can ask Zi to collect it later. Can you tell me now? This. Why, it's just 30 million yuanshi, are you afraid that I will cheat? All right. The inner palace panda responded and said, Palace Master, I want to report Xiaoli for selling the sacred heart blood. What she did is tantamount to killing the goose that lays the eggs. It won't be long before the sacred heart pool is ruined. Chapter 1388 Gambling on the orders of the master's wife. Palace Master, I want to report Xiaoli for selling the sacred heart blood. What she did is tantamount to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. It won't be long before the sacred heart pool is ruined. The little carp naturally refers to the magical weapon spirit in the sacred heart pond, the seven-colored koi. For his own benefit, the giant panda in the inner palace decisively sold the seven-colored koi. There was no other way. Who made him have no money? Moreover, he could not continue to participate in the gambling between weapon spirits without money. For a gambler, this was absolutely unbearable, so he could only sell the seven-colored koi in exchange for money to continue participating in the gambling. Fortunately, the Nifu giant panda is just a spirit. He has no wife and no children. Otherwise, the Nifu giant panda would definitely be a man who sells his children. After the giant panda in the inner palace finished speaking, Ye Bufan couldn't help but stand there in a daze. The seven-colored koi carp sells the blood of the Holy Heart. Although Ye Bufan didn't know that the seven-colored koi could also extract the Sacred Heart blood, he was aware of the importance of the Sacred Heart blood to the Sacred Heart pool. The eternal Sacred Heart is immortal. When Dao Wuya obtained half of the Sacred Heart, since it was only half, it could not be replaced by others, so he could only use this half of the Sacred Heart to create the current Heavenly Palace Sacred Heart pool. The Sacred Heart pool is based on the Sacred Heart, with the Sacred Heart's blood as its source. Soaking in it can help injured warriors recover quickly. To put it bluntly, the foundation of all this is the hard work of the Holy Heart. Moreover, with Dao Wuya's means, when he was creating the Sacred Heart pool, he had already maintained the consumption and self-recovery of the Sacred Heart's blood in a relatively balanced state. In other words, as long as it is not destroyed by external forces, the Sacred Heart's blood will never dry up, and the Sacred Heart pool will exist forever between heaven and earth. But what about now? The seven-colored koi fish actually secretly extracted the blood of the Holy Heart and sold it. Damn, is this tolerable? Ye Bufan was instantly furious. After all, as the giant panda in the inner court said, once the Sacred Heart's blood was exhausted, the Sacred Heart pool would be useless. The next second, Ye Bufan dodged and disappeared from the spot. Hey, Palace Master, where are my 30 million yuanshi? Seeing Ye Bufan leaving, the giant panda in the inner court immediately spoke in a hurry, but there was no trace of Ye Bufan in front of him. Depend on. Seeing this, the inner palace panda cursed, and then muttered, "Humph, anyway, you have already promised me 30 million yuan stone, don't think about less, if you don't give it, I will take it myself." After saying that, the giant panda in the inner palace looked at the direction of the Sacred Heart pond again, secretly surprised and said, "Xiao Li, you can't blame me, because you and I both lost miserably, but you have the Sacred Heart blood to sell, while I sit on the inner palace treasury, but dare not touch anything." Sacred Heart pool. As an important building in the Heavenly Palace and one of the 12 divine weapons, the role of the Sacred Heart pool is now known to all members of the Seven Killing Hall. First, the Sacred Heart pool can be used to heal wounds. It can not only repair physical damage, but also heal the soul. However, compared to the physical body, the effect of the Sacred Heart pool on the soul can only be said to be negligible. Second, soaking in the Sacred Heart pool can remove hidden injuries in the body and strengthen the body to a certain extent, consolidating the foundation. For this reason, the Sacred Heart pool has now been fully utilized, and under Nizi's arrangement, the entire Sacred Heart pool has been divided into two areas for men and women for use by members of the Seven Killing Hall. Of course, there is no reward without hard work. In order to stimulate the enthusiasm of the members of the Seven Killing Hall, Nizi had already implemented a point system in the Seven Killing Hall. Only by making corresponding contributions can one obtain corresponding points, and points are equivalent to a kind of currency within the Seven Killing Hall. Using the Sacred Heart pool requires consuming a certain amount of points, and no one is an exception. After Ye Bufan left the inner palace treasury, he went directly to the Sacred Heart pool. Seeing the Sacred Heart pool in front of him, which had changed drastically, especially the two distinct male and female areas on the left and right, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Master Yi. Before Ye Bufan could think more, a voice from the Sacred Heart pool in front of him woke him up. Ye Bufan looked over and saw a member of the Seven Killing Hall in the Sacred Heart pool looking at him. He instinctively asked, "Why has the Sacred Heart pool become like this?" The members of the Seven Killing Hall were stunned at first, and then explained it to Ye Bufan again. After listening to this, Ye Bufan glanced at the women's area next to him and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Fortunately, he was lucky to have come to the men's area. Otherwise, if he had happened to go to the women's area on the other side, wouldn't he have been regarded as a hooligan? After a while of confusion, Ye Bufan stopped worrying about it and looked at the members of the Seven Killing Hall in front of him and asked, "Is the seven-colored koi here?" The members of the Seven Killing Hall were stunned and asked, "Is Xiao Li what Yi Xiao is talking about?" "That's her. Reporting to Master Yi, Xiao Li is not here. She should be at the Tian Daotai." Tian Daotai. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. If he remembered correctly, Tian Daotai should be the place where the Tiangong used to compete among internal members. What was the purpose of the seven-colored koi there? Although he was puzzled, Ye Bufan did not ask any more questions. You continue. Leaving behind a word, Ye Bufan rushed directly to the Tiandaotai in the Heavenly Palace. Come on, buy big and you'll lose big, buy small and you'll lose small, buy more and you'll lose more. The monkey's luck is incredible. He has won 37 games in a row. Hey, Xiao Li, why don't you place your bets? Did you lose all your money again? As soon as Ye Bufan arrived on the Tiandao platform, he heard a familiar voice coming from below. The owner of this voice was none other than Satu Nan, the gambling dean of Kangchong Martial Academy. Satu Nan and the 12 spirit instruments of Heavenly Palace, they are just a bunch of gamblers. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but look towards the location below where the sound came from. However, it would have been better if he hadn't looked. When he looked, Ye Bufan was completely confused and dumbfounded, because at this moment, Satu Nan and the 12 spirit instruments were not the only ones in the center of the Tiandao platform. Zhen Weiwei, Qin Heihuan, Yi Long, Yi Hu, Yi Ru familiar faces came into Ye Bufan's sight. In addition to these familiar people, there are many people Ye Bufan does not know at all, but one thing is certain, that is at this moment in the center of the Tiandao platform, the magical gambling table left by Dao Wuya is already surrounded by people. In addition to Satu Nan and the 12 spirit instruments of the Heavenly Palace, there are at least 20 or 30 other people. Is this really my 7-killing palace? And not a casino? Ye Bufan was speechless and confused. He really couldn't understand why Nizi would turn a blind eye to all this. It was absolutely impossible for her to be unaware of it. But, before Ye Bufan could think about it, Qin Heihuan's wretched voice rang out from below. Xiao Li, you haven't really lost again, have you? After a pause, Qin Heihuan continued, it's okay. After you lose, brother has this. How about a cup of spiritual tea, in exchange for 20 million yuanxi? At least 30 million. Hearing this, the 7-colored koi said immediately, and without question, the spiritual tea sold for 25 million in the past 2 days. Now you are offering 20 million. Do you think I'm stupid? Besides, there is not much spiritual tea left now. Scarcity makes things valuable, don't you understand? So if it's less than 30 million, forget it. Deal, 30 million is 30 million. Damn you. Seeing that Qin Heihuan and Qis Jinli below reached a deal so quickly, Ye Bufan's anger instantly rose and surged. Spiritual tea. Bullshit, that is clearly the hard work of the Holy Heart, and the 7-colored koi is killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. There are also Qin Heihuan and others. They are clearly aiding and abetting the evil. After all, if they don't buy them, there will be nowhere to sell the 7-colored koi. Without anywhere to sell them, she naturally won't have the idea of coveting the Holy Heart's hard work. Unable to contain his anger, Ye Bufan roared, let me see who dares to buy it. Well, Ye Bufan's sudden angry roar startled everyone below. They all raised their heads and looked at Ye Bufan in midair. The next second, Ye Bufan flashed and came directly to the magical gambling table below. After scanning everyone, Ye Bufan looked at the 7-colored koi lying on the gambling table and said in a cold voice, little koi, you are quite courageous. Hearing this, the 7-colored koi couldn't help but tremble all over. Before she could speak, Ye Bufan had already looked at the others, pointed at them and said in a deep voice, and you are all gathering here to gamble, don't you guys need to practice anymore? Hearing this, everyone was slightly stunned. Zhen Meiwei pulled Ye Bufan's sleeve and whispered, Master, you misunderstood. It was Master's wife who asked us to gamble. Chapter 1389 Steamed or Braised. Master, you misunderstood. It was Master's wife who asked us to come and gamble. What the hell? When Zhen Meiwei said this, Ye Bufan was stunned. He looked at Zhen Meiwei with a surprised look and said in a voice transmission, did your master's wife ask you to gamble? Which master's wife asked you to do this? Master's wife in purple clothes. Ziyi. Ni Ziyi. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched and became messy. Originally he was still wondering why Ni Ziyi didn't care about what was happening here. But now, so many people gathered here, and it was actually Ni Ziyi who ordered them here. It was as if millions of alpaca horses were galloping through Ye Bufan's heart in an instant. The next second, he didn't say anything else and just pulled Zhen Weiwei out. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The golden monkey said with disdain, who are you? Come on, let's continue. Coming again. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. Seeing their hesitation, the golden monkey immediately persuaded them, why, are you scared? After a pause, the golden monkey continued, I don't know what to say to you. That guy's woman was gambling here for several days. If he wants to punish her, then he has to punish her as well. If that's the case, then you are not afraid of anything. Come on, continue. Seeing that what the golden-haired monkey said made sense, Satu Nan immediately said, "Come on, continue. Those who haven't placed a bet, do so now." In an instant, everything returned to the way it was just now. Qin Heihuan also looked at the seven-colored koi again, and took out a zumi ring and placed it in front of her, saying, "This is 30 million yuan stone, spirit tea, take it." The seven-colored koi looked at the zumi ring in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I won't sell the spiritual tea anymore." "What the hell?" Qin Heihuan was stunned and exclaimed, "Xiao Li, what do you mean? We have already agreed on it, how can you not sell it?" "It doesn't matter. I just won't sell it." The seven-colored koi said this with a firm look, but without any explanation. It's not that she doesn't want to explain, but she doesn't dare to explain. After all, should she tell them that what she sells is not spiritual tea, but the Sacred Heart blood in the Sacred Heart pool? If that were true, Ye Bufan would probably skin her alive. For this reason, the true identity of spirit tea is unknown to anyone except the 12 spirit instruments. However, Ye Bufan's words and eyes just now always made the seven-colored koi feel as if he knew something, so the seven-colored koi suddenly changed its mind and rejected Qin Heihuan's transaction of 30 million yuan stones. Outside Tiandaotai. "Tell me, what's going on? How could Ziyi let you come here to gamble with that group of gamblers? Is there any other reason?" Looking at Zhen Weiwei, his cheap apprentice, Ye Bufan asked directly without any hesitation. Zhen Weiwei smiled and said, "Master is the master. He guessed it right. Yes, master's wife asked us to gamble. She did have other intentions." "What's your intention?" "Spiritual tea." Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Zhen Weiwei immediately explained, "Master, you don't know that the spiritual tea in the little koi is a good thing. Not only can it directly improve people's cultivation, it can also improve the self-repair ability of the body of the person who consumes it." Improve the body's self-repair ability. Ye Bufan was stunned again, but that was not what he was curious about. After all, he knew that it was not spiritual tea, but the hard work of the immortal Holy Heart. Since it is the hard work of the Holy Heart, it is natural that it can enhance the self-repair ability of the body. Ye Bufan is curious about. "How do you know this? How do we know that?" Zhen Weiwei was stunned for a moment and said, "This is all thanks to that old gambler Satu." "Satu the old gambler? Satu Nan?" "Yes, that's him." "How does he know this?" "It's a long story." "Then keep it short." "All right." Zhen Weiwei responded, and then slowly said, "Didn't Master ask the old gambler Satu to gamble with the 12 weapon spirits? Later, in order to keep Satu Nan in our 7-killing palace, the 12 weapon spirits gave him a cup of spiritual tea left by Dao Wuya to help him break through to the Saint Realm and enter the Soul Fusion Realm. Not long after that, due to an accident, the old gambler Satu discovered that after taking the spiritual tea from the little koi, not only his cultivation level improved, but even his physical body's self-recovery ability was enhanced. At that time, we realized that the spiritual tea in the little koi's hand was by no means ordinary. That is the blood of the Holy Heart, how can it be an ordinary thing?" Ye Bufan rolled his eyes and said, "And then? This doesn't seem to have anything to do with your gambling gathering, right?" "Of course it does. What does it matter? After we learned about this spiritual tea, Master's wife had discussed it with little koi and even mentioned buying it from her, but little koi refused to sell it. There was nothing we could do. Master's wife could only resort to roundabout means and please her. Come to his liking. Gamble. Yes, he won't sell it, right? Then we can win all her money and guide her so that he has to sell it." "All right." After Zhen Weiwei finished speaking, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Originally, he thought that it was the seven-colored koi that took the initiative to seize the Holy Heart's blood, but he didn't expect it was actually a trap set by Nizi. But is the Sacred Heart blood the personal property of the seven-colored koi? Obviously not. That is the source of the Sacred Heart pool and is also the public property of the Seven Killings Hall. Now, Nizi and others actually spent the Seven Killing Palace's money to buy things from the Seven Killing Palace, and they even went to great lengths to set a trap for the seven-colored koi. What the hell, who is plotting against whom? Most importantly, this behavior is killing the goose that lays the golden eggs and depleting the Sacred Heart pool. At this moment, Ye Bufan really wanted to die, but who could he blame? Strange seven-colored koi. She is also a victim and she was also cheated. Blame Nizi. Nizi was also doing this for the benefit of the Seven Killing Palace. After all, she had no idea what spiritual tea was. The magical tea left by Dao Wuya. This seven-colored koi is really good at making up. Master, are you okay? Seeing Ye Bufan's strange expression, Zhen Weiwei couldn't help but ask. I'm fine, Ye Bufan said lightly. Can I say I have something wrong? If you knew the truth, Nizi would blame herself. Suddenly, Ye Bufan asked again, by the way, how much spiritual tea did you buy? Well, not much, just 13 cups. Zhen Weiwei responded. 13 cups, isn't that too much? Damn, how much effort does it take to build a holy heart? Ye Bufan felt as if his heart was stabbed by a knife. On the Tiandao platform, Xiao Li, are you going to sell it or not? How about this, I'll add another 10 million, 40 million, how about that, is that okay? Looking at the seven-colored koi, Qin Heihuan tried to persuade them earnestly. 40 million. The seven-colored koi was obviously tempted. After all, for them in the past, 40 million yuan stones were nothing, but for them now, especially for the seven-colored koi at this moment, 40 million was an astronomical figure, and it was her life-saving money. But thinking of Ye Bufan's words and expression just now, she immediately shuddered all over, then gritted her teeth and said, no sale. 50 million. Qin Heihuan immediately raised the price again by 10 million. I won't sell it. 60 million, Xiao Li, you can't be too greedy as a fish, or you will be eaten. I've already said, no, I won't sell it. 100 million. Qin Heihuan said suddenly. You. The seven-colored koi gnashed its teeth, was extremely angry, and was even more undecided. Qin Heihuan smiled and said, well, this is 100 million. If you don't sell it, then I can't do anything. Besides, you have almost lost all your money. If you don't sell the spiritual tea, you can only go back to your nest and roll around and sleep like that giant panda. The seven-colored koi took a look at the only chip left in front of him, his mouth twitched, and he looked confused. To sell or not to sell? He was conflicted, hesitant, anxious and indecisive. After a moment, the seven-colored koi finally made a decision. Sell it again, yes, just sell it for the last time, the devil shouldn't find out. Thinking in his heart, the seven-colored koi looked at Qin Heihuan and said, okay, 100 million is 100 million, but this is the last cup. Once it's sold out, there will be no more, so don't come to me again. The last drink. Who would believe this? This is what you said before, but what was the result? Qin Heihuan smiled slightly. Okay, the last cup is the last cup. Then wait, I'll get it for you now. Having said that, the seven-colored koi was about to leave. But at this moment, Ye Bufan's cold voice suddenly sounded. Little koi, you say should I steam you or braise you? Chapter 1390, I will never forgive you for your slander. Little koi, do you think I should steam you or braise you? Ye Bufan's sudden voice made the seven-colored koi's body tremble uncontrollably, and a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. Then, she looked at Ye Bufan who was approaching slowly, and said tremblingly, no, I don't want the little carp to be steamed, nor braised. Seeing this scene, everyone present showed a hint of surprise in their eyes, and then they all looked at Ye Bufan. They had no idea what was going on. For a moment, the whole place was silent. Ye Bufan slowly walked to the gambling table, looked at the seven-colored koi on the table, and said with a sneer, no. Bang. After saying that, Ye Bufan suddenly slammed the table again, then he pointed at the seven-colored koi and shouted angrily, don't you know what you have done? You say no now. What were you doing before? The seven-colored koi looked at Ye Bufan stupidly. His body trembled violently, and the seven-colored light around him dimmed a little in an instant. It's over, this demon must know about the Sacred Heart's blood. But how did he know? The seven-colored koi thought with fear in his heart. Ye Bufan opened his mouth again and asked, why are you silent? Aren't you very brave? Are you scared now? The seven-colored koi secretly glanced at Ye Bufan, but didn't dare to speak at all. After all, Ye Bufan's various behaviors have indirectly told her that her private extraction and sale of the Sacred Heart's blood has been exposed. What should I do? The seven-colored koi had already panicked and had no idea how to respond. The other weapon spirits present were also secretly shocked. After all, they had all seen that the matter of seven-colored koi selling the Holy Heart's blood had been exposed, and this time Ye Bufan was clearly here to settle the score with her. Fortunately, they were only aware of this matter and did not participate in it, otherwise it would be really terrible. That was why the golden-haired monkey and other weapon spirits were secretly rejoicing. At the same time, they all stepped back slightly, putting a little distance between themselves and the seven-colored koi, as if they wanted to distance themselves from the matter and stay out of it. Satu Nan and the others looked confused, they had no idea what was going on. Before everyone could think about it, Ye Bufan had already looked at the seven-colored koi and spoke again. Why, you have nothing to say. Or you don't know how to choose. In that case, let me help you choose, just steam it. No. A scream of surprise suddenly rang out from the seven-colored koi. Steamed. That's too much. Is it not good? Facing the rejection of the seven-colored koi, Ye Bufan said, then braised is ready. Braised sister. Is there any difference between braising and steaming? The seven-colored koi cursed in his heart, but without any hesitation, he turned around and ran away. Want to run? Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan sneered. He directly communicated with the entire Tiangong headquarters, exerted the power of confinement, and instantly locked onto the seven-colored koi. Buzz. In an instant, the seven-colored koi that had just escaped into the air trembled violently and was fixed in the air, unable to escape anymore. Seeing that he had nowhere to escape, the seven-colored koi begged desperately, Palace Master, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please let me go. I am very pitiful. Let you go. Ye Bufan said in a cold voice, are you scared now? What were you doing before? Let you go. Forget it. No. The seven-colored koi exclaimed, and then immediately shouted, what are you still standing there for? Please help me beg for mercy. The you, mentioned by the seven-colored koi are naturally referring to other spirit objects. It's a pity that at this moment, no spirit of the weapon stood up to plead for the seven-colored koi. After all, stealing the blood of the Holy Heart is no trivial matter, and they are already afraid of Ye Bufan, so how could they stand up and plead for the seven-colored koi at this time? You. Seeing that no weapon spirit came to plead for him, the seven-colored koi suddenly became furious and said angrily, since you are unkind, then don't blame me for being unjust. If we have to die, let's die together. Well, hearing this, all the people present and the weapon spirits were stunned. Ye Bufan was no exception. Originally, he just wanted to scare the seven-colored koi so that she would never dare to covet the Holy Heart's blood and sweat again, but he didn't expect from what she said, other spirits also have things that are shameful. In an instant, Ye Bufan glanced at the other spirit objects and became interested. At this time, the seven-colored koi said, Palace Master, I report the big guy for peeping at girls bathing, and the monkey for stealing property. He stole Lang Ningshang's hairpin, and the elf. When the seven-colored koi spoke, the faces of everyone present, including the weapon spirits, changed drastically, especially Qin Heihuan and others. They looked at the bald man among the 11 weapon spirits with extremely weird expressions. The bald man is the spirit of the weapon in the weapon refining hall. He has always given people the impression of being simple and honest, but no one expected that he would actually peep at women taking a bath. Damn, he is even more perverted than Qin Heihuan. Before everyone could think about it, the golden monkey shouted angrily, Xiao Li, don't spit blood at me. When did I steal anyone's property? Snort. Hearing this, the seven-colored koi snorted coldly and said, Monkey, you already had this habit when you were in the heavenly palace, but it was inconvenient for you to do it back then. Now the 12 divine arms and the heavenly palace are one, you can come and go freely in here, so you are itching to do it again, right? And you still accuse me of spitting blood at you. If you have the ability, let us search your place. I, Xiao Li, know exactly where you hide things. You. The golden monkey pointed at the seven-colored koi in frustration, but had nothing to say. There's nothing we can do about it, since what the seven-colored koi said is true. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitching the corners of his mouth. Big guy peeping. Elves causing trouble. Golden monkey stealing. Damn, are these really a group of weapon spirits? Not only Ye Bufan, but everyone else present also had a messy and sweaty look on their faces. Originally, they thought that this group of weapon spirits were just fond of gambling, but they didn't expect that there were so many unknown secrets among them. After a moment, Ye Bufan said in a cold voice, very good, quite good. When Ye Bufan said this, all the weapon spirits were frightened. Palace Master. The golden monkey wanted to explain, but Ye Bufan stopped him. Shut up, if you say another word, I will kill you. The golden monkey trembled and dared not say anything more. Ye Bufan was so angry in his heart. He never thought that this group of weird spirit weapons would have so many problems. Gambling, peeping, stealing, making trouble. Are they really a group of spirits rather than a bunch of thugs? But Ye Bufan still has no way to deal with them. Beat. They are just spirits without a physical body. Will it be useful to hit them? Just like the 7-colored koi, Ye Bufan said he wanted to steam or braise it, but that was just to scare him. After all, how could you steam or braise a spirit? Scold. This doesn't make any sense at all. As for killing directly, Ye Bufan was really reluctant to give it up. After all, without the spirit of the weapon, the power of the magic weapon would inevitably be greatly weakened, and it would even affect the entire heavenly palace. We can't beat them, we can't scold them, we can't kill them, so what else can we do to them? Apart from confinement, Ye Bufan really couldn't think of any other way to discipline them. But if I can imprison them for a while, can I imprison them for a lifetime? At that time, before leaving Shenwu continent, I will still have to release them from the confinement. In this way, I really have no way to deal with them. The most important thing is that now the 12 divine weapons are integrated with the heavenly palace. These spirit weapons come and go without a trace within the heavenly palace, making it hard to guard against. Just like now, the big guy is peeping and the monkey is stealing. If the 7-colored koi doesn't tell us, who among us can know about this? Since we cannot manage from the outside, we can only supervise from within. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan shouted directly, "Giant Panda, come out." "Here I come, Lord Palace Master, I am here." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the giant panda from the inner palace appeared in front of him. It must be said that within the scope of the heavenly palace, the abilities of the 12 spirit instruments were truly incredible. As soon as the giant panda from the inner palace appeared, everyone present in the 11 spirit weapons all looked at him. Ye Bufan said solemnly, "Since you have done a great job in reporting little koi, I will reward you with 30 million yuanshi. In addition, your monthly salary will be doubled, no, tripled. Are you satisfied?" What the hell? As soon as Ye Bufan said this, the inner palace panda's eyes widened instantly. He was stunned and dumbfounded. This is a private transaction between the two of us. How can you say it now? And you said it in front of the 7-colored koi. Aren't you trying to trick me? How can I get along with Shaoli in the future? Before the giant panda in Nifu could think about it, he suddenly felt a pair of cold eyes falling directly on him, making his body tremble uncontrollably. There is no need to guess, to know that the owner of this look must be the 7-colored koi. Moreover, not only the 7-colored koi, but other spirits also looked at the inner palace giant panda with unfriendly faces, and there was even a hint of anger in their eyes. Just now they were still wondering why Ye Bufan knew that the 7-colored koi had extracted the Holy Heart's blood. Now, the truth has been revealed. It was clearly the giant panda who told the secret. This damn traitor. If it wasn't for him, would Shaoli's affairs be exposed? If Shaoli's affairs were not exposed, would he report the secrets of several of them? There is no doubt that all this is thanks to the giant panda, it is all his fault. Feeling the cold gazes of the 11 spirits, the giant panda in the inner court had a bitter look on its face. He wanted to explain, but he couldn't explain at all. After all, these were all facts. Looking at the strange atmosphere between the giant panda in the inner palace and the 12 weapon spirits, Ye Bufan smiled and said, in addition to the reward, I will also appoint you as the chief steward of the heavenly palace weapon spirits, and you will be responsible for supervising the other weapon spirits from now on. What the hell? The chief steward of the celestial palace spirit instruments also supervises other spirit instruments. Damn, you want to kill me. Panda, if I really do this, who will care about me in the future? The giant panda in the inner palace was extremely anxious. Ye Bufan did not give him any chance to refuse, so, from now on, if you find any improper behavior by other weapon spirits, you must report it immediately. Tell me, or tell anyone in the 7 Killings Hall. Once verified, there will be a big reward. Of course if you don't find it, or don't report it when you know about it, then don't blame me for being rude. When the time comes if anything bad happens in the 7 Killings Hall, I will blame you no matter who did it. Palace Master, you can't do this. Is this all my fault? That won't work. If those things were not done by the Qiling sect, or if I didn't discover them, wouldn't I have to take the blame for others? What can't I do? After the giant panda in the inner palace finished speaking, Ye Bufan said, I am the master of the heavenly palace and the master of the 7 killers. I have the final say here. You can't refuse, and you have no right to refuse. The giant panda in the inner palace had a bitter look on his face. You devil, are you still being unreasonable? It was obvious that Ye Bufan was not going to reason this time, so he just patted the inner palace giant panda on the shoulder and said earnestly, Panda, I entrusted this important task to you because I trust you. Don't disappoint me. Believe me, I believe your sister, this is killing me. The giant panda in the inner palace felt extremely bitter. Ye Bufan looked at the other 11 weapon spirits and said, Giant panda has merits and will be rewarded. You have committed mistakes, so you will be punished. So I have decided that, except for the little koi, all the other 10 weapon spirits will be confined for 2 months. As for the little koi, I will directly confine you for a year. Also, if you do it again, the punishment will be doubled. Also, if the little koi touches that thing again, I will kill him directly. I will keep my word. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the 11 weapon spirits couldn't help but tremble. They were terrified and even more angry. Why are they punished while giant pandas are reused and rewarded? As they thought about this, the hatred of the 11 spirits towards the giant panda reached its peak. This damned traitor cannot be forgiven, and will never be forgiven. Chapter 1391 Become an Ideal Spirit. The Inner Treasury. Palace Master, you are harming me. How can I get along with Monkey and the others in the future? Following Ye Bufan, the giant panda in the inner court looked at him with a wronged expression. Thinking about what happened just now on the Tiandao platform, and the way the other spirits looked at him when they left, the giant panda in the inner court regretted it so much. If he had known this would happen, he would never have reported the 7-colored koi. But it's too late to regret now. The 7-colored koi is confined for 1 year, and the other spirits are confined for 2 months. There is no doubt that the spirits of the weapons will definitely hold themselves responsible for this. Although they cannot retaliate against themselves, they can isolate themselves. Once I am isolated by them, will I still be able to participate in the gambling? Obviously impossible. Since I can't gamble, what's the point of me, a spirit of an artifact, needing those 30 million yuan stones? The giant panda in the inner palace found that he originally just wanted to make some money from gambling, but in the end he ended up hurting himself. He had the money for gambling, but the gambling game was gone, and he also offended the other spirits. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved Nifu giant panda felt. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved Nifu giant panda felt. What the hell is going on? It's like losing both the wife and the army. It's so unlucky. Facing the inner palace giant pandas crying, Ye Bufan patted his shoulder, smiled and said, Panda, how can you say that I am harming you? I am doing this for your own good, do you understand? For my own good. You are not doing good to me at all. If you really want to do good to me, you shouldn't treat me like this. The giant panda in the inner court sneered at Ye Bufan's words, even with deep resentment. Ye Bufan continued, Panda, think about it, the monkeys are cheating and deceiving people. As the chief steward of the inner court, how can you be in cahoots with them? Besides, they are just petty thieves now, so I can still spare their lives. But what if they cause a big disaster in the future? Do you think I will still spare their lives? Or do you want to be buried with them? Buried with the dead. Hearing this, the giant panda in the inner palace widened its eyes and couldn't help but shiver all over. Ye Bufan continued to speak, speaking earnestly, so, I asked you to separate from them because it is for your own good. I even gave you this opportunity because of your meritorious reporting. You must cherish it and don't let me down. Is that really true? The inner palace giant panda looked at Ye Bufan with suspicion. He was not sure about the truth of Ye Bufan's words, but he couldn't help but speak up, saying bitterly, but, they will definitely not take me to play in the future, what should I do? Panda, oh Panda, why don't you understand my good intentions? Ye Bufan shook his head and sighed, as the saying goes, small gambling hurts the body, big gambling hurts the life. Gambling itself is not a good thing. In this case, shouldn't you quit it as soon as possible? But if I don't gamble, what else can I do? There are so many things you can do. What can I do? You can read some books, practice calligraphy, learn some martial arts, isn't that good? Read books, practice calligraphy, learn martial arts. The giant panda in the inner palace was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. I am a spirit, and I still read books, practice calligraphy, and learn martial arts. I am fucking sick. However, although he thought so in his heart, the giant panda in the inner court did not dare to say it out loud. He just said with a distressed look, Well, if that's the case, then what do I need Yuanxi for? Panda, do you have a dream? As soon as the giant panda in the inner palace finished speaking, Ye Bufan suddenly asked. Dream. The giant panda in the inner palace was stunned. Yes. Ye Bufan responded and said, don't you want to marry a wife one day? Marry a wife. The giant panda in the inner palace widened his eyes and was completely stunned. Ye Bufan, why, you don't want to? Or you don't want to? I. The giant panda in the inner court hesitated for a while and said, can a weapon spirit marry a wife? Why can't a spirit get married? But, what's the point of me getting married? I can't have children. Panda, you are so dirty. Do you marry a wife just to have children? What else? You can talk about life and ideals. Let's talk about life and ideals. Forget it. I'm talking too high-level words for you to understand. Think of it this way. No matter how good your relationship is with Monkey and the others, they are still outsiders after all. But if you marry a wife, it will be different. A wife is a family member after all. To you, she is always a support, right? Don't you want someone to play with you, make trouble with you, cry with you, and laugh with you? Of course, if you want to gamble, you can ask your wife to gamble with you, and you don't have to worry about winning or losing. After all, even if you lose it all, it's still your family's money, right? It seems to be true. As Ye Bufan was talking, the giant panda in the inner palace suddenly became moved. What do you mean it seems to be true? This is obviously good. Then I'm going to get a wife. Bang! As soon as the giant panda in the inner palace finished speaking, Ye Bufan immediately patted him and said, Panda, you are right to think so. The giant panda of the imperial palace, but how can I get a wife? First you have to have money. I need money. Of course, although you don't need money, your wife does. After all, she needs food, clothes, and shelter, all of which require money. Don't you want to give her the best? Of course I want to give her the best. So, you have to make money, work hard to make money, and make a lot of money. But, Monkey and the others won't play with me anymore, how can I make money? You want to gamble again. How else can I make money? You really piss me off. Can't you think of any other way besides gambling? What is the solution? Haven't I arranged everything for you? I'll give you 3 times the salary every month, and as long as you catch Monkey and his misconduct and report it, you'll get a generous reward. Over time, how can you be short of money? And isn't this better than gambling? You have to know that you are a spirit who is going to marry a wife. In gambling, there are wins and losses. If you win, it's fine, but what if you lose? What will you use to marry a wife then? So, conscientiously supervising Monkey and his friends is your only and wisest choice. It seems that's really the case. It's good or bad? Ye Bufan smiled slightly, and then said, I've already said it. You have made a great contribution by reporting it, how could I possibly cheat you? Thank you, Palace Master. I, Panda, will keep a close eye on Monkey and the others and work hard to make money and find a wife. The inner palace panda came back to his senses and spoke in a firm tone. That's right. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then changed the subject and said, but just making money is not enough. Then what else am I going to do? The giant panda in the inner court was stunned and puzzled. Ye Bufan, didn't I just say that? Read books, practice calligraphy, and learn martial arts. Reading books, practicing calligraphy, learning martial arts. Palace Master, do you need these to marry a wife? Of course you don't need these to get married, but think about it, after you get married, you can't gamble with her every day, right? You need to have common topics and common interests, so that you can get along and communicate better, right? Yes. So, you should not only read books, practice calligraphy, and learn martial arts, but you should also learn everything else you don't know. To put it bluntly, for your future, you must work hard to make yourself better. I will listen to the Palace Master. From now on, I will study hard to become better and more outstanding. Ye Bufan nodded in satisfaction and said, Panda, you are right to think so. Although you are just a weapon spirit, you should also be a weapon spirit with ideals, instead of doing evil all day long and just sitting around waiting to die like the monkeys. Chapter 1392, Lifting the Restriction on the Inner Palace Treasury. Panda, you are right to think so. Although you are just a spirit, you should be a spirit with ideals, instead of doing evil all day long and just sitting around waiting to die like the monkeys. Yes, the Palace Master is right. From now on, I want to be an ideal spirit. The giant panda in the inner court nodded repeatedly. After being enlightened by Ye Bufan, Nifu giant panda felt that he had found a goal worth striving for all his life, which is to study, make money and get married. However, looking at the high-spirited appearance of the giant pandas in the inner palace, Ye Bufan felt a little guilty. After all, there was a lot of misleading in his words. However, Ye Bufan would not care too much about these, and would not tell the inner palace giant panda all the truth. After all, he still needed the inner palace giant panda to supervise the other 11 spirit instruments. It can be said that the current situation is good for Ye Bufan, for the 7 killing palace, and for the inner palace giant panda itself. As for whether the Nifu giant panda can finally get married, that is not something Ye Bufan can guarantee. Without further nagging about this question, Ye Bufan looked directly at the giant panda in the inner palace and said, "Okay, now I am going to activate the restriction of the first level of the inner palace. Where is the restriction core?" Hearing this, the giant panda in the inner court immediately came back to his senses. Looking at Ye Bufan, he said with full fighting spirit, "Palace Master, please follow me." Afterwards, the giant panda in the inner palace took Ye Bufan all the way into the first floor of the inner palace. Walking in the 7 or 8 meter long aisle, looking at the shelves made of white jade on both sides, or rather, looking at the dazzling array of items on the shelves, Ye Bufan couldn't help but sigh in his heart that there were so many good things here, enough to make anyone dazzled. Let's not talk about anything else, just talk about the number of holy soldiers here. There are 50 million pieces of Saint Soldier level armor and 50 million pieces of Saint Soldier level weapons. Just these are enough for Ye Bufan to equip an army of 50 million holy soldiers. What does such a large army mean? In the divine realm, such a large army can sweep across the world at will. What's more, in addition to the holy soldiers, there are nearly 1 million pseudo-divine soldiers, including armor and combat soldiers. Moreover, these pseudo-divine soldiers are different from the divine weapons worn by Long Xiaobao and others. These divine weapons are not sealed. Therefore, these nearly 1 million pseudo-divine soldiers can exert their full power. If the human race had these pseudo-divine weapons in the previous battle with the Sky Demon clan, even without Ye Bufan, the God Servant, the human race could have easily wiped out the entire Sky Demon clan, and even the God Servant Mo Tianyan would have been beaten to death. This is the power of nearly 1 million pseudo-divine soldiers combined together. Not to mention the servant gods, even the mysterious gods would be threatened. As he went deeper and deeper into the first level of the inner palace, Ye Bufan saw more and more items, including holy weapons, magic weapons, elixirs, magical medicines, and even Ye Bufan saw the strange fire of heaven and earth. An hour later, under the guidance of the giant panda of the inner palace, Ye Bufan came to the deepest part of the first floor of the inner palace. What he saw was a wall carved with a 9-colored dragon. The dragon was hovering and the dragon head was in the center. Although it was just a wall and a carving, the dragon gave people a vivid feeling that it might pounce on them at any time. Not only that, there was a golden bead in the dragon's mouth. The bead was crystal clear and shining with a layer of 9-colored divine light. On both sides of the wall are stairs leading to the second floor of the inner palace. Palace Master, this bead is the core of the restriction on the first level of the inner palace. Before Ye Bufan could think more, the giant panda in the inner palace pointed at the golden bead in the air above the 9-colored dragon on the wall in front of him and spoke. Looking at the golden bead in the 9-colored dragon's mouth, Ye Bufan was stunned and asked, "Is this thing the core of the first level of the restriction?" "Yes," the inner palace panda responded. "Ye Bufan, what should I do to break the first level of restriction?" Inner palace giant panda, the palace master only needs to send a stream of divine power into the golden bead, and the first layer of restrictions will be automatically eliminated. Is it that simple? Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Yes. The inner palace panda responded and said, "However, that is because the palace master has obtained Dao Wuya's inheritance, which is equivalent to obtaining the recognition of the inner palace treasury in disguise. Therefore, as long as the palace master relies on the divine power above the peak of demigod, he can directly lift the first layer of restrictions. But if it is replaced by someone else, it will be different. It would be different if it were someone else. How would it be different? If it's not the palace master himself, then no matter who it is, once the divine power is input into the forbidden core, it will trigger the killing array set up by Dao Wuya himself in the inner palace treasury. At that time anyone under Hongmeng will surely die. Even the great Emperor Hongmeng will be seriously injured by the killing array and directly expelled from the inner palace treasury. Hiss. After the giant panda in the inner palace finished speaking, Ye Bufan couldn't help but take a breath. Is there a killing array set up by Dao Wuya himself in this inner palace treasury? Under Hongmeng, once touched, there is no doubt that one will die. Even the great Emperor Hongmeng will be severely injured and directly expelled from the inner palace treasury. Ye Bufan really didn't expect that such a terrifying killing formation was hidden in this calm inner palace treasury. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan looked at the giant panda in the inner palace and confirmed, "Are you sure that it will be okay for me to transfer divine power into this forbidden core? Will it directly activate the killing array and kill me instantly?" "Won't." The giant panda in the inner court said with great certainty. As the successor of Dao Wuya, the palace master has been recognized by the entire heavenly palace, so the killing array is ineffective against the palace master. "Are you sure?" "I'm really sure." "All right." Ye Bufan responded and walked directly to the wall. Then he looked at the golden bead in the mouth of the nine-colored dragon. He raised his right hand, hesitated for a moment, and then injected a divine power directly into it. Buzz. As soon as Ye Bufan's divine power entered the golden bead, the nine-colored divine light outside the golden bead suddenly became stronger, and Ye Bufan was so blinded that he couldn't even open his eyes. Faced with the sudden change, Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all and stepped back instantly. Bang! The next second, the golden bead in the mouth of the nine-colored dragon exploded. What the hell? Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was shocked. But at this moment, with the explosion of the golden beads, the nine-colored light curtains on the white jade shelves on both sides of the aisle on the first floor of the inner mansion also dissipated instantly. The entire first floor of the inner mansion seemed to be swept by a gust of cold wind from the inside out. In just a moment, less than a breath, the purple light curtains on all the shelves disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. The ban has been lifted. Yes. The giant panda in the inner palace responded, saying, "Now, the items on the first floor of the inner palace can be used at will by the palace master. Use at your convenience." The simple 4 words "Nifu giant panda" made Ye Bufan feel excited and thrilled. Although Ye Bufan's vision has far exceeded that of other people in Shenwu continent because of the heavenly palace, he has never left Shenwu continent after all. Now that he is sitting on a treasure trove, how can he not be excited? You know, even if the resources and wealth of the entire Shenwu continent were integrated, it would still not be as good as 1/10,000th, or even 100,000th, of what is collected in this inner palace treasury. The imperial household treasury is a real treasure house. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan came directly to a white jade shelf beside him. On the shelf were bottles of pills, and it was marked on the shelf that the entire shelf was filled with a kind of pill called Tianshan pill. What is the divine pill? Any god-level warrior who takes the god pill can directly improve his cultivation by 1 level. However, each warrior can only take 3 pills. After 3 pills, the 4th pill will be directly ineffective. Even so, this divine pill is already beyond belief. The celestial god level can directly improve 1 level of cultivation. What about the earthly gods, mysterious gods, or servant gods? Well, it has been noted above that if warriors below the level of heavenly god take this pill, their bodies will explode and they will die because they cannot withstand the medicinal power of the heavenly god pill. So, if you want to use the heavenly god pill, you must reach the heavenly god level, otherwise it would be no different from looking for me. But this kind of restriction does not exist at all for Ye Bufan. Godly pill. Is the medicine too strong? With the heaven swallowing seal and the Hongmeng seal, Ye Bufan was not worried about the medicinal power being too strong. On the contrary, he was only worried that the heavenly god pill was too weak. As soon as he thought of this, Ye Bufan immediately took out one of the bottles of Tianshan Dan, then opened the bottle and poured out an emerald green pill the size of a thumbnail into the palm of his other hand. Suddenly, an alluring medicinal fragrance came to Ye Bufan's nose, causing him to be shocked. God's pill. After taking it, the gods can improve their cultivation to the next level, but what about me? Ye Bufan really couldn't imagine it. Maybe this heavenly god pill could allow his body to reach the level of a mysterious god, or even an earthly god. However, before Ye Bufan could think about it, the emerald green color of the heavenly god pill in his palm suddenly faded and dissipated. In just a breath, the originally emerald green heavenly god pill turned directly into grayish white, and then turned directly into a pool of powder. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was stunned where he stood. What's going on? How did the god pill turn into a pool of powder? Chapter 1393 Swallowing the Strange Fire. Looking at the godly pill that had turned into powder in his palm, Ye Bufan's mind went blank and he looked stunned and bewildered. It was not until several dozen seconds later that he looked at the inner palace panda beside him and asked, "What's going on?" The inner palace panda responded and said, as a matter of course, it should be that these pills have been left for too long, causing all the medicinal power to be lost. So once they came into contact with the outside world, they became like this now. Left for too long. Has the drug's effectiveness completely disappeared? Ye Bufan was stunned for a moment, then poured out the remaining heavenly god pills in the small porcelain bottle. The result was without a doubt that these heavenly god pills turned into a pool of powder not long after being exposed to the outside world. This scene made Ye Bufan's mouth twitch involuntarily. But he still didn't give up. Afterwards, Ye Bufan began to check other pills. Half an hour later, Ye Bufan looked at the magical medicine in his hand that had turned into powder, and his heart was in a mess as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through it. In half an hour, he checked tens of thousands of elixirs and magical medicines, but no matter whether it was an elixir or a magical medicine, as soon as he held it in his hand, it would turn into a pool of powder. Ye Bufan always found it hard to accept this fact. After all, the number of elixirs and magical medicines in the inner palace treasury is absolutely an astronomical figure. Having these elixirs and magical medicines, not to mention what kind of help they can bring to the Shenwu continent, just take Ye Bufan himself as an example. Once he swallows these elixirs and magical medicines, his cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds, and his physical body may even directly enter the realm of Divine King or even Divine Emperor. But what about now? The elixir is useless, the magic medicine is useless, what is the point of him swallowing it? Seeing Ye Bufan's messy and tragic appearance, the inner palace giant panda beside him couldn't help but comfort him. "Master Palace Master, aren't they just some elixirs and magic medicines? If they're gone, they're gone. What's the big deal?" After a pause, the inner palace panda said, "Besides, didn't you say that people should have ideals? If that's the case, Dao Wuya can rob, why can't you, Palace Master? If you want elixirs and magic medicine, why don't you just go and rob them?" When the giant panda in the inner palace finished speaking, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Are you trying to comfort me? And you are using the words I used to deceive you to comfort me. The most outrageous thing is that you actually asked me, Shui Dao Wuya, to rob. Do you fucking know that Dao Wuya is the emperor of the 8th level of Hongmeng Heaven, the strongest man in the divine realm back then, while this young master is only at the 5th level of serving God now, and only his physical body has reached the 5th level of serving God. If I were to learn from Dao Wuya, I would probably not even know how I died in the end." However, Ye Bufan also knew that the giant panda in the inner court had good intentions, so he did not say much. It was just thinking about so many elixirs and magic medicines being wasted, Ye Bufan felt so distressed. Fortunately, in addition to elixirs and magic medicines, there are other things in the first floor of this inner mansion, and elixirs and magic medicines only account for a very small part. Otherwise, Ye Bufan would really want to die. 10 minutes later, Ye Bufan no longer worried about the elixir and magic medicine, but came to a shelf in the center of the left side of the first floor of the inner mansion. There were only 19 items on the entire shelf, which were also 19 different kinds of strange fires of heaven and earth. These 19 kinds of strange fires of heaven and earth were specially left by Dao Wuya for Ye Bufan to advance to the divine flame devouring heaven art. After all, Dao Wuya did not understand the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra. In his opinion, the divine flame devouring heaven art was everything in the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra. But in fact, this is not the case. The divine flame devouring heaven art is merely a stepping stone to the Hongmeng Emperor scripture. Now that the Emperor scripture is officially opened, under the heaven swallowing seal and the Hongmeng seal, there is no point in continuing to practice the divine flame devouring heaven art. For this reason, Ye Bufan naturally no longer needed these strange fires to advance to the divine flame devouring heaven art. Since they are no longer needed, he might as well devour them directly to improve his own cultivation. However, Ye Bufan did not intend to devour all of these strange fires. After all, he could not guarantee whether the members of the 7 Killing Hall would also use these strange fires in their future cultivation. Therefore, Ye Bufan planned to devour half of these 19 kinds of strange fires, that is, 10 kinds would be enough. As for which specific strange fires he swallowed, Ye Bufan didn't think much about it. They were all strange fires ranked below 50, so it didn't matter which one he swallowed. Do it when you think of it. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan stretched out his hand, took one of the thumb-sized green flames wrapped in a milky white light curtain, and was about to throw it into his mouth. Seeing this scene, the giant panda in the inner palace was shocked. He immediately stopped him and said, "Palace master, what are you doing? Didn't you see it?" Ye Bufan said this, and then threw the strange fire in his hand directly into his mouth. "It's over, it's over." Seeing this, the giant panda in the inner court was filled with despair. "Palace master, this is the strange fire of heaven and earth, how can you swallow it raw?" "Oh." Ye Bufan responded weakly, but didn't care at all. He naturally knew that the strange fire of heaven and earth needed to be refined and could not be swallowed raw. However, that was for other people. For him, this was not a problem at all. Once the heaven swallowing seal was activated, no matter what you swallowed, as long as this young master could swallow it, he could swallow and refine you in minutes. Moreover, this is only the most basic heaven swallowing seal. As Ye Bufan's cultivation level increases, the heaven swallowing seal will continue to grow stronger. In the future, once the heaven swallowing seal is fully developed, Ye Bufan will not need to eat, at all. As long as the heaven swallowing seal is activated, it will not be a problem to swallow a planet directly. Oh. Faced with Ye Bufan's response, the giant panda in the inner palace just stood there in a daze. He was messy and even mad. You know that the strange fire of heaven and earth cannot be swallowed raw, so why do you still do this? Boom. The next second, before the giant panda in the inner court could think about it, Ye Bufan's cultivation level directly broke through and advanced to the second level of the god servant. Oh my god, it broke. Seeing this scene, the giant panda in the inner palace widened its eyes in shock. However, it's not over yet. After Ye Bufan advanced to the second level of god servant, his cultivation continued to improve and he made breakthroughs. The three heavens of serving God. The fourth level of serving the gods. A strange fire from heaven and earth directly allowed Ye Bufan's cultivation to reach the fifth level of god serving. Seeing this scene, the giant panda in the inner court was completely stunned. He never thought that swallowing the strange fire of heaven and earth not only did not cause any harm to Ye Bufan, but also allowed him to break through 4 times in a row within a few seconds. Is this still a human being? Dao Wuya wasn't so perverted back then, right? However, while the giant panda in the inner court thought so, Ye Bufan was not satisfied. One heaven and earth's strange fire can only improve the cultivation of the fourth heaven. In this way, 10 strange fires can only improve the cultivation of the 40th heaven, leaving the 9th heaven to prepare for the attack on the mysterious god. The remaining 31st heaven's cultivation can almost allow this young master's body to reach the 9th heaven of the god servant. 10 heaven and earth's strange fires can only allow the physical body to reach the 9th level of the god serving heaven. Tisk tisk, this supreme divine body is really a huge pit. But it's better than nothing. Thinking in his mind, Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all and continued to swallow the other strange fires. The 6th heaven of serving God. 7th level of serving the gods. Ye Bufan was improving his cultivation while devouring the strange fire. Once his cultivation reached the 9th level of God serving, he would immediately transform it into physical strength. And so on. At the side, the giant panda in Nifu opened its mouth into an O shape, and he was already dumbfounded. As a divine weapon spirit that had existed for tens of millions of years, and had once belonged to the heavenly palace, one of the dominant forces in the divine realm, the inner palace giant panda believed that his knowledge was absolutely not bad, but the scene before him had overturned all his past cognition. Swallowing strange fire raw is not scary. After all, although this behavior is very dangerous, there are still people who can do it, especially the strong ones above the gods. The strange fire of heaven and earth is not enough to threaten them at all. At least now, the strange fire ranked after 50 in the first level of the inner palace cannot threaten them. However, after swallowing the strange fire, not only was he not affected at all, he was able to break through instantly. This is different. The path of martial arts requires gradual progress, but what about Ye Bufan now? Is this cultivation? The improvement in cultivation is too fast and too easy, just like eating and drinking water. Also, after reaching the 9th level of servant of God, How come his cultivation level dropped directly to the first level of servant of God, and then continued to improve? Is this cultivation or fun? Nifu Panda felt that his worldview had completely collapsed. Ye Bufan didn't care at all. 8 minutes later, Ye Bufan had swallowed 10 wisps of strange fire from heaven and earth. At this time, his body and cultivation had both reached the 9th level of the God-serving stage. At this time, Ye Bufan no longer devoured the strange fire. He planned to leave the remaining 9 strange fires to the 7 killing palace in case of emergency. As for the other items in the first level of the inner palace treasury, Ye Bufan did not care. After all, his trip was only to open the restrictions on the first level of the inner palace and then improve his own cultivation. Although items such as holy weapons and divine weapons can be directly swallowed, but Ye Bufan is not crazy enough to tear apart a holy weapon. What's more, even if he had this idea, he didn't have such good teeth. So, at present, the items that Ye Bufan can devour with the heaven swallowing seal are still limited. The strange fire has been devoured, and the cultivation level has also been improved. Since the purpose of this trip has been achieved, Ye Bufan will naturally not stay any longer. Panda, keep an eye on the inner palace treasury. Remember, do not steal from the inner palace. Oh. The giant panda in the inner palace responded instinctively and foolishly. Ye Bufan didn't say anything more and just turned around and left. Looking at Ye Bufan going away, the giant panda in the inner palace still looked confused. Swallow the strange fire alive and break through instantly. Today's scene has overturned all previous understandings of giant pandas. He could see that Ye Bufan's method of cultivation was very special and terrifying. To put it bluntly, as long as he could eat, he could break through. He wouldn't be so crazy as to swallow up even the spirit of the weapon, right? Hiss. Thinking of this, the giant panda in the inner palace couldn't help but shudder. Forget it, I'll just listen to him and never gamble again. I'll be a spirit with ideals and ambitions. Chapter 1394, Prepare to refine the heart of the world. Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Ye Bufan came here after leaving the inner palace treasury. At this moment, he and Feng Hen sat facing each other. Feng Hen naturally knew Ye Bufan's 9th level cultivation is a servant of the gods, but Feng Hen did not ask any further questions about it. Looking at Ye Bufan, he simply said, "Why did the palace master come here this time?" "I would like to ask Uncle Feng, with my current strength, what are my chances of winning against the elemental elves?" Ye Bufan said bluntly. Feng Hen frowned. Is the palace master planning to take action against that water elf? Exactly. Nowadays, Ye Bufan's cultivation has reached the 9th level of the god-serving stage. Due to the particularity of the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, if he wants to become a profound god, he must rely on elemental elves. Coincidentally, there is a water elf in the Canonization Academy of Beidou Martial Arts Academy. In this case, Ye Bufan will naturally not miss the opportunity to advance to the profound god. After all, it won't be long before he will leave the Shenwu continent. By then it will be difficult for him to find another elemental elf in the vast universe and endless galaxies. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Feng Hen thought for a moment and said, "To be honest, I can't predict what chances the palace master will have of winning against the elemental spirits." Hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but frown. Feng Hen continued, "In fact, palace master doesn't know that elemental spirits are also a kind of living beings. They not only have independent consciousness, but can also cultivate themselves. So the strength of each elemental spirit is different. The weakest elemental spirit has the strength of the first level of the god servant, while the strongest elemental spirit can reach the Hongmeng level. Elemental elves in the Hongmeng realm." Ye Bufan was shocked. Feng Hen continued, "Of course, according to the information provided by the palace master, I can judge that the water spirit inside Beidou Martial Academy will definitely not be stronger than the level of Earth God, but I dare not guarantee whether it is a servant god, mysterious god, or Earth God. If it is only at the level of a servant god, then it will not be difficult for the palace master to subdue it. However, if it is at the level of a mysterious god or an Earth God, then the palace master cannot contend with it. Moreover, once the palace master angers it, it is very likely to bring a catastrophic disaster to the entire Shenwu continent. After all, even a water spirit at the level of a mysterious god has the ability to freeze the entire Shenwu continent in an instant." Hiss. When Feng Hen said this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but take a breath. Freeze the entire Shenwu continent in an instant. It has to be said that at the same level, elemental elves are more terrifying than any other race. Thinking about this, Ye Bufan immediately said, in that case, I will first check the situation of the water spirit. If he has reached the level of a mysterious god or a earth god, then I will not touch him for the time being. Unexpectedly, Feng Hen directly rejected it and said, Palace Master, you must not do this. Why? Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Feng Hen, Palace Master, do you still remember that I once reminded you based on the information you provided that this water spirit was likely stimulated by external forces and was in a rampage state? Ye Bufan was stunned again. Feng Hen continued, a water spirit that is in a rampage state will never allow outsiders to set foot in its territory. So the Palace Master has no chance to investigate his situation. Once he encounters him, he can only take action. At that time, either the Palace Master captures him, or he freezes the entire Shenwu continent in his rage. With the Palace Master's 9th level cultivation as a servant of the gods, he can protect himself, but the others on the Shenwu continent cannot. They can only be frozen instantly. Feng Hen said this and Ye Bufan hesitated. It has to be said that this is indeed a big problem. After all, Ye Bufan cannot ignore the safety of other people on the Shenwu continent. But he felt unwilling to give up just like that. So he looked at Feng Hen and said, don't you have any other solutions, Uncle Feng? Palace Master, please don't be anxious. Let me explain it slowly. Feng Hen said something. Ye Bufan raised his hand and said, Uncle Feng, please. Feng Hen, it is absolutely irrational to attack the water spirit directly, so the idea and thinking of the Palace Master to investigate the water spirit first is not problematic. But Uncle Feng, didn't you say that this wouldn't work? It's definitely not possible to investigate directly, but we can try another method. Another way? What way? Heart of the world. The heart of the world. Yes, it is the heart of the world. As long as the Palace Master refines the heart of the world, he can integrate his consciousness into this world and spy on the water spirit without being discovered by it. Moreover, the Palace Master will refine the heart of the world sooner or later. Now it is just a little earlier. After a pause, Feng Hen continued, not only that, once the Palace Master refines the heart of the world, then on this Shenwu continent, the Palace Master can rely on the power of the world to raise his own combat power to a higher level, that is, the 9th level of the mysterious god realm. This way, the Palace Master's chances of winning will be increased at that time. Use the power of the world to increase the combat power of a major realm. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. He never thought that refining the heart of the world would have such benefits. That's right. Feng Hen responded and said, but doing so will consume the power of the world. Once the power of the world is exhausted, Shenwu Star will become a dead star. So under normal circumstances, no Star Master will do this unless it is absolutely necessary. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was secretly shocked. He had to admit that he knew too little about this world. However, he did not need to consider Feng Hen's suggestion and he just planned to do it. After all, as Feng Hen said, refining the heart of the world is only a matter of time. However, he originally wanted to swallow the water spirit first, and then refine the heart of the world, open the sky-covering barrier and leave the Shenwu continent. Now that Feng Hen has said so, there is nothing wrong with refining the heart of the world first. Then do as Uncle Feng said and refine the heart of the world first. As he spoke, Ye Bufan directly took out the Heaven Burial Palace. The coffin in the Heaven Burial Palace is used to bury the sky. This day naturally refers to the heart of the world. Ye Bufan didn't know this before, but now he knows it very well. What is sealed in the bronze coffin in the Burial Heaven Palace is none other than the heart of the world of the Shenwu continent. Chapter 1395 Refining the Heart of the World. The Heaven Burial Coffin in the Heaven Burial Palace. Ye Bufan still clearly remembered that when he had just obtained the Burial Heaven Palace, he was not even qualified to get close to the bronze coffin. It was really the aura and pressure released by the bronze coffin were too powerful, so that creatures below the level of demigod could not get close at all. But now, after Ye Bufan advanced to the level of a servant god, the pressure still existed but it no longer posed a threat to him. For this reason, after Ye Bufan took out the Heaven Burial Palace, he directly took out the bronze coffin and placed it in the cemetery of gods and demons. Uncle Feng, what should we do now? Open the coffin directly. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Feng Hen gently waved his right hand. Bang! The next second, there was a muffled sound, and the bronze coffin was opened directly. Afterwards, before Ye Bufan could react, a 9-colored divine light burst out from the bronze coffin and quickly fled into the distance. But at this moment, Feng Hen faced the 9-colored divine light and clenched his right hand violently. Buzz buzz buzz. In midair, the 9-colored divine light was instantly imprisoned. Something happened in a flash. When Ye Bufan reacted, he clearly saw that in the air dozens of meters away from him, a fist-sized 9-colored divine crystal was suspended in mid-air and constantly vibrating, as if it was trying to break free from some kind of restraints. Heart of the world. Looking at the 9-colored divine crystal, Ye Bufan thought instinctively in his heart. For Ye Bufan, the heart of the world is no longer unfamiliar. After all, he had refined the heart of the world in the cemetery of gods and demons. Although the heart of the world in the cemetery of gods and demons is only a fake heart of the world, it is not much different from the real heart of the world. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Feng Hen said, "Palace Master, although you have refined the pseudo-world heart of the god's tomb before, this world heart and the pseudo-world heart are somewhat different. To refine the heart of the world, you cannot devour it directly. Instead, you need to rely on your own spiritual consciousness to refine it. Only when you leave your own spiritual mark in the heart of the world can it be considered successful. During this period, the Palace Master's consciousness will inevitably be resisted by the world heart, but the Palace Master does not need to worry about it. When the time comes, this old servant will suppress it directly. The Palace Master only needs to concentrate on refining it. Does the Palace Master understand?" Ye Bufan was stunned and said, "I understand." "Then let's get started." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Hen moved his right hand, and the heart of the world in the air immediately came in front of Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. He sat down cross-legged directly, then closed his eyes and locked his mind directly on the heart of the world. Buzz. The moment Ye Bufan's spiritual consciousness arrived, the heart of the world shook violently. Roar. The next second, a roar like the roar of a prehistoric beast was heard. For a moment, the entire Shenwu continent was filled with strong winds, thunder and lightning. This sudden change shocked all living beings on the entire Shenwu continent. Whether it is the human race or the demons, whether it is the Shenwu continent or the heaven beyond heaven, there are no exceptions. However, all this has just begun. When the wind rises and after the thunder and lightning, endless pressure sweeps over between heaven and earth. This is the anger from a world, this is a kind of pressure that comes from the depths of the soul. Its arrival makes all living beings on the entire Shenwu continent tremble in their souls. What on earth happened here? The sudden change shocked and terrified the entire Shenwu continent. They had no idea what had happened. They just felt that the sky was angry, the earth was roaring, the world seemed to be about to collapse, and even they themselves would be annihilated. But there are a few exceptions. For example, Ni Zi, Qian Duoduo, Long Xiaobao. Others don't know, but they know clearly that this is the heart of the world that Ye Bufan is refining in the Shenwu continent. Roar. Amidst the endless pressure, an angry roar followed between heaven and earth. Afterwards, everyone clearly saw that in the 9-day cloud layer, a 9-colored dragon phantom appeared out of thin air. In the sea of clouds, the 9-colored dragon roared and rolled. This scene made everyone lose their minds. The situation in the outside world was like this. In the cemetery of gods and demons, Ye Bufan clearly felt that the moment his spiritual consciousness fell on the heart of the world, a huge repulsive force instantly came and directly blocked his spiritual consciousness in the outside world. No matter how hard Ye Bufan tried, his spiritual consciousness could not enter the heart of the world. This situation made Ye Bufan quite helpless. His spiritual consciousness couldn't even get close to the heart of the world, so how could he refine it? Presumptuous. But at this moment, Feng Hen's angry shout rang out. His power to confine the heart of the world also increased instantly. Buzz. The heart of the world trembled violently. Call out. The next second, Ye Bufan felt that the resistance from the heart of the world suddenly weakened, and his spiritual consciousness instantly entered the heart of the world. Although the heart of the world was still resisting and the previous resistance was still there, it had weakened a lot compared to before. Moreover, Ye Bufan's consciousness had already entered the heart of the world. It could be said that he had taken the first step towards success. At the same time, Ye Bufan knew very well in his heart that this was all thanks to Feng Hen. If Feng Hen had not suppressed and imprisoned the heart of the world, he would not have been able to do this at all, let alone refine the heart of the world. Without thinking about anything else, Ye Bufan began to concentrate on refining the heart of the world. His spiritual consciousness continued to enter the heart of the world and contend with the heart of the world, just like two armies fighting for territory. Ye Bufan is an outsider and an invader, while the heart of the world is the guardian. As the guardian, the heart of the world had the advantage of time, location, and people. Originally, Ye Bufan was no match for it. Unfortunately, due to Feng Hen's suppression, the heart of the world could only retreat step by step. Outside, in the 9 sky clouds. Roar, roar, roar. Amid the dragon roars, everyone could clearly see that the 9-colored divine dragon, which had been roaring angrily, was still furious but was no longer stirring up trouble. Instead, it was struggling hard. This scene shocked most living beings. At this time, Ye Bufan's shadow appeared out of thin air. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he bit the tail of the 9-colored dragon. Then, he swallowed it mouthful by mouthful. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned and shocked. Gurgle. Many people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Although they didn't know what exactly happened, they knew that something earth-shattering must have happened in the Shenwu continent. Heaven beyond heaven, the 9th heaven. Damn it, damn it. Looking at the scene above the 9 heavens, the demigods of the Sky Demon clan were all filled with anger. Like Nizi and others, they also knew what was going on. It was clearly Ye Bufan refining his direct heart. Once Ye Bufan refines the heart of the world, what else can they use to resist? Although they were anxious, angry and unwilling, they were helpless. After all, facing Ye Bufan, the servant god, they didn't even have the ability to resist. Since they were powerless to resist, what could they use to stop him? At this moment, the demigods of the Sky Demon clan can only pray that Ye Bufan fails in refining the heart of the world, otherwise they will never be able to turn things around. It's a pity that imagination is beautiful but reality is cruel. With the help of the god Feng Hen, Ye Bufan will never fail in refining the heart of a small world. Even if he wanted to, Feng Hen would not agree. Time passes by every second. With Feng Hen's help, it would not be difficult for Ye Bufan to refine the heart of the world. Although the 9-colored divine dragon was angry, it could only be devoured step by Ye Bufan, and Ye Bufan's spiritual consciousness was also constantly occupying the heart of the world. Moreover, as Ye Bufan occupied a larger and larger area of the heart of the world, the 9-colored divine dragon's power of resistance became smaller and smaller. As one thing increases, the other decreases. Ye Bufan's refining speed becomes faster and faster. On the first day, Ye Bufan's spiritual consciousness occupied 1% of the world's heart. The next day, 2%. Day 3, 3%. Day 4, 5%. Day 5, 7%. On the 10th day, 21%. On the 20th day, 56%. Day 30, 87%. By the 33rd day, Ye Bufan's spiritual consciousness had occupied 99% of the world's heart. Nowadays, outside the tomb of the gods, the phantom of the 9-colored divine dragon has long disappeared from the 9 skies. It has long been swallowed by Ye Bufan, or in other words Ye Bufan's phantom has completely merged with the phantom of the 9-colored divine dragon. At this moment, above the 9 heavens, Ye Bufan's shadow was shrouded in 9-colored divine light, sacred and oppressive. But even so, the roaring sound between heaven and earth has not stopped. During the 33 days, the creatures on the Shenwu continent had already gotten used to all of this. Even now, the fact that Ye Bufan was refining the heart of the world was no longer a secret, and everyone knew that Ye Bufan had reached the final step. The 9th heaven, the tribe where the great guardian demon heart resides. At this moment, beside Mo Xin, a demigod demon took a look at the scene in midair, then looked at Mo Xin and couldn't help asking, "Great Protector, the human race is about to succeed, should we stop him?" Upon hearing this, the Great Protector demon heart couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Bang! Then, the demon heart Great Protector slapped him again and said, "If you want to die, don't hurt me." The demigod demon covered his face with his hands, looking aggrieved. Demon heart Great Protector said, "Don't you think about it. With his strength at the servant god realm, what can we do to stop him? Even if we can stop him from refining the world heart, so what? Even if he fails in refining and is attacked by the heart of the world, he will only be severely injured, but he is still a servant god. Do you think we can withstand the wrath of a servant god? Besides, do you think the demigods of the human race are just for show? Also, how can you stop him from refining the heart of the world? Do you know where he is now?" The demigod demon was speechless. Snort. Mo Xin snorted coldly and said, "Be a good demon from now on and don't have any thoughts of rebelling against the human race. This will be good for everyone." As he spoke, a look of desolation appeared on the face of the great protector Mo Xin. In fact, he was not willing to accept it, but what could he do? Others are the butchers and I am the meat. With Ye Bufan, the servant god, in charge, if his demon clan resists, it would be tantamount to seeking death. In the cemetery of gods and demons. Within 33 days, Ye Bufan's consciousness had occupied 99% of the world's heart. At this moment, his face was a little pale, and his clothes were already soaked with sweat. Using spiritual sense without sleep for 33 consecutive days is definitely not an easy task. It can be said that Ye Bufan is now exhausted both mentally and physically. If it were not for Ye Bufan's firm will and Feng Hen's help, he would never have been able to hold on until now. Now, with only the last step left, Ye Bufan will naturally not give up. He gritted his teeth, and the power of his spiritual consciousness violently slammed into the heart of the world. In an instant, Ye Bufan's spiritual consciousness completely occupied the heart of the world. The heart of the world trembled violently. For a moment, the entire Shenwu continent's heaven and earth also shook violently. Beside Ye Bufan, Feng Hen immediately shouted, "Palace Master, now is the time. Hurry up and engrave the soul and brand it." Hearing this, Ye Bufan naturally did not hesitate at all. He followed the method Feng Hen had taught him before and directly used his spiritual consciousness to imprint his soul in the heart of the world. Buzz. The moment this step was completed, Ye Bufan's soul trembled violently. The next second, the heart of the world in front of him had turned into starlight and merged into this world again, reuniting the heart of the world. Did it work? Ye Bufan glanced at Feng Hen and asked directly. Feng Hen nodded and said, "It has been successful. After the heart of the world is reunited, the Palace Master will be the one-star master of this divine martial land. Call." After Feng Hen finished speaking, Ye Bufan breathed a sigh of relief. Bang! The next second, he fell to the ground and fell asleep. It was really too tiring to use his spiritual sense continuously for the past 33 days. Looking at Ye Bufan who was sleeping, Feng Hen just smiled slightly. Outside world. The wind stopped. The clouds are quiet. The thunder and lightning that had lasted for 33 days disappeared in an instant. The whole world is clear and bright. Chapter 1396, What a Pitfall. The world is clear and bright. The entire Shenwu continent returned to peace again, as if nothing had happened, but in fact it was not the case. In the cemetery of gods and demons, Ye Bufan was lying on the ground and snoring. In his soul, next to the heart of the pseudo-world in the cemetery of gods and demons, a colorful divine crystal was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This colorful divine crystal is the heart of the world of Shenwu continent. A day later, Ye Bufan woke up slowly. At this moment, the world heart of the Shenwu continent has already taken shape in his soul. Ye Bufan clearly felt that through the world heart of the Shenwu continent, he could explore everything within the Shenwu continent at will. Tianwang City, the monster battlefield, the Three Martial Academy, the human temple. Whether it is the Shenwu continent or the Tianwai heaven, whether it is a place Ye Bufan has been to or a place he has not been to, as long as he wants, he can explore it clearly in a moment. It can be said that after refining the heart of the world, the Shenwu continent no longer has any secrets for Ye Bufan, or in other words, nothing can be hidden from him. Moreover, Ye Bufan can come and go freely throughout the Shenwu continent through the heart of the world. To put it bluntly, Ye Bufan can go wherever he wants, and all it takes is a thought. This is definitely more powerful and more incredible than teleportation. Not only that, Ye Bufan could also clearly sense the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation that separated the Shenwu continent and the heavenly world. In his eyes, it was just a layer of light purple film. As long as Ye Bufan is willing, he can easily break the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation that separates the Tianwai Tian and the Shenwu continent with just a thought. However, Ye Bufan did not directly break the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation. In addition, the same is true for the sky-covering barrier outside the Shenwu continent. It can be said that after refining the heart of the world, everything in the entire Shenwu continent has been under Ye Bufan's control. The Star Lord is also the Lord of the world. Ye Bufan can even adjust the vitality and element concentrations in any area of the Shenwu continent. He can turn a barren land with no grass into a holy place for cultivation, or he can turn a holy place for cultivation into a wasteland. This method is absolutely incredible. But at this moment, not long after Ye Bufan woke up, Feng Hen had already arrived in front of him and called out softly, "Palace Master." Ye Bufan regained his concentration, looked at Feng Hen and said, "Uncle Feng, can we investigate the water spirit now?" Feng Hen nodded. Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask, "Is there anything I need to pay attention to?" Feng Hen, the Palace Master communicates with the heart of the world and uses the eye of the world to investigate. It will not be discovered, so there is nothing to be careful of. That's good. Ye Bufan responded. Since it would not attract the attention of the water elf, he naturally had no worries. Otherwise, if he directly angered the water elf and caused him to freeze the entire Shenwu continent, that would be no fun. Then he communicated with the heart of the world and directly locked onto Beidou Martial Arts Academy. Beidou Martial Arts Academy, Canonization Academy. All along, even as the owner of the Canonization Academy, Beidou Martial Arts Academy did not know much about the situation inside the Canonization Academy, or even knew nothing about it, simply because the coldness inside the Canonization Academy was simply not something that warriors who had entered the saintly realm could endure. For this reason, under the isolation of the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation, the Canonization Court is a forbidden area for the human race who only have peak warriors who have reached the saintly realm. But now, under the eye of the world, Ye Bufan could see everything in the entire Canonization Temple. Ye Bufan clearly saw that this was an independent space about the size of a city, with a circular platform with a diameter of about 10 meters in the center of the space. In addition, in this independent space, there is a thick layer of ice on the ground and wisps of cold air in the space. The periphery is fine, but inside, especially in the center, the cold air has condensed into water mist, as if even the sky and the earth have been frozen. This is the real world of ice and snow. Ye Bufan felt that without the cultivation level of the God-servant realm, he would not be able to survive here at all. But this is not the point. The point is in the entire space, apart from the ice and snow, there is nothing else, let alone the water elf that Ye Bufan urgently needs. What's going on? This fact made Ye Bufan stunned. He thought he had missed something, so he continued to scan the canonization hall through the eye of the world. However, twice, 3 times, 4 times Ye Bufan searched the entire canonization hall from top to bottom, back and forth dozens of times, but he did not see any trace of the water elf at all. This fact made Ye Bufan a little dazed. Seeing Ye Bufan's abnormal expression, Feng Hen frowned and said, "Palace Master, is there a problem?" This. Ye Bufan hesitated for a moment and said, "Uncle Feng, did you guess wrong?" "Guessed wrong? Yes, I have searched this consecration court dozens of times, but I have not seen any living creatures, let alone water elves." "That's impossible." As soon as Ye Bufan said this, Feng Hen immediately rejected it and said, "Palace Master, do you still remember the ice coffin where your grandfather was placed?" Ice coffin? Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Of course he remembered where the old man's ice coffin was placed. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Feng Hen continued, "I mentioned this to the Palace Master at the beginning. The ice coffin is made of ice and snow holy crystals. It is a unique companion of the water spirit. If there is no water spirit, the ice and snow holy crystals cannot exist for a long time. Once away from the water spirit, it will directly turn into elements and melt between heaven and earth. So, since the holy land of ice and snow has not melted into the world, there must be a water spirit in that space." Hearing this, Ye Bufan hesitated for a moment and said, "Then I'll look for it again." Afterwards, Ye Bufan directly communicated with the heart of the world and searched the Canonization Institute again. But the result was the same as before, there was no trace of the water elf at all. Where is the water elf? Is it here already? This is impossible. Etc. While thinking about it, Ye Bufan was suddenly stunned. The heart of the world directly locked onto the circular platform in the center of the canonization temple. In the center of the platform, a line of text appeared in Ye Bufan's eyes. "Little brat, I didn't expect that there is a water elf hiding in your barren land. Ha ha ha, in that case, this fairy will accept it with joy. Are you very angry? Are you angry? Do you really want to hit me? Ha ha ha, come on, hit me. Signature, the beautiful and wise little fairy." Looking at this line of text, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It's not that there are no water elves here, but the little fairy got there first. Damn it, this is such a bummer. Chapter 1397. Before leaving. "Little brat, I didn't expect that there is a water elf hiding in your barren land. Ha ha ha, in that case, this fairy will accept it with joy. Are you very angry? Are you angry? Do you really want to hit me? Ha ha ha, come on, hit me. Signature, the beautiful and wise little fairy. Looking at this line of text, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It's not that there are no water elves here, but the little fairy got there first. Damn it, this is such a bummer. The practice of the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra is difficult in itself, and the restrictions of the 9 elemental elves can be said to have strangled Ye Bufan's path to martial arts. Fortunately, there is a water elf in the Shenwu continent that can allow Ye Bufan to complete his first transformation, break the bottleneck of serving the gods, open up the second soul, and enter the realm of Xuanshan. Now, this only water elf has been overtaken by the little fairy. The most hateful thing is that she even left a provocative message. What kind of mood was that for Ye Bufan? What kind of despair was that? At this moment, Ye Bufan really wanted to kill the little fairy. This guy, it's okay to get something for nothing, but now he even took the water elf away. This is too shameless and too treacherous. She really doesn't do business that loses money. But now that things have come to this, what else can Ye Bufan do? The little fairy had already left and disappeared. It was obviously a luxury and an impossible thing for Ye Bufan to take back the water elf. It's the time and it's the fate. I can only accept my fate. Palace Master, are you okay? Looking at Ye Bufan's weird and aggrieved look, Feng Hen couldn't help but ask. Fine. Is this young master okay? Ye Bufan was frantic, but he still said calmly, I'm fine. Are you really okay? Feng Hen looked at Ye Bufan with a suspicious look. He was a little unconvinced, but he did not ask any more questions. Instead, he changed the subject and said, Palace Master, that water spirit. It would have been fine if Feng Hen didn't mention the water elf. As soon as he mentioned the water elf, Ye Bufan's face immediately turned ashen, and he said in a light tone, she was taken away by the little fairy. Taken away by the fairy. Feng Hen was stunned. He didn't understand for a moment, so he looked at Ye Bufan and said in surprise, Palace Master, who is this little fairy? The little fairy is the spirit of the holy prison. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, even Feng Hen couldn't help but twitch his lips. Little fairy. Holy prison spirit. Did she take the water spirit away? Damn it. The holy prison is indeed cunning. After coming out of the cemetery of gods and demons, it took Ye Bufan 3 full days to recover from the loss and helplessness of the water elf being abducted by the little fairy. Originally, Ye Bufan planned to use the water elves to break through to the Xuanshan realm, but now, everything has become a bubble and a luxury. Fortunately, the Snow Wolf Demon King stayed with the little fairy. This way, Ye Bufan was not completely hopeless in getting the water elf. If the holy prison can be conquered one day, will the water elves be able to escape? Of course, who knows how many years that will be. Maybe during this period, Ye Bufan will be able to come into contact with other water elves. In addition to water elves, other elemental elves are also Ye Bufan's targets. But these are all things that happened after I left Shenwu, so let's not talk about them now. Nowadays, the water elf has been abducted by the little fairy, and the heart of the world has been successfully refined. Ye Bufan has basically nothing to do in the Shenwu continent, and he has not continued to devour resources to improve his physical cultivation. After all, the Shenwu continent is already barren, and the resources such as elixirs and magical medicines left by Dao Wuya have already decayed. If Ye Bufan continues to devour the resources of the Shenwu continent, it will only affect the future development of the Shenwu continent, which is definitely not what Ye Bufan wants. As for the divine crystal, there are indeed a lot of divine crystals in the inner palace treasury, but Ye Bufan does not have such good teeth that he can swallow the divine crystals raw. Therefore, one can only choose to give up cultivation temporarily. Apart from this, Ye Bufan was not in a hurry to leave Shenwu continent. After all, although the management of Shenwu continent did not require him to worry about, he did not know when they would meet again after this separation. Therefore, Ye Bufan planned to spend the remaining time with the people around him. Half a year later, between Tianwang City and the Yaomen battlefield, Ye Bufan hugged Qin Yao's slender waist from behind, and Qin Yao leaned in Ye Bufan's arms. The two of them rode on the purple Mars lion, letting it lead them forward. Of course, before this, Ye Bufan had already broken the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation. In other words, the Shenwu continent no longer has the previous restrictions. No matter whether it is a fused soul, a flying god, a demigod, or a real god, they can all walk in the Shenwu land without being expelled. It's just that Ye Bufan has not announced this matter to the public yet, so not many people know about it. From Tianwang City to the Monster Road, and then to the Monster Battlefield. The Purple Mars Lion walked all the way, and Ye Bufan accompanied Qin Yao to recall every detail of the past. Not only Qin Yao, but also Nizi and others did the same. It can be said that during the past 6 months, Ye Bufan did nothing but wholeheartedly accompany the 5 girls, Nizi, Langning Shang, Qian Rumeng, Luo Qinmo, and now Qin Yao. He accompanied Langning Shang and Yi Zhe back to the Qin Empire. He and Luo Qinmo walked through famous mountains and rivers and watched the sunset. Qian Rumeng dragged him into gambling, fighting and bragging with gangsters. As for Nizi, Ye Bufan really found it difficult to talk about the ridiculous things that happened in that month. Now, at Qin Yao's request, he took her to recall the past. The two met in Tianwang City and fell in love on the monster battlefield. Although the time between them was not long, there were many memories, especially the scene when Ye Bufan abducted the Purple Mars Lion to help him pursue her. Even thinking about it now, Qin Yao found it both funny and sweet. It's a pity that good times are always short-lived. A month passed in the blink of an eye. As the sun set, Qin Yao leaned in Ye Bufan's arms and whispered, "Promise me that you will take good care of yourself after you go out. I've heard from Uncle Feng that the outside world is not like the Shenwu continent. The starry sky 10,000 races and serving the gods are just the beginning, and the situation of the human race is not optimistic either. So you are alone outside, you must stay calm when encountering things, and you must not be impulsive, understand?" Facing Qin Yao's reminder, Ye Bufan smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, don't you think about who I am, your husband. As the saying goes, good people don't live long, while evil people live for thousands of years. For someone like me, I have to live for tens of millions of years at least." Qin Yao turned her head and gave Ye Bufan a cold look. Then, she became serious and said, "Also, you are not allowed to mess around with other girls outside. Don't worry about this, Yao Yao, my dear. I am not that kind of person who takes things lightly." Ye Bufan patted his chest and assured righteously. Snort. Qin Yao snorted coldly and said, "It's better this way, otherwise you find one outside, and I will find 10 here." What the hell? Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. "I'll find one, and you'll find 10. Isn't this too cruel?" The next second, Ye Bufan was about to say something, but his expression suddenly changed. Seeing this scene, Qin Yao couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Ye Bufan smiled. "Nothing, it's a good thing, Xiaobao has made a breakthrough." Chapter 1398 Xiaobao breaks through, Jingshuan becomes a god. The god's tomb in heaven, a peerless inheritance. Long Xiaobao and others have inherited the heavenly palace heritage. Before they reach the level of cultivation of the inheritor during his lifetime, there is no bottleneck at all. Their cultivation and breakthroughs can definitely be described as smooth sailing. All they lack is time. Now, more than half a year has passed since the end of the battle between heaven and demon. After more than half a year of accumulation and precipitation, Long Xiaobao, who was already at the peak of the demigod realm, not only recovered from the injuries left in the previous battle with Mo Tianyan, but also made a breakthrough in one fell swoop. At this moment today, he broke the shackles of the demigod realm, broke through the bottleneck, and began to transform into a god. Xiaobao has made a breakthrough. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qin Yao couldn't help but feel happy. Long Xiaobao was originally a warrior at the peak of the demigod realm, and after breaking through, he became a servant of the gods. This means that from now on, the human race will have another powerful god-serving realm master. This is definitely a great thing for the human race in the entire Shenwu continent. But soon, a look of loss appeared on Qin Yao's face again. Because she knew very well that after Long Xiaobao broke through and advanced to the level of God servant, the day when Ye Bufan would leave the Shenwu continent would not be far away. This is also true. The reason why Ye Bufan was not in a hurry to leave the Shenwu continent was that, on the one hand, he wanted to spend more time with the women, but there was another reason, which was except for himself, there was no other absolutely strong person in the 7 killing hall who could suppress the 4 races of humans, monsters, barbarians, and demons. Although the 7 killing palace has unified the entire Shenwu continent, that is only because of the presence of a servant god like himself. Once he leaves, Ye Bufan cannot guarantee whether others will continue to obey the management of the 7 Killing Palace as they do now. Maybe, maybe not. No one can guarantee this kind of thing. Therefore, Ye Bufan would never feel at ease if he left directly. After all, Shenwu Continent is Ye Bufan's base camp and rear base, and he doesn't want any changes to happen in Shenwu Continent during the time he is away. Of course, Ye Bufan could directly kill all the demigods except the 7 Killing Palace, or let Feng Hen brainwash them. But Ye Bufan did not do so, because he did not want the Shenwu Continent to become a stagnant pool from now on. After all, that would only bring disadvantages and no benefits to the Shenwu Continent. That is why Ye Bufan did not do so, but kept waiting. Now, with Long Xiaobao advancing to the level of a servant god, Ye Bufan's worries no longer exist. Not only has Long Xiaobao achieved the status of a servant god, but he also has the inheritance of the supreme being of heaven. His fighting power is incomparable to that of other newly promoted servant gods. Therefore, even if other people advance to demigod, they will definitely not be a threat to the 7 Killing Palace. As for the demigods, all those below the servant god are ants. With the servant god Long Xiaobao around, the demigods of the 4 races of humans, monsters, barbarians, and demons can be completely ignored. Only in this way can Ye Bufan truly leave with peace of mind. The place of divine power, the headquarters of the 7 killers. The former supreme area of the heavenly palace now belongs to Long Xiaobao's palace. At this moment, with a loud boom, a terrifying aura surged out of the palace, and then the elemental power between heaven and earth gathered madly from all directions, forming a huge elemental storm directly outside the palace where Long Xiaobao was. This sudden scene and this huge movement instantly alarmed the other people in the 7 Killing Hall, causing countless people to gather. Fuck what is this? What is this? This clearly shows that Brother Bao has made a breakthrough. Damn it, Brother Bao is at the peak of demigod. Now that he has broken through, won't he become a powerful servant of the gods? That's a must. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that our 7 Killing Palace would have another servant god so soon. Servant god, damn it, no, I also need to practice quickly and strive to become a servant of God as soon as possible. Look at your ambition. We have the inheritance of the heavenly palace, but you only focus on a servant god. In my opinion, we should work hard to cultivate and strive to become a heavenly god or even a god king as soon as possible. You know nothing. If you don't advance to the rank of servant god, how can you impact the mysterious god and the earth god? Not to mention the heavenly god and the god king. That's right. Looking at the huge elemental storm ahead, discussions continued to rise around. However, Long Xiaobao was unaware of anything happening in the outside world. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the state of breakthrough and advancement. The elemental storm swept in and madly poured into his body, making his body more refined, more condensed, and more powerful. Demigod advances to become a servant god. The physical body is transformed into the divine. This is a change, but also a sublimation. From now on, as long as Long Xiaobao's soul is immortal, his body will be immortal. Of course, the soul also has its own lifespan and cannot achieve true immortality. The so-called immortality is only relative. Only when your cultivation is stronger can your life be longer. As for eternal life, that is still too far away. At this moment, while Long Xiaobao's physical body was transforming from mortal to divine, the energy in his body was also constantly transforming into divine power. It could be said that the advancement from demigod to servant god was a process of all-round improvement for a warrior. Boom. But at this moment, when everyone was paying attention to Long Xiaobao's breakthrough, another powerful aura rose into the sky from another direction of the 7 Killing Palace. What the hell? This sudden change startled all the onlookers again. They turned around and instinctively looked in the direction of the source of the powerful aura. Between heaven and earth, the power of elements surged wildly. In just a moment, in the eyes of everyone, another elemental storm instantly took shape. This. The scene before them shocked everyone and made them a little dazed. This is that little witch Ye Jingxuan has also made a breakthrough. Fuck, 2 people advanced to the rank of God servant in one day. This is too awesome. Bullshit, the little witch has made a breakthrough. She has made a breakthrough. Do you understand? After she breaks through, is she going to use us as a training ground again? You are talking nonsense. Damn it, I have something else to do. I'm leaving now. I'm leaving too. I'm going to retreat. From today on, I won't come out until I become a mysterious god." In an instant, the people who were watching Long Xiaobao's breakthrough scattered like birds and beasts. Some of them had things to do, some were in seclusion. In short, with Ye Jingxuan's breakthrough, the originally crowded scene disappeared without a trace in an instant, and no one was left. It is conceivable how terrifying Ye Jingxuan's deterrence is in this 7-killing hall. But no matter what, the fact that Ye Jingxuan broke through to become a demigod and advanced to become a servant god has become an unchangeable fact. Within one day, Long Xiaobao achieved a breakthrough and Ye Jingxuan became a god. 2 servant gods were born in succession in the 7-killing hall. From now on, in the land of divine martial arts, even without Ye Bufan in charge, no one will be able to shake the dominance of the 7-killing palace. Chapter 1399. Take care. The fact that Long Xiaobao and Ye Jingxuan have successively advanced to the realm of servant gods is definitely a great thing for the 7-killing palace. After all, with Long Xiaobao and Ye Jingxuan as the 2 servant gods, no one can challenge the ruling position of the 7-killing palace in a short period of time, even after Ye Bufan leaves. As for the future, with the inheritance of the cemetery of gods and demons and the heavenly palace, the 7-killing hall will only become stronger in the future. Under such circumstances, no one can shake the ruling position of the 7-killing hall now, let alone in the future. For this purpose, Ye Bufan specially held a banquet in the 7-killings hall to celebrate for 3 days. Of course, in addition to celebrating Long Xiaobao and Ye Jingxuan, Ye Bufan actually had a deeper meaning, which was to say goodbye to everyone he knew through these 3 days of banquets. After all, Long Xiaobao and Ye Jingxuan have already advanced to the level of servant gods. In the land of Shenwu, Ye Bufan no longer has any worries. Moreover, his cultivation of the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra consumes too many resources, which the Shenwu continent obviously cannot satisfy him. Therefore, leaving the Shenwu continent has become Ye Bufan's only choice at the moment. Since we will leave sooner or later, why should we linger on? 3 days after Daqing, Ye Bufan went directly into the cemetery of gods and demons. Endless galaxy, countless races. Eternal divine realm, Hongmeng Emperor. Although Ye Bufan had heard of the world outside of Shenwu, he actually didn't know much, or he didn't know it at all. So Ye Bufan planned to learn about the outside world from Feng Hen before leaving Shenwu continent. After all, Feng Hen himself came from outside the Shenwu realm, and was a powerful god. He knew much more about the outside world than Ye Bufan did, and he could also remind Ye Bufan of some taboos in the outside world so that Ye Bufan could avoid taking detours. In short, Ye Bufan doesn't want to leave the Shenwu continent and wander around in the vast universe like a headless fly. The most important thing is that this ignorance is likely to cause one to lose his life as soon as he leaves the Shenwu continent. Therefore, necessary understanding is necessary. Feng Hen naturally would not refuse this. After all, Ye Bufan is not only the current palace master of Tiangong, but he also shoulders the mission of revitalizing Tiangong. No matter why, Feng Hen does not want Ye Bufan to have an accident. That was why, after Ye Bufan entered the cemetery of gods and demons, Feng Hen began to tell him about the situation outside of Shenwu. From Star Lord to Domain Lord. From the 72 outer realms to the eternal divine realm. From the situation of the human race to the characteristics of all races. From the 7 royal families to the 3 great shrines. It can be said that Feng Hen told Ye Bufan everything he knew. Of course, Feng Hen only mentioned most of the situations other than Shenwu in a few words. After all, if he wanted to talk about it in a very comprehensive way, it would probably take him 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 or 10,000 years to finish. Moreover, after the defeat of Tiangong, he has been hiding in the Shenwu continent for tens of millions of years. Many situations in the outside world may have undergone tremendous changes. What's more, with Ye Bufan's current strength, he is not enough to touch things at that level. For example, the 3 great divine palaces and the 7 royal families were far beyond Ye Bufan's reach right now, so it was enough for him to just learn about them. Feng Hen focused on the issues that Ye Bufan needed to pay attention to, or to be on guard against, as well as the situation in the area where the Shenwu continent is located, and the situation around the Shenwu continent. As for the rest, Ye Bufan can slowly learn about it himself after he leaves Shenwu. In short, Feng Hen's explanation was sometimes light and sometimes heavy, sometimes detailed and sometimes one-sided, but no matter what, he started from Ye Bufan's perspective, allowing him to understand the world outside of Shenwu more quickly and comprehensively. In the cemetery of gods and demons, Feng Hen spoke carefully and Ye Bufan listened attentively. From time to time, Ye Bufan would also ask questions about the doubts in his mind. In this way, Ye Bufan stayed in the cemetery of gods and demons for 2 months. After these 2 months, Ye Bufan has already had a preliminary understanding of the world outside Shenwu. It is precisely because of this preliminary understanding that Ye Bufan is more eager to leave Shenwu continent and see the outside world. After all, compared to the entire universe, the Shenwu continent is really too small, and the world outside is truly wonderful. The cry of the phoenix in the sky will shock the world, and the dragon will emerge from the abyss to conquer the world. As his cultivation level improved and his horizons broadened, Ye Bufan felt that the eternal divine realm where all races fought for supremacy was the stage that belonged to him and the entire human race. However, it was still too early for everything now. But no matter what, he had to take the first step and step out of the divine prison. Heaven beyond heaven, the 9th heaven. At night, the wind is cold and windy. The night is as quiet as water. 2 months later, Ye Bufan was standing proudly on the top of a high mountain in the 9th heaven. He stood with his hands behind his back, letting the night breeze blow on him. Next to Ye Bufan was Long Xiaobao, who was also standing with his hands behind his back. Apart from this, there was no one else around in the dark night. Suddenly, Long Xiaobao looked at Ye Bufan and said softly, "Young Master Yi, are you really planning to leave today? Don't you want to say goodbye to everyone?" "No need." Ye Bufan looked at the night sky above his head and said calmly, "I have said what I should have said before, and I have said goodbye to what I should have said before. If that is the case, why should I add to the sadness? I don't like that feeling. People who are sentimental have always been sad about separation. Since we are destined to part, why should we add to our sadness?" Long Xiaobao was stunned, but didn't say anything more. Ye Bufan withdrew his gaze, then looked at Long Xiaobao and extended his right hand. In an instant, the burial heaven palace, which was only half the size of a palm, appeared directly on the palm of Ye Bufan's hand. Looking at Long Xiaobao, Ye Bufan said calmly, "Xiaobao, I have already cancelled my recognition of the master of this burial heaven palace. From now on, it belongs to you." This. Long Xiaobao couldn't help but be stunned. Ye Bufan continued, "Xiaobao, the heaven burial palace has already nurtured a spirit. With Dao Wuya's heaven-covering boundary, I can't take it away. Besides, when necessary, the heaven burial palace may still be useful. After all, it is the only space treasure in the Shenwu continent, so take it. The Shenwu continent is now in your hands." Long Xiaobao was stunned again, but he did not hesitate. He took over the heaven burial palace directly, then looked at Ye Bufan with a firm expression and said, "Don't worry, Master Yi. Unless I die, there will be no accidents in the Shenwu continent." Ye Bufan patted Long Xiaobao on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Xiaobao, there is no need to be so serious. With your current cultivation level, you can easily suppress the Shenwu land. So, I hope you can put more experience into your own cultivation, so that you don't miss me too much when we meet again." Long Xiaobao said proudly, "Don't worry, Master Yi, I will not lose to you next time we meet." "That would be best." Ye Bufan smiled, then looked at Long Xiaobao with a playful look on his face and said, "Also, should we change the name Yi Xiao to Big Brother?" Well, Long Xiaobao couldn't help but be stunned. Ye Bufan said, "Shuaner has inherited the legacy of the violent Xianning Xiang. Can you subdue him?" This. Long Xiaobao scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Master Yi, you know everything." "Ha ha ha." Ye Bufan laughed loudly for a while, "I am the world master of Shenwu land, how could I not know?" After saying that, Ye Bufan changed the subject and said, "Well, it's getting late, and I should leave too. Remember, take good care of the Shenwu continent, take good care of Shuaner, and take good care of yourself." Long Xiaobao nodded heavily. "Take care of yourself." Ye Bufan patted Long Xiaobao on the shoulder, then soared into the sky. Looking at Ye Bufan who was shrinking in the sky, Long Xiaobao looked up and said solemnly, "Brother, take care." Bang! As soon as Long Xiaobao finished speaking, a figure suddenly rushed up from behind him, and then kicked Long Xiaobao in the butt, knocking him to the ground. Looking at her masterpiece and Long Xiaobao, who was kicked by her, Yi Jingshuan put her hands on her hips and said viciously, "Long Xiaobao, do you still have any shame? Who is your big brother?" The corner of Long Xiaobao's mouth twitched, he felt embarrassed and helpless. But at this moment, in the distant sky, a series of human figures rushed over and landed on the top of the mountain where Long Xiaobao and Yi Jingxuan were in an instant. Yi Tianxiang, Lin Luoyan, Yi Hong, Qian Duoduo, Feilong, Ni Zi, Qin Yao, Qian Rumeng, Luo Qinmo, Langning Shang. All the people who came were Ye Bufan's closest relatives and loved ones. At this moment, they ignored Long Xiaobao and Yi Jingxuan, but instead looked up at Ye Bufan, who was shrinking in the night sky. With worried and concerned eyes, they finally uttered only 2 words, "Take care." Chapter 1400. The demons preparing to counterattack the human race. Above the 9 heavens, in the starry sky, Ye Bufan stood proudly. Although he was very far away from the Shenwu continent at this moment, so far away that Long Xiaobao and others on the Shenwu continent could not see any trace of him at all, but as the world master of the Shenwu continent, before he completely left the Shenwu continent, Ye Bufan could still clearly see everything on the Shenwu continent by relying on the eye of the world. Naturally, Yi Tianxiang, Lin Luoyan and others who were in the 9th heaven at this moment could not escape Ye Bufan's eyes. In fact, Ye Bufan already knew them the moment they appeared in the 9th heaven. However, since ancient times, people have been sad about separation. Be it Ye Bufan, Yi Tianxiang or others, they all thought that instead of having a reluctant farewell, it would be better to just leave, or like now, say farewell to each other silently. Looking at the familiar faces in the 9th heaven, Ye Bufan showed a trace of reluctance on his face, but soon, this reluctance was replaced by a look of determination. Now that you have made a decision, don't hesitate any longer. Goodbye, Xiaobao. Goodbye, Xiaoshuaner. Goodbye, Yao Yao baby. Goodbye, Zi. Goodbye, my loved ones, and those who love me. Goodbye, Shenwu continent. It won't be long before I come back and take you to see the endless starry sky and fight against the myriad races. Then we will create a prosperous era for the human race and establish immortal achievements. Wait for me. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan did not stop and turned around to fly towards the distant sea of stars. Not long after, Ye Bufan saw a purple curtain of light. This curtain of light was boundless and covered the entire Shenwu continent. At the same time, it also obscured the infinitely vast starry sky around the Shenwu continent. There was no doubt that this was the sky-covering barrier set up by Dao Wuya. In order to test the power of the heaven-covering barrier, Ye Bufan's 9th-level servant of the gods' cultivation and 9th-level servant of the gods' physical body burst out at the same time, and then he punched out again to kill. There is no doubt that the power of this punch has definitely surpassed the realm of serving the gods. This punch is comparable to the first level of Xuanshan. However, after such a punch landed on the Zodian barrier, the entire Zodian barrier did not react at all, not even the slightest sound, as if nothing had happened. Such a result was absolutely unexpected. Ye Bufan had thought that the heaven-covering barrier would not be too weak, but he never expected that it would be so strong, even to the point of being terrifying. There was no reaction to Xuanshan's attack. In this way, the gods of earth, gods of heaven, and even the powerful ones at the level of god kings would not be able to shake this sky-covering barrier, not to mention from the outside, the existence of this sky-covering barrier cannot be seen at all. But this is a good thing for Ye Bufan. After all, the stronger the heaven-covering barrier is, the safer the Shenwu continent will be. Without giving it any more thought, Ye Bufan followed Feng Hen's instructions and communicated with the sky-covering barrier in front of him through the world heart of the Shenwu continent. The next second, Ye Bufan took a step forward. Boom! The entire sky-covering barrier was like a water curtain, and Ye Bufan passed through it easily. Boom! The next second, before Ye Bufan could explore the starry sky outside the sky-covering barrier, he felt his body suddenly sink, as if a mountain was suddenly lifted up on his shoulders, and he almost fell from the starry sky. Fortunately, Ye Bufan was well prepared. According to Feng Hen's words, Ye Bufan directly activated his own divine power and instantly stabilized his body to prevent himself from falling from the starry sky. However, the consumption of this divine power frightened Ye Bufan. 10%, 20%, 30%. In less than a breath, 30% of Ye Bufan's divine power had been consumed, and it was still being consumed at a crazy and terrifying speed. In 2 seconds at most, Ye Bufan's divine power would be exhausted, and even if he wanted to recover, it would be too late. No wonder Feng Hen said that without the cultivation of the Divine King realm, it is impossible to survive in the starry sky. Ye Bufan didn't know the reason before, but now, he already knew part of it. Not to mention other things, just look at the speed at which the divine power is consumed in this starry sky. Without the cultivation base of a divine king, it would not be enough to support such consumption. But everything is relative. There are naturally disadvantages to every advantage. Where there are disadvantages, there are naturally advantages. Let's not talk about anything else, let's just talk about the elemental energy in this sea of stars. The elements in this sea of stars are definitely more than 10 times that of the Shenwu continent. Ye Bufan dared to guarantee that if the Shenwu continent had such abundant elemental power, there would not be the current situation where even the servant god realm is so rare, but it would be in a completely new pattern. At the very least, there must be a lot of warriors like the internal servant gods and the mysterious gods in the Shenwu continent, and there might even be strong warriors at the level of earth gods. It's a pity that the heaven-covering barrier isolates them all. Of course, if there were no heaven-covering barrier, the Shenwu continent might have ceased to exist by now. After feeling the terrifying pressure in the sea of stars, Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. He waved his right hand, and a 30-centimeter-long bronze metal warship immediately appeared on his palm. This is one of the 3 starry sky battleships in the treasury of the Heavenly Palace, and it is also the lowest-level starry sky battleship in the entire starry sky, a 3rd-grade, bronze-level starry sky battleship. In the Shenwu continent, the Sky Demon clan also uses 3rd-grade bronze-level starry sky battleships, and this level of battleships is also the most numerous and common starry sky battleships in the entire starry sky. Above the 3rd-grade bronze-class starry sky battleships are the 2nd-grade silver-class starry sky battleships, the 1st-grade gold-class starry sky battleships, and the rarest, most precious, and most terrifying, the top-level, eternal-class starry sky battleships. The starry sky cannons equipped on this kind of battleship can even threaten Emperor Hongmeng. However, building an eternal-class starry sky battleship is definitely not an easy task. For this reason, the number of eternal-class starry sky battleships is much less than that of Emperor Hongmeng. According to Feng Hen, tens of millions of years ago, the entire 10,000 races had only 5 eternal-class starry sky battleships in total. One of them belongs to Tiangong. It's a pity that in the battle that year, Tiangong's Eternal-class Starry Sky battleship had already been destroyed. Of course, even if the Eternal-class Starry Sky battleship of Tiangong was not destroyed, and Dao Wuya left it to Ye Bufan, then, under the current circumstances, Ye Bufan would still not be able to use this Eternal-class Starry Sky battleship. After all, a man is innocent until he is guilty of possessing a treasure. An Eternal-class Starry Sky battleship is enough for Emperor Hongmeng to seize it. After Ye Bufan took out the 3rd-grade bronze-level Starry Sky battleship left by Dao Wuya, he did not hesitate at all and instantly injected his own divine power into the bronze-level Starry Sky battleship in his hand. Boom! In an instant, the battleship was activated. The bronze-class Starry Sky battleship, which was originally only 30 centimeters long, directly evolved into a 30-meter-long behemoth, and its entire body was shining with a bronze metallic luster. The moment the bronze-class Starry Sky battleship returned to its original appearance, a hatch in the center of the right side of the battleship in front of Ye Bufan opened at the same time. Ye Bufan stepped directly into the Starry Sky battleship without any hesitation. Shenwu continent, the 9th heaven. Take care of yourself. Looking at the endless starry sky above their heads, Yi Tianxiang and others silently hoped for the best in their hearts. After a moment, everyone withdrew their gaze and looked at Yi Jingxuan and Long Xiaobao on the side. At this moment, each of their expressions looked extremely weird. If they hadn't just heard the conversation between Ye Bufan and Long Xiaobao, combined with the scene before their eyes, the people present really wouldn't have known that Long Xiaobao and Yi Jingxuan were together. Long Xiaobao and Yi Jingxuan. Everyone felt that something seemed to be wrong. Why are you looking at me like that? As if sensing the strange looks from everyone, Yi Jingxuan grabbed Long Xiaobao's ear, looked at everyone, and couldn't help but ask with a curious look on her face. This. Everyone hesitated slightly. Why are we looking at you? Should we be the ones asking you, what are you doing? Shuaner, you guys. Lin Luoyan couldn't help but ask. What's wrong with us? Yi Jingxuan was stunned at first, then seemed to realize something, and immediately withdrew her delicate hand that was grabbing Long Xiaobao's ear, and said in a panic, "Don't think too much, I have nothing to do with him. You don't have any relationship. Aren't you just trying to cover up your mistake?" Everyone smiled. Who would have thought that the violent girl Yi Jingxuan would actually show the shy look of a little woman? Lin Loyan even smiled and said directly, "It seems that our Shuaner has grown up." While speaking, Lin Loyan looked at Long Xiaobao again and said, "Xiaobao, when are you planning to marry Shuaner?" Well, hearing this, Long Xiaobao was stunned, and then secretly glanced at Yi Jingxuan. Yi Jingxuan was completely confused. Long Xiaobao and others were not far away. Led by the great protector demon heart, hundreds of demigod heavenly demons gathered together. They had just witnessed Ye Bufan's departure with their own eyes. At this moment, the heavenly demon sect was excited and thrilled. A moment later, a high-level demigod looked at the great protector demon heart with an excited and unbelievable look on his face, saying, "Great protector demon heart, that human kid is gone. He actually left the Shenwu continent." The demon heart great protector had a calm expression, but he looked up at the endless starry sky above his head, groaned, and said, "Yes, I didn't expect that he would actually leave the Shenwu continent. In that case, what are we waiting for? Yes, great protector, since that guy has already left, what are we waiting for? Let's just counterattack the human race. After all, without that guy, the human race is no match for my great demon race. Great protector, let's counterattack the human race. Great protector, let's counterattack the human race." In an instant, at least half of the demigods requested the great protector demon heart to send troops directly to counterattack the human race. After all, the current life controlled by the human race is simply a torture for these demigods who were once high and mighty. It is simply worse than death. In the past, when Ye Bufan was around, they didn't dare to resist, nor could they resist. But now it's different. Ye Bufan is gone, and the human race no longer has the servant gods to suppress them. In this case, what are they afraid of? This. Faced with the proposals and requests of more than 100 demigods, the great protector demon heart hesitated for a moment, then frowned and said, "What if he does this just to test us?" Well, hearing this, the demons were stunned. Immediately afterwards, a demon said with a smile, "Great protector, I think you are overthinking it. Testing. Do you think he needs to test us? If he is dissatisfied with us, he can just kill us directly. Why bother?" Yes. The other demons also responded one after another. "Great protector, send out the troops. Send out the troops." More than half of the demigod demons requested to fight, but the great protector demon heart frowned and still had his own concerns in his mind. After a moment, he said slowly, "Even if he didn't test us, even if he really has left Shenwu continent, but if he doesn't have absolute certainty and confidence, do you think he will leave Shenwu continent easily? Isn't he worried that without his suppression, we will have evil intentions and directly counterattack the human race?" This. The demons were stunned again. I have to say that the concerns of the great protector demon heart are not wrong. But so what? It is better to die than to live. Moxen, that's enough. In an instant, a celestial demon at the peak of the demigod realm shouted fiercely, then looked at Mo Xin, pointed at him, and said angrily, "Mo Xin, I just want to ask you one question, do you want to fight or not?" Mo Xin frowned and said in a cold voice, "Mo Fei, what do you mean? How can you talk to this guardian with such an attitude? This guardian?" The demigod peak heavenly demon sneered and said, "The demon lord is dead, and my heavenly demon clan has long been dependent on others. Do you think you are still the great protector of my heavenly demon clan? Or, do you think my heavenly demon clan still needs a great protector? You." Suddenly, Mo Xin became furious. The demigod peak heavenly demon ignored him and continued, "Stop talking about you and me, demon heart. I just want to ask you one question, do you want to fight or not? There is no rush for this matter. Even if we want to fight, we have to take a long-term view. Think about it carefully, your sister." The demigod peak heavenly demon cursed and said, "I see you are afraid, but I, Mo Fei, am not. You want to be raised by humans like a dog, but I, Mo Fei, don't want that." After saying that, Mo Fei looked at the other demons and said, "Who is willing to join me in counter-attacking the human race? Let's start." As he spoke, Mo Fei pointed to Yi Tianshang and others on the top of a mountain in the distance and said, "They start. Count me in. It's better to die than to live. I've had enough of this kind of life. Count me in. And me. Damn it, if it weren't for that kid named Yi, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Since those people came here to see him off, they must be his loved ones. It's perfect. Kill them. Even if we lose to the human race in the end, I'll accept it. And me. Fuck him." In an instant, more than 100 demons spoke up. "Very good. The demigod peak heavenly demon Mo Fei responded and said, "In that case, let's start with Yi Tianxiang and his men, kill them, and then counterattack the human race." Kill. P.S. In the 4th volume, the Tomb of the Gods descends, and the heavenly palace rises to an end. The next volume, the 5th volume, the myriad clans in the starry sky, I am a madman. Chapter 1401 Going home to grow spiritual medicine. In that case, let's start with Yi Tianxiang and his men, kill them, and then counterattack the human race. Kill. After the demigod-level demon gave the order, he did not hesitate at all and flew directly towards Long Xiaobao and others in the distance. More than half of the demigod-level demons present followed closely behind him. In their view, life is worse than death. What's more, now that Ye Bufan, who was at the servant of God's realm, had left, the human race no longer had a strong servant of God's realm to rule over them, so their heavenly demon clan might not necessarily be defeated. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the remaining demigod-level demons around the great protector demon heart were gone, and the remaining demigod-level demons were less than 200. Seeing that the peak demigod realm leader had left with more than half of the demigod realm demons, the remaining demons looked at the great protector of demon heart. One of the demons said, "Great protector, what should we do now?" The other demons present were also waiting for the response from the great protector demon heart. The great protector demon heart frowned. What to do? After just a moment, he uttered a word, "Wait. Wait." All the demigod demons present were stunned. That's right. The great protector Mo Xin responded, then narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "Let Mo Fei and the others test the human race first, we wait and see what happens, and then make a decision based on the situation." Hi. As the great protector demon heart said this, all the demigod demons present couldn't help but think in their hearts. Undoubtedly, the great protector Mo Xin used Mo Fei and other semi-god demons as bargaining chips to test the human race. If there were no special circumstances, it would not be too late for these demons to take action. However, if an accident occurred, or if the human race was prepared, they would stay out of it. In this way, at least they could save their own lives. It can be said that the idea of the great protector demon heart is that they can attack or defend, and everything is temporarily decided by themselves. At this moment, Long Xiaobao and others are there. Yi Tianxiang, Lin Luoyan, Qian Duoduo, Feilong. Most of the people who came to see Ye Bufan off were at the demigod level, and Long Xiaobao and Yi Jingxuan were even powerful servants of the god realm who had already experienced the transformation from mortal to god. How could they possibly sense the more than 200 demigod demons rushing towards them in the distance? Even when these demons came within 500 meters of them, they had already attracted their attention. For this reason, Long Xiaobao and others couldn't help but look at each other. Those who come with evil intentions will not come, and those with good intentions will not come. In their opinion, the arrival of more than 200 demigod demons at this time was definitely not a good thing. They even quickly figured out the intentions of these demigod demons. Ye Bufan has left. The human race no longer has any servant gods. Therefore, these demigod demons could no longer hold back and wanted to take action. What a pity. No one cared about this at all. The devil takes action to resist the human race. Don't be funny. The human race lost Ye Bufan, but gained Long Xiaobao and Yi Jingxuan. They are all servant gods. In the past, only Ye Bufan was enough to suppress the entire demon clan. Now the human race has two servant gods, Long Xiaobao and Yi Jingxuan. What can the demon clan use to resist? On what basis can they resist? Before Long Xiaobao and the others could think about it, more than 200 demigod demons, led by Mo Fei, who was at the peak of demigod realm, had already arrived in front of them and directly surrounded them. Everyone of the human race, you didn't expect this, did you? Looking at Long Xiaobao and others, Mo Fei said with a sneer. In his opinion, now that Ye Bufan has left, and Long Xiaobao and his group only have more than 20 people, they can never be a match for their more than 200 demigods. Therefore, their side has already won the victory, and Long Xiaobao and others are doomed to die. Stupid. Unexpectedly, Fat Hao gave him a disdainful look. Others also sneered. What did you say? Mo Fei was instantly furious. Snort. He snorted coldly and said angrily, now that the man surnamed Yi has left, without the servant god in charge, you dare to be so rampant, it's simply base. However, before Mo Fei finished his words, the sound of a knife was heard. Yi Jingxuan held a butcher knife in her hand, stared at Mo Fei, interrupted him, and said in a cold voice, I haven't come to look for you yet, but you guys come to my door on your own. It's just right, so I don't have to go there again." Hearing this, Long Xiaobao and others all twitched their lips. In their opinion, these demons have suffered terrible misfortune for 8 lifetimes. After all, Yi Jingxuan is a violent person, and now she is in great embarrassment because Lin Luoyan suddenly suggested that she and Long Xiaobao get married. If these demons come to her at this time, isn't that tantamount to seeking death? Mo Fei was completely unaware of this. He was just stunned for a moment, then looked at Yi Jingxuan and instinctively asked suspiciously, "Looking for us? What do you want to do with us? Practice swordplay." After saying the 2 words Yi Jingxuan, he took action directly. Court death. Seeing this scene, Mo Fei came back to his senses instantly, but was furious. "Kill them." Then he waved his hand again and shouted coldly. "Kill." The more than 200 demigod demons around naturally would not hold back, and they rushed out in an instant. It's a pity that although they are fast, there are people who are faster than them. Yi Jingxuan took a step forward, and then moved the butcher knife in her hand. In an instant, a blade of light slashed out. One knife, fast, fierce and powerful. A single knife, domineering and sharp. Before the demigod demons could get close, and before Mo Fei, who was at the peak of the demigod realm, could react, the domineering and sharp blade light had already passed through Mo Fei's eyes. Puff. For a moment, blood splattered. Mo Fei widened his eyes with a look of disbelief. He felt clearly that his body was split in half. Then blood spilled from the air, and the 2 halves of his body fell from the air in an instant. The sudden scene made all the demigod demons who had been rushing out stunned in midair. They stared at the scene in front of them in a daze, with a blank in their minds. Kill a peak demigod with 1 strike. Is this true or false? Before they could think about it, Yi Jingxuan said in a cold voice, "I originally wanted to practice with you, but I didn't expect you are so vulnerable. In this case, you all should be thrown into the god and demon cemetery." Boom. As soon as the words fell, Yi Jingxuan's pressure from the servant god realm exploded. What the hell? Seeing this scene, the demons couldn't help but exclaim. This is a servant of the gods. In an instant, the more than 200 demigod demons present were stunned, and the great protector demon heart in the distance was also stunned. They never thought that just after Ye Bufan left the human race, another servant god suddenly appeared. This is fucking how can we play this? After a moment, the great protector demon heart twitched his lips in the distance, and then said in a weak voice, "Let's go back to your respective tribes to plant spiritual medicine for the 7 Killings Palace. Also, if there is nothing else, we should not see each other again." After the great protector demon heart finished speaking, the other demigod demons around him nodded instinctively and stiffly. Since it is impossible to resist the human race, they can only obey the orders of the human race, help them grow spiritual herbs, and accompany them to train the army of warriors. Otherwise, looking at Yi Jingxuan holding a butcher knife in the air in the distance, like a god of death, these semi-god demons couldn't help but shudder all over. They didn't want to be split in half by the other party. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. Just grow some magical herbs, it's better than losing your life. Chapter 1402 736 years. Beyond the divine power, in the starry sky. The huge bronze-class starry sky battleship was like a giant metal beast, lying across the sky-covering formation. After Ye Bufan entered the battleship's hatch closed with a bang. Inside the battleship, this was the second time that Ye Bufan had walked into the interior of a bronze-class starry sky battleship. The first time was naturally in the cemetery of gods and demons in the Shenwu continent. After all, before that, Ye Bufan knew nothing about the starry sky battleship, so he naturally needed someone to take him to familiarize himself with the starry sky battleship, and that person was naturally Feng Hen. The first time Ye Bufan entered the starry sky battleship was also to let Feng Hen take him to familiarize himself with the starry sky battleship. This was Ye Bufan's second time entering the starry sky battleship, but he was already familiar with the situation inside the bronze-class starry sky battleship, so Ye Bufan easily came to the operations room of the bronze-class starry sky battleship. The operations room is located in the center of the battleship. It is an independent space covering an area of about 50 meters. The most conspicuous thing is the huge square light curtain directly in front of it. In addition, there is a control platform under this light curtain. There are countless sophisticated instruments and buttons on this control platform, and its function is naturally to control and operate the entire star battleship. However, Ye Bufan had no idea how to do it specifically. The reason for this is not because Ye Bufan doesn't want to learn, nor because Ye Bufan can't learn, but because different fields have different worlds, and Feng Hen doesn't understand how to operate this star battleship. Of course, Ye Bufan could also ask the Sky Demon clan for advice. After all, the few broken warships of the Sky Demon clan parked outside the Shenwu continent have been in use all the time. Although they may not be able to perfectly control the Starry Sky warships, they are definitely familiar with the control of the Starry Sky warships. However, Ye Bufan did not do so because there was no need at all. In addition to manual control, the star battleship can also rely on intelligent control. As soon as Ye Bufan entered the operations room, a little green light appeared on the huge square light curtain in the operations room. Then, the green light gathered in the center of the light curtain to form a green fur ball with only a pair of big eyes. The green fur ball looked at Ye Bufan with its bright eyes and said respectfully, "Greetings, Commander." Ye Bufan nodded. This is the intelligent program of this bronze-class star battleship. Ye Bufan had come into contact with it when he first entered the star battleship. Now Ye Bufan has received the highest authority of this star battleship. Naturally, he has become the only commander of this star battleship. Xingyu, start the star battleship. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan looked at the light screen in front of him and spoke directly. "Okay, Your Excellency the Commander." The green fur ball responded and turned into dots of green light, dissolving into the square light curtain in front of him. Then, his voice sounded again. "The highest authority, the commander has given the order, the battleship is on. Begin the battleship hull search." The battleship's hull is intact and undamaged. The warship's systems are intact and fault-free. Start the battleship. Begin battleship energy search. Battleship energy type, Divine Crystal. Battleship energy remaining, 100%. The battleship has no faults, has sufficient energy, and can be turned on. 5 seconds countdown, the battleship is ready to start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Battleship is on. Buzz. In an instant, the picture on the originally transparent square light curtain in front of Ye Bufan changed and directly turned into a vast starry sky, which was the scene directly in front of the Starry Sky battleship. At this time, the voice of the green ball sounded again. "The battleship has been turned on. The highest authority, please select the operation mode, Commander, manual control, system intelligent operation." The system works intelligently. System intelligent operation has been activated. Do you want to appoint a second commander? No. The sole commander authorized the execution. The execution is complete. The system has taken over the battleship. The battleship is running well. The search for the battleship's location has begun. The search is complete. The battleship's location, Purple Emperor Star Region. Coordinates please set the battleship's route, Commander. Open the star map. Star map movement. In an instant, the scene on the light curtain in front of Ye Bufan changed again, from the original starry sky scene directly to a star map. Because this star map encompasses the entire universe, it only marks the central divine domain in the purple area and the major star fields in the 72 white areas surrounding the divine domain. This is also the general situation of the universe where Ye Bufan is located. With the divine domain as the center, 72 star domains derive around it. Of course, the star map can be further refined to every star field, or even every galaxy, but Ye Bufan was not in a hurry to do so. Instead, he said directly, "Mark the location of the battleship, red." Battleship position marking begins, battleship position marking complete. As soon as the green ball finished speaking, a small red dot the size of a grain of rice immediately appeared right below the star map in front of Ye Bufan. There was no doubt that that was the current location of Ye Bufan's Starry Sky battleship. The moment he saw the little red dot, Ye Bufan was stunned. He knew that the Shenwu continent was located in a remote area, but he never expected that the location of the Shenwu continent would be so remote. Damn, it's clearly the edge of the universe. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Ye Bufan calmed down again, then spoke again. "Search for the location of water blue star, and mark it with a blue light spot. Target, blue water planet, start searching. Search completed, marked." What the hell? However, when Ye Bufan saw the blue light spot on the star map, his eyes widened instantly and he couldn't help but exclaim, just because that blue light spot was actually right above the star map. The Shenwu continent is right below the star map. The water blue star is directly above the star map. Isn't it just one in the south and one in the north? Are you kidding me? Ye Bufan clearly remembered that it only took one breath for Zhu Tianqian to bring him from the blue water star to the Shenwu continent. Could it be that Zhu Tianqian had traveled across the entire universe in just one breath? How is this possible? Ye Bufan still found it difficult to accept this fact. Then, he took a deep breath and continued, calculate the time it takes for the star battleship to reach the blue water planet from its current position at its maximum speed. Yes, Your Excellency the Commander. Starting point, Purple Emperor Star Region, coordinates. The destination, the Ancient Star Field, coordinates. Sailing speed, limit. Calculate the time. Begin calculation. Calculation complete. Reporting to the Commander, starting from our current position and sailing at maximum speed, it will take 736 years, 179 days, 18 hours, and 36 minutes to reach our destination, the Taiku Star Region, the Blue Water Planet. How long? 736 years, 179 days, 18 hours, and 36 minutes. Nima, 736 years. Reporting to the Commander, it is 736 years, 179 days, 18 hours, and 36 minutes. This is just the result of preliminary calculations. It does not take into account external factors, such as star storms, space turbulence, warship losses, energy replenishment, and a series of other factors. If all are taken into account, it should take more than 1,000 years to reach the Blue Water Planet. 1,000 years, or more. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, his heart was in a mess as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping past. Originally, he wanted to go back to the Blue Water Star to take a look, but now damn, after 1,000 years, there's no way to go there. Yes, Your Excellency the Commander. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the green ball of fur responded and said, the route is too long, far beyond the capacity of a bronze-class space battleship. I suggest that the Commander use a gold-class space battleship or an eternal-class space battleship. Gold-class space battleship, eternal-class space battleship. Ye Bufan was stunned and asked, how long will it take if we use the gold-class star battleship? How long will it take if we use the eternal-class star battleship? I'm sorry, Commander. The green ball apologized, insufficient data, unable to calculate. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Insufficient data to calculate. Then what are you talking about? 1,000 years. Thinking that it would take more than 1,000 years for Ye Bufan to return to the Blue Water Planet relying on a bronze-class starry sky battleship, he felt disheveled and his balls ached slightly. But just because you can't go back now doesn't mean you can't go back in the future. The most important thing is that even if you can't go back, life must go on. Thinking about this, Ye Bufan stopped worrying about it and calmed down. He said, open the star map of the Purple Emperor Star Region, where the battleship is currently located. Chapter 1403 Commander, we are surrounded. Open the star map of the Purple Emperor Star Region, where the battleship is currently located. The star map of the Purple Emperor Star Region has been opened. Searched Shenwu continent. Start searching. Search completed. Sorry, Commander, we did not find the Shenwu continent. Would you like to search again? Search again. Start searching. Search completed. Sorry, Commander, we did not find the Shenwu continent. Would you like to search again? No. Although Ye Bufan didn't know what principle the star map of the Starry Sky battleship relied on to search for the positions of celestial bodies, the fact that his bronze-class Starry Sky battleship was unable to search the Shenwu continent was definitely related to the sky-covering barrier set up by Dao Wuya. Since the Starry Sky battleship could not find the Shenwu continent, Ye Bufan could naturally feel more at ease. Then, he spoke again, with the battleship as the center, narrow the scope and enlarge the star map. The star map has been enlarged. Looking at the enlarged star map in front of him and the black dots on it, Ye Bufan couldn't help but frown and said, are these black dots stars? Dead stars. Yes, Your Excellency the Commander. How is that possible? Ye Bufan's questioning voice sounded. Stars, like other living things, also have their own lives. Living stars are called life stars, while dead stars are called dead stars. Living planets can allow living things to survive, and so can dead planets. However, everything on a dead planet, including plants, minerals, and other resources, will completely decay after the death of the planet. To put it bluntly, a dead planet is worthless. If we follow the markings on the star map in front of us, doesn't it mean that in this area, apart from the Shenwu continent hidden by Dao Wuya, there are no other life-bearing planets? It is definitely not normal to have such a large number of dead stars appearing in the sea of stars. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan confirmed again, "Are you mistaken? There are at least tens of thousands of stars in this area. How could they all be dead stars?" Reporting to the commander, "The star map cannot be wrong. As for why all the stars in this area are dead stars, there is insufficient data to analyze and answer." "All right," Ye Bufan responded helplessly. It was obvious that it was impossible for him to figure out what was going on in a short period of time, so he spoke again, "Search for the closest life planet to here." "Okay, Your Excellency the Commander. Search for the life-bearing planet closest to the battleship." The search begins. Search complete. Reporting to the commander, the closest life star to the battleship is the purple star in the northwest. The coordinates the location has been marked on the star map. If the purple star is used as the navigation target, it will take 13 days, 7 hours, 36 minutes and 42 seconds to sail at the maximum speed of a Bronze-class star battleship. May I ask the commander whether to set the purple star as the navigation target this time? Yes. The target has been locked, shall we set off? Let's go. Ye Bufan responded directly. It was the first time Ye Bufan left the Shenwu continent, and he didn't know much about the outside world, so for him, it didn't matter where he went, as long as the destination was a planet with life. "Okay, Your Excellency the Commander. The target of this voyage is Purple Morning Star. Coordinates, the maximum speed will take 13 days, 7 hours, 36 minutes and 42 seconds, and we are setting off now." Call out. The next second, the Bronze-class Starry Sky battleship where Ye Bufan was located turned into a stream of light and rushed straight into the sea of stars in the distance. In terms of speed, even if it is only a bronze-level Starry Sky battleship, it has far surpassed the speed of a warrior in the Servant of God's realm after he bursts out with all his strength. It can be said that the speed of a bronze-level Starry Sky battleship is several times that of a warrior in the Servant of God's realm. The Starry Sky battleship has already set off, and its navigation is automatically controlled by the system program, so Ye Bufan doesn't need to worry about it at all. Therefore, not long after the battleship set off, Ye Bufan sat down cross-legged in the center of the operations room. Nowadays, Ye Bufan has reached the peak state of the 9th level of the God-serving realm in terms of both his cultivation and his physical body. Originally, Ye Bufan wanted to rely on the Water Elves in the Canonization Academy of Beidou Martial Academy to break through to the profound God realm, but unfortunately, he was beaten to it by the Little Fairy. Without the Water Elves, Ye Bufan simply could not break through to the profound God realm, and he didn't know when he would encounter an elemental elf next time. Even if he encountered an elemental elf, Ye Bufan could not guarantee that he would be able to get it. After all, although his cultivation of the 9th level of the God-serving realm was already top-notch in the Shenwu continent, it was definitely a scum among scum in this sea of stars. Therefore, Ye Bufan planned to focus on the cultivation of his physical body first. After all, his cultivation was restricted by the elemental spirits, but his physical body was not. Moreover, as long as Ye Bufan ate as much as he wanted, he would be able to quickly improve his physical cultivation. This method of cultivation, although not to say that it would never be surpassed, was definitely unprecedented. It was really too weird and too simple. As there are still more than 10 days left before reaching Zichen Star, Ye Bufan plans to transform all of his cultivation at the 9th level of Servant of the Gods into his physical body. This way, his physical body will almost reach the first level of Mysterious God. After arriving at Zichen Star, I started eating to my heart's content. For this reason, after Ye Bufan left the Shenwu continent this time, he also took away a lot of divine crystals, so that he could buy a large amount of resources after entering the Sea of Stars, and quickly improve his cultivation after swallowing them. As long as your physical body is strong enough, why worry about not getting elemental spirits in the future? It's a pity that imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. On the first day, Ye Bufan transformed his cultivation from the 9th level of the God Servant, allowing his physical body to successfully enter the first level of the Mysterious God. Of course, his cultivation also fell back to the first level of the God Servant again. The next day, Ye Bufan began his normal practice. After all, there are still more than 10 days to reach the Purple Morning Star. Ye Bufan can't just sit there and wait and do nothing. Although the improvement of his cultivation is too slow, it is better than nothing. The 3rd day, the 4th day, the 5th day. Ye Bufan spent the entire 6 days in cultivation. Day 7. Boom. Ye Bufan was still in the state of cultivation as usual, but suddenly, a huge roar suddenly sounded outside the warship, and then the whole warship shook violently. Ye Bufan was instantly awakened by the sudden change. What's going on? He opened his eyes, looking stunned. But at this moment, the green fur ball's anxious voice sounded directly. Alarm! 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 The battleship is under attack. Commander, do you want to fight back? What the hell? Ye Bufan was stunned when the green ball said this. Battleship under attack. Isn't this area full of Death Stars? Since they were all dead stars, how could there be other living creatures in this area? Since it was impossible for other living creatures to appear, how could I be attacked for no apparent reason? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the anxious voice of the green fur ball sounded again. Alarm! 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 The warship is under attack. Commander, do you want to ask whether we should proceed? We are finished. Commander, we are surrounded. What the hell? Ye Bufan was stunned again. Then I was completely confused. We have just been attacked and now we are surrounded. Damn it. Are you kidding me? Chapter 1404 Starry Sky Pirates. In the operations room, Ye Bufan could clearly see through the huge square light screen in front of him that at this moment, the bronze-class star battleship he was on had indeed been surrounded by 3-star battleships in the shape of a pin, character. It's just that these 3 Starry Sky battleships are different from his own bronze-class Starry Sky battleships. These 3-star battleships are obviously more advanced than their own bronze-class star battleships in terms of appearance and equipment, but their size is exactly half the size of their own bronze-class star battleships. What level of space battleship is this? Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask instinctively. Begin scanning the enemy's battleship level. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the green ball of fur immediately responded, and in less than 3 seconds, it had a result. Sorry, Commander, there is insufficient data to determine the level of the other party's space battleship. Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Is it because of insufficient data? Is your system intelligence reliable? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the green fur ball asked again, Commander, do you want to launch a counterattack? Fight back, sir. Ye Bufan was furious. How can you, a lowest level bronze level space battleship, fight back? Didn't you see that other space battleships are equipped with 2 space cannons, while you are only equipped with 1 space cannon? 1 against 6. Aren't you afraid that the other party will beat you into pieces? Drop. But at this moment, the voice of the green fur ball sounded again. Report to the commander, the battleship has received abnormal sound waves. Start scanning. Scan completed. Report to the commander, the other party has requested to communicate. Do you accept it? Other side. Request communication. Are they those 3-star battleships of unknown levels? Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. But he said, accept it. Okay, Commander, start receiving the communication. Completed. Wow. As soon as the green fur ball finished speaking, the picture on the square light screen in front of Ye Bufan changed. The next second, a creature that Ye Bufan had never seen before appeared in his sight. That was a man. He has fair skin, delicate features with a touch of handsomeness with a touch of gentleness, and exudes a complex temperament, like a mixture of various temperaments, but in that gentleness and handsomeness, he has his own unique ethereal and handsomeness. He was at least 1.80 meters tall, and his slightly tight black clothes showed off his perfect figure. His flaxen hair was so beautiful that it was breathtaking, and his eyes were like crystal stones, clear, bright, and deep. There is also the straight nose, smooth skin, thin lips in a lovely pink color, and exquisite and beautiful facial features. In terms of appearance, the creatures that appeared in the light curtain before him had more than 80% similarities with humans, but Ye Bufan could be sure that they were definitely not humans. Because Ye Bufan could clearly see that under the other party's appearance that looked very much like a human, there were some strange lines faintly revealed on the skin, and there was also a horn the size of half a finger growing on the other party's forehead. Although Ye Bufan had not come into contact with other races except the demons, barbarians, devils and humans, he had heard Feng Hen talk about the myriad races in the starry sky. Therefore, Ye Bufan was not unfamiliar with some characteristics of the myriad races in the starry sky. What's more, the appearance of this creature in front of him is so similar to that of humans. That was why Ye Bufan recognized the other person's identity at a glance. Gods. Among all the races, the God clan is one of the 7 royal families. This is the only race in the entire starry sky that looks very similar to humans. Not only that, all gods are born to serve gods. In other words, Ye Bufan is now facing at least an alien who is at the servant god realm, and looking at the other party's age, he may have reached the mysterious god realm, or even the earth god realm. When he thought of this, Ye Bufan's breathing suddenly stagnated and his expression became unusually heavy. If the other party is just a servant god, then perhaps I still have a chance to resist, but if the other party is a mysterious god, or a strong man at the level of an earth god, then I can only be slaughtered. What's more, the other party has 3-star battleships, so how could there be only one member of the Protoss? Ye Bufan was constantly thinking and calculating in his mind how to deal with the situation before him, while in the light curtain, the man from the god clan was leaning back in a fluffy chair. He lowered his head and stroked the white fox in his arms without even looking at Ye Bufan. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the man from the god clan lowered his head and said leisurely, "Friends on the other side, don't be nervous or afraid. We have no ill intentions. Although we are space pirates, we have our own principles. We only rob people of their wealth, not kill them. So, as long as you cooperate obediently and hand over all your property, I, Ji Chongshuan, promise that I will never hurt your lives." What the hell? Ye Bufan was stunned when the man from the god clan said this. Space pirates. You only rob money but don't kill. You bastard, you call this no malice? Ye Bufan was speechless and even more confused. As soon as I went out, I encountered star pirates. Is it that I have a bad character, or is this starry sky too dangerous? At this time, the man from the god clan spoke again, saying leisurely, "How about it, friends on the other side, will you take the initiative to open your warships to cooperate with us, or will we blow up your warships and take it ourselves?" After a pause, the man from the god clan continued, "Although both you and I are using bronze-class space battleships, yours is an antique that was eliminated millions of years ago. To be honest, if we really fight, you can't withstand 3 of our cannons. So, I advise you to surrender obediently." As he spoke, the man from the god clan slowly raised his head. Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. An antique that was eliminated millions of years ago. No wonder his starry sky battleship looks so shabby, while the opponent's is so high-end and classy. It turns out the starry sky battleship he is using has been eliminated for hundreds of years. But think about it, the Heavenly Palace has been hiding in the Shenwu continent for tens of millions of years. Such a long time is enough for the outside world to undergo earth-shaking changes. The changes to the star battleship are definitely not the only ones. But at this moment, the man from the god clan who had just raised his head was stunned when he saw Ye Bufan's appearance, and said, I didn't expect that this fat sheep is still a member of my god clan. Etc. Suddenly, the expression of the man from the Protoss clan changed. You are not a god. As soon as he finished speaking, the man from the god clan suddenly stood up. Squeak. The white fox in his arms immediately jumped to the ground, and then bared its teeth at the man of the god clan, as if to express his extreme dissatisfaction with the man of the god clan's sudden rude behavior. Unfortunately, the man from the god clan ignored him. His crystal-like eyes stared at Ye Bufan in the light curtain and asked in disbelief, "Are you a human?" Ye Bufan was stunned by the god clan man's abnormal reaction. "I am a human. But, what happened to the human race? Do you have to react so strongly?" Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the man from the god clan laughed and said, "It's okay for a human being like you to not stay in the ancient domain honestly, but you actually came all the way to the Purple Emperor domain, which is the farthest from the ancient domain. How big is your heart? Didn't your elders tell you that outside the ancient domain, there are all hopeless places for you humans? Beyond the ancient times, is the human race in a desperate situation?" Ye Bufan was stunned and puzzled. The man from the god clan spoke again, "But this is not important anymore. What is important is that such a good thing unexpectedly happened to me, Ji Chongshuan. Ha 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 ha, human race, please don't let this king down." Then, the man from the god clan looked solemn again and said in a cold voice, "Human race, I give you 3 seconds to consider. After 3 seconds, immediately open the door of the battleship and surrender to me. Otherwise, I will take coercive measures against you." As soon as he finished speaking, the man from the god clan changed the subject and said, "Nebula, Star Moon, Star Rain, prepare the starry sky cannons. In 3 seconds, if the other party does not surrender, I will directly blow up their starry sky battleships." Chapter 14:05, Captured. Nebula, star moon, star rain, prepare your space cannons. If the other side doesn't surrender in 3 seconds, I will destroy their space battleships. Damn it. As soon as the man from the God clan finished speaking, Ye Bufan couldn't help but curse in his heart. Didn't you say there was no ill intention? Didn't you agree to only rob money and not kill? Ye Bufan was certain that the other party's sudden change must be related to his identity as a human. But why? What happened to the human race? Although the heavenly palace was defeated in a battle tens of millions of years ago, causing the entire human race to fall from the altar, but when you see the human race, you shouldn't react so strongly, right? Ye Bufan was confused and bewildered. Fortunately, judging from the opponent's posture, they don't want to kill me, but have other purposes. Otherwise, the opponent would just bombard me directly. Would there be any need for me to surrender? But, am I just going to sit there and wait for death? No, never. Snort. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan snorted coldly and said, "How dare you, a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs, set your sights on me. I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, if you disturb my master's practice, even if you are a divine king or divine emperor, you will not be able to escape death." Yo-ho. Ye Bufan originally just wanted to scare the other party away, but unexpectedly, the other party just chuckled and then sneered. "Little brat, who are you trying to scare? If your master can really kill the God King, or even become the God Emperor, then he must be at least a powerful God Emperor. Do you think the vehicle of a God Emperor would be a bronze-class space battleship that has been eliminated for millions of years? That's my master's nostalgia. Yeah, if you don't believe me, you can try it. Just try it. I'm telling you, I, Ji Chongshuan, have never been afraid of anyone since I was a child. Isn't it just the Divine Emperor? If there really is a Divine Emperor on this old antique of yours, then I accept it. Isn't it just death? Who's afraid of who? Attack him and smash him to pieces." What the hell? When the man from the God clan said this, Ye Bufan was shocked. Now he finally understood what it meant that the stupid ones were afraid of the aggressive ones, and the aggressive ones were afraid of the desperate ones. The guy in front of me is not only arrogant and stupid, but also desperate. How can we do this? Scare him. Don't be ridiculous, that's useless. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan immediately waved his hand and said, "Wait, I surrender. It is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death." Ye Bufan doesn't want to be blown to pieces as soon as he leaves the Shenwu continent. Surrender. Unexpectedly, the man from the God clan sneered and said, "It's too late." What do you mean? Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. What's the meaning? The man from the God clan sneered. Now this great king no longer wants you to surrender. This great king wants to capture you alive. Don't you want me to surrender? You want to capture me alive. Is there any difference? Ye Bufan was messy. The man from the God clan had already spoken. What are you still standing there for? Attack me. Boom. The next second, Ye Bufan only felt his starry sky battleship tremble violently. Alert! Alert! The battleship has been attacked and has been damaged. The green fur ball's anxious voice rang out instantly. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Damn, it was destroyed by one shot. Is your hull made of paper? But now that things have come to this, Ye Bufan has no choice. Attack me. Yes, Your Excellency the Commander. Starry Sky Cannon, prepare and start charging. Energy is fully charged. Target locked, fire. I'm sorry, Commander, the Star Cannon's attack was intercepted by the enemy and has become ineffective. Do you want to continue the attack? In an instant, Ye Bufan was completely stunned. They can destroy you with one shot, but your shot is directly intercepted by them. Are you really all bronze-class space battleships? Isn't the gap too big? Boom. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the entire warship shook violently again. Afterwards, the warship was directly damaged, and a powerful energy swept in from outside the hull. Ye Bufan didn't even have the chance to react. He was directly swept up by the energy. The powerful force hit him, and Ye Bufan flew backwards. Bang! After a loud bang, Ye Bufan's body fell heavily on the other end of the warship. For a moment, Ye Bufan felt as if his whole body was about to fall apart, and waves of pain swept over him. You know, Ye Bufan's physical body has reached the first level of Xuanshan. If not, if it were an ordinary servant of the gods, he would be crippled even if he didn't die from this blow. But at this moment, Ye Bufan could no longer care about so much. because he clearly saw that the entire hull of the Starry Sky battleship right above the operations room where he was had been damaged, and he could clearly see the Starry Sky outside the battleship. This was just 2 attacks from the enemy. If there was another attack, Ye Bufan could guarantee that his Starry Sky battleship would be destroyed by the enemy. Although they were both bronze-level star battleships, the gap was so big that Ye Bufan almost collapsed. Rebellion. How can I resist? Bang bang. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, one black shadow after another jumped into the hole above the ship and came in front of Ye Bufan. Among them were demons that Ye Bufan knew, as well as other alien races that Ye Bufan did not know. But there is no doubt that the cultivation of these dozens of aliens has all reached the level of servants of gods. The burly man with a lion's head and a human body who is the leader among them has brought Ye Bufan an unprecedented sense of crisis. As for his cultivation level, Ye Bufan couldn't see through it at all. But Ye Bufan was certain that the other party was at least a powerful being above the 5th level of the mystic god realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such an impact. Take this human down. Before Ye Bufan could think more, the big man with a lion's head and a human body pointed at him and spoke coldly. Yes. In an instant, 2 aliens responded and came directly in front of Ye Bufan. Looking at these 2 aliens in the god-servant realm, Ye Bufan really had the urge to kill them, but thinking of the burly man with a lion's head and a human body in front of him, as well as the man from the god clan he had just seen in the light curtain, Ye Bufan could only forcibly suppress the murderous intent in his heart. It's not that he doesn't want to, but that he can't. Not to mention the man from the god clan, just look at the big man in front of him with a lion's head and a human body. He is definitely no match for him. Since you can't win, you can only admit defeat. After all, judging from the current situation, the other party has no intention of killing me, so I should save my life first. Ye Bufan did not resist, so the 2 aliens in the god-servant realm captured him easily. At this time, the big man with a lion's head and a human body spoke again, "Search for me." In an instant, dozens of alien members scattered. 10 minutes later, all the aliens returned to the war room. Reporting to the second master, no other members were found, nor were any valuables found. Reporting to the second master, this is also the case for me. Reporting to the second master, I have not found anything either. Looking at the big man with a lion's head and a human body, dozens of alien members started to speak. The big man with a lion's head frowned, looked at Ye Bufan, and asked in a cold voice, "Where are the others on the battleship?" "Others?" Ye Bufan said blankly, "No more, only me. Just you." Not only the burly man with a lion's head and a human body, but also other alien races were stunned. Is it possible that there is only one human on a battleship? It's impossible. The next second, the burly man with a lion's head and a human body flashed and came directly in front of Ye Bufan, then punched Ye Bufan in the abdomen. Boom! With a muffled sound, Ye Bufan felt a huge force hitting his abdomen. Puff! He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, a heart-wrenching pain came over him. If Ye Bufan had not been caught by 2 aliens, he would have collapsed to the ground by now. For this reason, Ye Bufan was even more grateful that he did not resist and did not expose his true strength. Otherwise, he would most likely be killed on the spot by this big man. I'll ask you again, where are the others? The big man with a lion's head and a human body looked at Ye Bufan with cold eyes and asked again. Ye Bufan said bitterly, "I am really the only one here." Ye Bufan originally thought that the big man would continue to interrogate him, but he didn't expect that he would just wave his hand and say, "Take him away." After he finished speaking, the big man turned around and left the warship first. Other alien races followed closely behind. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was stunned, but felt extremely bitter in his heart. It had only been less than 10 days since he left the Shenwu continent, and not only had he encountered the Star Pirates, he had also been captured alive by them. What the hell is this? Chapter 1406 Young Master Yi lost his memory. In the vast universe, in the endless sea of stars, 3 bronze-level starry sky battleships are lined up in a row, shuttling through the sea of stars at an extremely fast speed. In one of the 3 starry sky battleships, inside a magnificent hall, a man from the God clan was holding a white fox in his arms, leisurely sitting on a chair deep in the hall. Below, on both sides of the hall stood members of alien races. These aliens were either demigods or servants of gods. In the front stood a middle-aged man with a lion's head and a human body, who had already surpassed the realm of servants of gods. At this moment, whether it was the leading man from the God clan or other alien races, their eyes were all fixed on a human member in the center of the hall. This human was none other than Ye Bufan. Feeling the strange looks from the alien members around him, Ye Bufan felt so aggrieved and bitter. He never thought that the first group of aliens he encountered after leaving the Shenwu continent would be a group of space pirates, and he was actually captured by them. Even the Bronze-class space battleship he was on was smashed into pieces by the space cannons of these space pirates when they left. However, Ye Bufan knew very well that now that things had come to this, there was no point in him complaining about these things. What he had to do now was to find a way to get out of this situation. Even if he couldn't get out, he had to protect himself. "Human, what's your name?" Before Ye Bufan could think more, the man from the God clan above the hall looked at him and asked. Ye Bufan was stunned instinctively, then he immediately adjusted his mentality, looked at the man of the God clan in front of him, nodded and bowed, and said, "My king, my name is Ye Bufan, you can call me Xiaofanzi." At this moment, Ye Bufan looked like a complete lackey. "Little fan." The man from the God clan smiled slightly. Not bad, not bad. I like your attitude very much." After saying that, the man from the God clan changed the subject and said slowly, "Tell me, where are you from? And why are you here?" Ye Bufan hesitated for a moment. The man from the God clan frowned and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Why, you don't want to say it, or you can't say it." "No, no, my king." Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan waved his hands repeatedly and spoke hurriedly. "If it's not, then tell me quickly," the God clan man said sternly. But Ye Bufan glanced at the man from the God clan and said hesitantly, "My lord, actually, I don't know where I came from, and why I am here." The man from the God clan frowned. "Lie." In the hall, the man with a lion's head and a human body roared angrily, and then his powerful aura fell directly on Ye Bufan, and he shouted sternly, "Boy, do you think we are fools? Don't you know where you come from?" Bang! Under the strong pressure of the man, Ye Bufan collapsed to the ground. Then he said in panic and fear, "My king, I really didn't lie. I can't remember anything except my name. Really, what I said is true. My king, please don't kill me, don't kill me." Lost your memory. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, all the alien members in the hall, including the men from the God clan, instinctively thought of it. And looking at Ye Bufan's expression, they felt that he was not lying. In other words, in their eyes, a human who is at the first level of the God of Servant would not dare to lie to their faces. "Is what you said true?" After a moment, the God clan man looked at Ye Bufan and confirmed with a frown. "Really, my king, what I said is true, really?" Ye Bufan said repeatedly with cold sweat on his forehead. The God clan man nodded. Then, he suddenly said, "Liger, search his soul." Soul search. Ye Bufan was startled, but he immediately calmed himself down. Feng Hen said that the soul of a warrior in the divine realm has awakened. Although he can still be searched by others, once the soul is searched, there is a more than 99% chance that the warrior whose soul is searched will become an idiot. The current situation is that the man from the God clan must have other uses for capturing me alive, which can be seen from his abnormal behavior just now. In that case, he would never allow himself to become an idiot before this. So in Ye Bufan's opinion, the so-called soul search by the man from the God clan was simply a test of him, or in other words, he was deceiving him. In this case, Ye Bufan would naturally not be fooled. What's more, even if the other party really wanted to search his soul, he would not be able to resist. As soon as he thought of this, Ye Bufan's face immediately revealed a trace of confusion, as if he had no idea what soul searching was. "Yes, my king." At this time, the man with a lion's head and a human body responded and walked directly towards Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan looked at him blankly. When the man with a lion's head and a human body came in front of Ye Bufan, he stretched out his right hand. Never mind. Just as the man with a lion's head and a human body was about to take action, the man from the God clan above suddenly spoke. Ye Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His guess was correct. The man from the God clan was indeed testing him. That was why Ye Bufan still maintained his previous confused look. After receiving the order from the man from the God clan, the man with a lion head and a human body immediately stepped aside. Above the hall, the man from the God clan narrowed his eyes and stared at Ye Bufan closely. He was indeed testing Ye Bufan just now, and he had been paying close attention to everything that happened to Ye Bufan from beginning to end. However, he did not notice anything unusual, which means that Ye Bufan did not lie and he really had lost his memory. But the more this happened, the more curious the man from the God clan became. You know, among the 72 domains today, except for the Taigu domain, there are no free human beings in other places. In other words, except for those who have become slaves, other human beings will never leave the Taigu domain. But what about now? Isn't it strange that a human being in the God-serving realm actually appeared on the outskirts of the Purple Emperor realm, which is located to the south and north of the ancient realm? How did he get here? How could he possibly come here? The man from the God clan had too many questions and confusions in his mind. After all, the primordial domain and the Purple Emperor domain were too far apart, almost spanning the entire universe. With a servant god and a bronze-class starry sky battleship that had been eliminated for millions of years, it would be impossible for him to reach the Purple Emperor domain even if he spent his entire lifetime. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be a reason. But what is the reason? The man from the God clan didn't know. Looking at Ye Bufan, he kept thinking in his heart, but he still couldn't find a reasonable explanation. After a moment, the man from the God clan looked at the man with a lion's head and a human body below and said, "Lion Tiger, have you found anything else on him or in the space battleship he's on?" "Your Majesty, we only found this storage ring from him, and the rest nothing." The man with a lion's head and a human body immediately took out a Sumeru ring and said to the man from the God clan, "Just a storage ring." The man from the God clan was stunned for a moment, and then asked, "What's inside?" "This I haven't had time to look at it yet." The man with a lion's head and a human body scratched his head and said with a bit of embarrassment. It's not that he didn't have time to look, but that he was simply too lazy to look. After all, in his opinion, what valuable things could a servant god, a human servant god at that, carrying a space battleship that had been obsolete for millions of years, have on him? The God clan man naturally knew what was in Lion and Tiger's mind. After all, as space pirates, under normal circumstances, the first thing they would do is check the results of each robbery. However, the human man in front of them was obviously too poor. So poor that they didn't even think of checking his storage ring. However, the man from the God clan said calmly, "Let's take a look. Maybe there is something in the storage ring that can prove his origins." "Yes, my king," the man responded, and then forced open Ye Bufan's Sumeru ring. However, he didn't even look at it, and directly poured out all the items in the Sumeru ring. Crash! In an instant, countless divine crystals appeared in the eyes of the gods and other alien races, and they piled up into a small hill in the hall. Hiss! Seeing this scene, all the aliens present, except Ye Bufan, couldn't help but gasp. Even the men from the God clan were no exception. They were stunned and stupid. How many divine crystals are there in this mountain of divine crystals? At least 1 billion. 1 billion. As space pirates, the Protoss men were not rich, but they had never worried about money. However, these more than 1 billion divine crystals were simply too many, and they found it a little difficult to accept. Gurgle. For a moment, many aliens couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Then, all the aliens present, including the men from the God clan, looked at Ye Bufan. They looked shocked, horrified, and even incredulous. A human in the God-serving realm has more than 1 billion divine crystals hidden on his body. Is this really a servant of the gods? Is this really a human? When did humans become so rich? Xiao Fanzi, don't you have anything to say? Looking at Ye Bufan, the man from the God clan couldn't help but ask. What did you say, my king? Ye Bufan pretended to be dumb. God clan man, where did you get these god crystals? Divine crystal. Ye Bufan looked puzzled. All right. The man from the God clan slapped his forehead. He almost forgot that he had lost his memory. Since he had lost his memory, how could he know what the God crystal was? That's all. Then he pointed to the pile of divine crystals in the hall. This. Ye Bufan responded and said, I don't know where these things came from. They were on me when I woke up. There were some other things originally, but I ate them all. Now only these stones are left. Stone. The aliens were in disarray, and the men from the God clan looked devastated. This guy has already lost his memory, yet I keep asking him again and again, whether I am stupid. The man from the God clan was obviously not the kind of person who liked to dwell on trivial matters. Since he couldn't figure out Ye Bufan's origins, he stopped thinking about it. Afterwards, the man from the God clan looked at Ye Bufan again and said calmly, "Come here, test this human's martial arts talent." Chapter 1407. The aliens were frightened. "Someone, come and test this human's martial arts talent for me." "Yes, my king." As soon as the man from the God clan finished speaking, a man from the alien race immediately responded and walked towards Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Detecting talent. When in the cemetery of gods and demons, Ye Bufan had heard of Feng Hen's talent for martial arts. For the cultivation of warriors in the divine realm, elements are the foundation. Naturally, the so-called martial arts talent is inseparable from the elements of heaven and earth. It is for this reason that the concept of element compatibility emerged in the martial arts. The so-called element compatibility refers to the ability to perceive the 9 elements. The stronger the perception ability, the higher the element compatibility, and naturally, the ability to absorb and use elements will be stronger. Element compatibility ranges from 0 to 100, with 0 being the lowest and 100 being the highest. If the value of a certain element compatibility of yours is 0, then no matter how you practice or what means you rely on, you will not be able to absorb this element. However, if the compatibility of a certain element of yours reaches a value of 100, then even if you have not entered the state of practice, this element will naturally integrate into your body and enhance your practice. Once you enter the state of practice, your absorption of this element will definitely be 10 times, or even dozens of times, that of ordinary people. Of course, 0 and 100 are 2 extremes. There are actually not many such creatures. The element compatibility values of most creatures are between 20 and 80, and this is true for all 9 elements. In other words, in the starry sky, most creatures can cultivate any element. However, practicing with an element compatibility below 50 will only yield half the result with twice the effort, so it is not recommended to practice this kind of element. The so-called martial arts talent also comes from this. The martial arts talents in the starry sky are divided into 9 levels, with level 1 being the worst and level 9 being the strongest. At level 1, only one element's elemental compatibility reaches 50 or above. Level 2, the elemental compatibility of 2 elements reaches more than 50. Level 3, the elemental compatibility of the 3 elements reaches more than 50. At level 4, the elemental compatibility of the 4 elements reaches 50 or more. Level 5, the elemental compatibility of at least 5 elements reaches over 60. Level 6, the elemental compatibility of at least 6 elements must reach over 70. At level 7, the elemental compatibility of at least 7 elements must reach over 80. At level 8, the elemental compatibility of at least 8 elements must reach above 90. Level 9, the elemental compatibility of the 9 elements all reached above 90. The reason for this division is that warriors in the divine realm not only need to cultivate the elements, but also need to condense their own laws. Elements are king and laws are supreme. In order to condense the laws, more than 5 elements must be integrated. Naturally, the elements mastered by the warriors and the elemental compatibility of these mastered elements become top priority. Of course, there is a 10th level talent above the 9th level talent. The so-called 10th level refers to some special physiques, also known as divine bodies. Of course, although the divine body far surpasses other warriors of the same realm after growing up, the cultivation of the divine body also needs to rely on the previous 9 levels of talent. If the talent is not strong enough, even if you have a divine body, it will be in vain. That is why, although talents in the starry sky are divided into 10 levels, there are actually only 9 levels. Although Ye Bufan knew all this, he had no idea what level his talent had reached, and was the so-called talent useful to Ye Bufan. It's totally useless. Ye Bufan's cultivation relies on the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, which is the 9 series spirit. Elemental compatibility. As long as Ye Bufan swallows the elemental spirit, he can instantly make this element perfect. In this case, what is the meaning of elemental compatibility? As long as there are elemental elves, even if the compatibility of the 9 elements is 0, Ye Bufan can still practice and even become extraordinary. But if there are no elemental elves, even if the talent reaches the 9th level, it will be in vain. So, the so-called talent is a joke to Ye Bufan. Of course, Ye Bufan couldn't possibly tell this to the man from the God clan. Here, Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the alien had already come in front of him and handed him a crystal rod as long as 2 palms. Ye Bufan took the crystal stick and looked at it in surprise. The alien member was speechless and said, "Hold it with your hands and input energy. Don't stop until you are told to. Do you understand?" "Oh." Ye Bufan responded repeatedly, saying, "I understand." "Then let's get started." "Oh." As the alien member spoke, Ye Bufan responded, then grasped the crystal rod in his right hand, and according to what the alien said, he infused his own energy into the crystal rod in his hand. Buzz. In an instant, a red light shot up into the sky from the crystal rod. At the same time, a red 1 inch instantly appeared at the top of the crystal rod. Afterwards, this 1 inch kept changing and the value soared. 2, 3, 4. In almost the blink of an eye, the red number on the top of the crystal rod turned into 99. Seeing this scene, all the alien races present, including the god clan Manji Chongshuan, were stunned. Fire element compatibility 99. This number is already a bit scary. After all, with such element compatibility, if you give up other elements and only practice fire-based exercises, there will be almost no bottleneck in your practice before Hongmeng and the speed. Buzz. However, before Ji Chongshuan and other aliens could think about it, another blue light shot up into the sky from the crystal rod in Ye Bufan's hand. Then, below the bright red 99 inches at the top of the crystal rod, a light blue 1 inch appeared. The value also rose instantly, and in the blink of an eye it had reached 99. In an instant, the breathing of Ji Chongshuan and other aliens suddenly stagnated. Fire element 99. Water system 99. Nima. Who on earth is this guy? How could the compatibility of the 2 elements reach 99? However, it is not over yet. Buzz. From the crystal rod in Ye Bufan's hand, another khaki light shot up into the sky. Then, below the blue 99 inches on the crystal rod, and khaki 99 inches instantly took shape. Fire element 99. Water system 99. Earth element 99. What the hell? Ji Chongshuan was stunned, and all the other aliens were terrified. But it's not over yet. Gold is 99. Wood element 99. In an instant, the elemental compatibility of Ye Bufan's 5 basic elements all reached 99, just 1 point away from the full value. Bang! Above the hall, Ji Chongshuan could no longer hold back. The moment Ye Bufan's wood element compatibility reached 99, he didn't even pay attention to the white fox in his arms and stood up suddenly. Looking at Ye Bufan, or rather, looking at the crystal rod in Ye Bufan's hand, Ji Chongshuan widened his eyes, his face full of shock and disbelief. All 5 elements are full, with a value of 99. This, even though it's only a level 5 talent, it's enough to scare any living being silly. Really, the 599 in a row are too conspicuous and too eye-catching. The elemental compatibility of the 5 elements all reached 99. What does this mean? It's scary just to think about it. Not only Ji Chongshuan and those alien races, but even the white fox that was originally in Ji Chongshuan's arms, was looking at Ye Bufan with horror. But today, at this moment, Ye Bufan is destined to subvert the worldview of all the aliens present. When the compatibility of the 5 basic elements reaches 99. Wind system, 99. Thunder system, 99. Light series, 99. Dark system, 99. The whole hall was in deathly silence, the sound of a pin drop could be heard. Ji Chongshuan and other aliens looked at the crystal rod in Ye Bufan's hand, their minds went blank. They stood there stupidly as if they had lost their souls, not saying a word. Fire element, 99. Water system, 99. Earth element, 99. Wood element, 99. Light series, 99. Dark system, 99. There is no doubt that this is definitely a 9th level talent, and it is the most terrifying 9th level talent that Ji Chongshuan and others have ever seen or heard of. If all 9 systems are full, as long as you don't die, then you will become Hongmeng. This Nima. At this moment, Ji Chongshuan and other aliens were shaking their bodies and trembling their souls. They never imagined that at the edge of the universe, in this desolate land full of dead stars, they had actually captured a human with such terrifying and scary talent. For a moment, even Ji Chongshuan didn't know what to do. It was really all this was far beyond his ability to bear. What to do? Ji Chongshuan and others were shocked, and so was Ye Bufan. Although he still looked confused, his heart was already in turmoil. All 9 series are full. Ye Bufan was certain that he did not originally have such a terrifying talent. This must be related to the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra or the Supreme Divine Body. But none of this matters. What matters is the expressions of the aliens around him made Ye Bufan feel uneasy. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, Ji Chongshuan, who was originally in a state of shock and confusion, suddenly laughed and said, I'm rich, I'm rich. This time, I, Ji Chongshuan, am really going to be rich. Chapter 1408 Earth God. I'm going to be rich, I'm going to be rich. This time, I, Ji Chongshuan, am really going to be rich. Ji Chongshuan's excited voice echoed in the hall, instantly waking up all the shocked and frightened aliens present. In just a moment, the aliens understood Ji Chongshuan's intention, and also understood why he said that he was going to become rich. After all, a human with all 9 systems fully realized and bound to become Hongmeng, his value has definitely exceeded everyone's imagination. There is no doubt that this is the future Hongmeng Emperor. If they sold him, the money they earned would be more than they could spend in several lifetimes. Why become a space pirate? Isn't it just for money? Thinking of this, the aliens looked at Ji Chongshuan and congratulated him. Congratulations, my king. Congratulations, my king. This time, my king is really going to be rich. If you sell a human with such a terrifying talent, the money you earn will probably take you several lifetimes to squander. My king, I suggest after selling this human, we should buy a planet directly. Then you can become the master of the planet, and the brothers can enjoy the good life with you. Haha, that's right. Not only do we need to buy planets, we also need to buy some female slaves, those elven female slaves. Tisk tisk, their looks, their figures, just thinking about it makes my blood boil. The female slaves of the Shanyu tribe are not bad either. If you ask me, I should buy one from the Tianyan tribe. After all, the female slaves of the Tianyan tribe are not only beautiful, but also have voices tisk tisk, you know. Haha. Whether it's the Elf clan, the Fairy Feather clan, or the Heavenly Sound clan, why not just buy them all? Yes, 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 buy them all. Ha 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 ha. Let's play with them every day. The sounds came one after another. Inside the hall, all the alien races were extremely excited. They seemed to have seen the wonderful life that would follow after selling Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan was completely confused. From the sound of it, you guys are planning to sell me out directly. Also, can planets be purchased directly with money? This is fucking, isn't the world outside of Shenmue a little too chaotic? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Ji Chongshuan on top of the hall suddenly looked at the excited aliens. The joy on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by coldness. Suddenly, Ji Chongshuan shouted, Lion Tiger. Your Majesty. The burly man with a lion's head and a human body took a step forward, faced Ji Chongshuan and said with his fists clasped. All the alien races were stunned by the sudden change. They looked at Ji Chongshuan in surprise, with a look of confusion on their faces. Ji Chongshuan said coldly, except for this human, kill them all. What? Never stop until your words are shocking. When Ji Chongshuan said this, all the alien races were shocked, even Ye Bufan was no exception. The next second, dozens of aliens in the hall looked at Ji Chongshuan with anger and infinite dissatisfaction, saying, My king, what do you mean by this? Kill. Ji Chongshuan ignored him and just shouted coldly. Kill. The lions and tigers did not stop and charged forward directly. Bang. In front of him, an alien was killed by a single punch before he could even react. Seeing this scene, all the aliens were shocked. One of them shouted angrily, Damn Ji Chongshuan, he wants to eat alone. Brothers, fight him. Let's fight. In an instant, more than 20 aliens in the god-serving realm did not think anymore and they all fought back. Bang bang bang. More than 20 aliens in the god-serving realm besieged the lion and tiger alone, but the lion and tiger still had the upper hand, and he would even kill one of them from time to time. Seeing this, Ji Chongshuan sneered above the hall and said, A bunch of idiots, still want to eat alone. You think too much. Only idiots like you will choose to sell a future Hongmeng emperor. As for me Ji Chongshuan, who has the noble blood of the god clan, I will only enslave him and keep him in captivity for my use. In the future, as long as he grows up, he will be the Hongmeng emperor under my command. With a Hongmeng level thug, are you still afraid of having no money, no power, and no status? What? When Ji Chongshuan said this, the aliens were shocked again. They never imagined that Ji Chongshuan actually wanted to enslave this human. Instantly, one of the aliens couldn't help but ask, My king, if that's the case, why do you still want to kill us? I won't kill you, but what if you reveal this secret? No, we promise to keep this secret and never reveal this human's talent. I'm sorry, but I only trust the dead to keep secrets. The aliens were anxious and angry. Faced with the massacre of lions and tigers, they had no right to resist. They originally wanted to persuade Ye Chongshuan, but they didn't expect that he would not give them any chance. Damn it! Instantly, a foreigner yelled angrily, Ye Chongshuan, since you want us to die, then you can forget about it. Brothers, don't worry about the lions and tigers. Let's kill this human and go our separate ways. Kill. The other alien races understood and immediately gave up attacking the lions and tigers and turned to attack Ye Bufan. What the hell? Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan, who was originally pretending to be dumbfounded, couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. He was just about to take action to protect himself. Above the hall, Ye Chongshuan saw this scene and just sneered, saying disdainfully, an ant trying to shake a tree is overestimating one's own capabilities. Lions and tigers, don't play with them, and make a quick decision. Yes, my king. The lion-tiger responded, and then a terrifying pressure surged out from him. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the 20 or so aliens who were rushing towards Ye Bufan all collapsed to the ground. Ye Bufan was no exception. At this moment, he could clearly feel that under this pressure, he didn't even have the chance to resist or struggle. It even seemed as if the other party could easily kill him with just a thought. You are the god of earth. Before Ye Bufan could think more, the trembling voice of an alien in front of him could not help but sounded. Ye Bufan was shocked. Originally, he thought that Shihu was just a powerful warrior above the 5th level of Xuanshan, but he did not expect that the other party was actually an earth god. For this reason, Ye Bufan couldn't help but secretly rejoice that he did not resist. Otherwise, with a god of the earth and an ignorant Ye Chongshuan, if he resisted, he might not even know how he died. Hee. Facing the terrified voices of the aliens, the lion-tiger smiled cruelly and said, you only know now. It's too late. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the lion-tiger slapped out with its palm. With such powerful force, more than 20 aliens from the god-serving realm who were lying on the ground not far from Ye Bufan were instantly killed by the lion-tiger's palm. From beginning to end, they didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Gurgle. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This is a servant of God. In the Shenwu continent, servant gods are already the pinnacle of existence, but now, lion and tiger actually killed more than 20 servant gods with just one palm. This how powerful and perverted is the earth god. Ye Bufan felt his scalp tingling, but he still did not forget his current situation. He looked directly at Ye Chongshuan and pretended to be terrified and said, my king, don't kill me. Hee. Ye Chongshuan smiled slightly, you are my priceless treasure, how could I bear to kill you? As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Chongshuan looked directly at the white fox beside him. For a moment, the white fox couldn't help but shiver all over. Ye Chongshuan squatted down, held her in his arms, stroked her fur, and said with a smile, don't worry, you are the woman that this king likes, and this king will not kill you, but you have to promise this king that what happened today can't be told to anyone, understand? Squeak. The white fox nodded. Ye Chongshuan smiled slightly, then looked at the lion and tiger, and said calmly, let someone deal with these corpses. Chapter 1409 This human race is going against the will of heaven. 9 elements, fully compatible. Such talent can no longer be described as powerful, but absolutely terrifying. Under normal circumstances, a creature with this kind of talent will definitely improve by leaps and bounds every day. As long as he doesn't die in the middle of the process, he will definitely become a great being in the future. This is a future Hongmeng emperor. His value is immeasurable. Once he is sold, Ye Chongshuan will definitely be able to obtain wealth that he can't squander for several lifetimes. But Ye Chongshuan did not do so, because he knew very well that in this endless sea of stars, no matter how much wealth he had, it was all illusory. Only strength was eternal, and only strength was everything. Therefore, when he learned about Ye Bufan's terrifying talent, the first thing he thought of was not to sell Ye Bufan, but to enslave him. In this way, in the future, once Ye Bufan grows up, it will be equivalent to having one more Hongmeng emperor under his command. At that time his identity and status will also rise to the sky. At that time, would Ye Chongshuan still need to worry about material things? Not necessary at all. After a while, the 20 or so corpses in the hall had been cleaned up by some alien races. Only Ye Bufan, Ji Chongshuan, the lion and tiger, and the white fox were left in the hall. At this moment, whether it was Ji Chongshuan, the lions and tigers, or the white fox, they all looked at Ye Bufan quietly, but Ye Bufan pretended to tremble. Human, no, Xiaofanzi, do you want to live? Looking at Ye Bufan, Ji Chongshuan flashed an evil smile on his face and said lightly. Yes, my king, I want to live, I don't want to die. Ye Bufan's body trembled, and without thinking, he immediately spoke in a hurry. Just want to stay alive. Ji Zongshuan smiled slightly. Don't worry, I have already said it just now, I will not kill you, but the premise is you have to be obedient, understand? I understand, Xiao Fanzi understands. Xiao Fanzi will definitely be obedient. Very good. Ji Chongshuan said with satisfaction. From now on, you don't have to do anything, just concentrate on training, and this king will provide you with enough resources and train you with all my strength. Thank you, my king. Ye Bufan responded repeatedly, but he knew in his heart that Ji Chongshuan did this because he valued his talent and planned to train him to be a super fighter under his command. It's a pity that Ye Bufan will never let him get his wish. Okay, Shihu, take him downstairs to rest. Just place him next to me. Also don't mention today's events and this kid's talent to anyone else outside of here. Do you understand? Without waiting for Ye Bufan to think more, Ji Chongshuan looked at Shihu and warned him. Yes, master. The lion tiger responded and said, I understand. Even if I die, I will never reveal what happened today to anyone. Ji Chongshuan nodded and said calmly, go ahead. Yes. Shihu responded, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, boy, let's go. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan hesitated for a moment and ignored the lion and tiger. Instead, he looked at Ji Chongshuan and said tremblingly, my king, what does cultivation mean? What the hell? When Ye Bufan said this, Ji Chongshuan, the lion, tiger, and white fox were all stunned. What does cultivation mean? Damn it, are you kidding me? You don't know how to practice. Then how did you get to the first level of the God-servant realm? Thinking in his heart, Ji Chongshuan couldn't help but ask, and there was even a hint of anger and dissatisfaction in his words. After all, humans are not as good as gods. The gods are born to serve the gods, but humans are different. Humans are born in the mortal realm and need to practice step by step to transform themselves into gods. Ye Bufan, a human at the level of God-servant, actually asked himself how to practice. In Ji Chongshuan's opinion, he was clearly playing a trick on him. However, after Ji Chongshuan asked the question, he regretted it. He even wanted to slap himself hard. It was really his question was too stupid, too stupid. Is the human in front of me a normal human? No. This is a human with amnesia. How would a human with amnesia know how he practiced in the past? Ji Chongshuan was speechless. But this problem is easy to solve. If you don't know how to practice, just teach you. Unexpectedly, before Ji Chongshuan could speak again, Ye Bufan said tremblingly, my king, I don't know what happened. When I just woke up, I felt hungry, so I ate everything in the ring, and then I became stronger. What the hell? After Ye Bufan said this, Ji Chongshuan and the other two were stunned again. They looked at Ye Bufan with astonishment and confusion. After a while, Ji Chongshuan said in a confused voice, what did you say? Say it again, how did you get this power? No, where did you get this power? Okay, it seems like I figured it out. Ye Bufan said weakly. In an instant, Ji Chongshuan and the other two couldn't help but twitch their lips. Eat it out. You are so. What is cultivation? What is strength? Both of these require accumulation and practice step by step. Now, tell me, did you gain the ability to reach the level of servant of gods through eating? Are you kidding me? Ji Chongshuan was in a mess. The lion tiger on the side frowned and said, Master, how about giving it a try? Try. Ji Chongshuan couldn't help but be stunned. Yes, whether it is true or not, you will know it once you try it. Immediately, Ji Chongshuan calmed down and nodded to the lion and tiger. Shihu understood and looked at Ye Bufan and asked, what did you eat before? Before. Ye Bufan thought for a moment and said, there is meat, grass, and some pellets packed in bottles. I don't know what they are. There is no doubt that what Ye Bufan was talking about was meat, magic medicine, and elixir. Shihu understood, and took out a bottle of pills, handed it to Ye Bufan, and said, This is Shenyuan pill, used to restore divine power, you try it. Oh. Ye Bufan responded, then took the pill from Shihu's hand, opened the bottle, poured it directly into his mouth, and swallowed it into his stomach. Seeing this scene, Shihu grabbed Ye Bufan's right wrist. Ye Bufan didn't care about this at all. He knew that Shihu wanted to check whether his cultivation had improved after swallowing this bottle of pills. So, Ye Bufan secretly started to activate the heaven swallowing seal. In an instant, the Shenyuan pills swallowed by Ye Bufan were directly refined. At this time, Ye Bufan activated the Hongmeng seal again. The Hongmeng seal transforms cultivation and is used to strengthen the body. However, Ye Bufan did not use all of the divine power converted from the elixir to improve his physical body, but left a part of it to improve his cultivation. The improvement that a bottle of Shenyuan pill brought to Ye Bufan was not much, and Ye Bufan converted most of the medicinal power into physical cultivation through the Hongmeng seal. Therefore, the improvement of Ye Bufan's cultivation could be said to be negligible, but it was enough to be detected by the lion and tiger. How about it? Looking at the lion and tiger, Ji Chongshuan frowned and couldn't help asking. Shihu frowned and released Ye Bufan's right hand, then looked at Ji Chongshuan and said, Master, although his cultivation has improved a little, it has indeed improved. What the hell? Hearing this, Ji Zongshuan couldn't help but swear. He widened his eyes, looking shocked and unbelievable, and asked, really? Not only Ji Chongshuan, but also the white fox in his arms looked horrified. No need to practice, just eat as much as you can to improve your cultivation. Nima. This human race is going against the will of heaven. Chapter 14:10 Eat as much as you want. Eat as much as you want. When you are done, the king will buy more for you. Others need to rely on step-by-step practice to improve their cultivation, but the human race is different. They don't need to do anything. They can improve their cultivation just by eating. This is so infuriating. It is true that if you compare yourself to others, you will die. If you compare goods to others, you will throw them away. The most annoying thing is that this human race has full compatibility with all 9 elements. Such talent, coupled with such an incredible ability. Bang, bang, bang. Just thinking about it, Ji Chongshuan felt his heart beating rapidly. Really, this human is too scary. At this moment, even if Ye Bufan said that he was the son of heaven, Ji Chongshuan would believe it. Of course, that's impossible. But even so, Ye Bufan's horror can no longer be concealed, and coupled with his unknown origin, the large amount of divine crystals he carries on his body, and the unexplained amnesia, now Ji Chongshuan is more and more curious about Ye Bufan's origin. But this is not the point. The point is now this terrifying human is in his hands. Although I cannot deprive him of his talent and extraordinary ability, as long as I control him, I can use him to my advantage. Just this is enough. Call. Thinking of this in his heart, Ji Chongshuan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. At this moment, the more he looked at Ye Bufan, the more he liked him and the more he treasured him. This human race is absolutely a priceless treasure. After a moment, Ji Chongshuan looked at Shihu and said, Shihu, which life planet is closest to us? Reporting to the young master, it is Zichen Star. How long will it take us to reach Zichen Star? Reporting to master, it will take about 4 days for us to reach Zichen Star. 4 days. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. He clearly remembered that it took him 16 or 17 days to travel from outside the Shenwu continent to Zichen Star, but only 7 or 8 days had passed. In other words, it would originally take him 10 days to reach Zichen Star, but now, it only takes 4 days. There is no doubt that this must be because of the star battleship. I have to say that obsolete goods are obsolete goods and cannot be compared with the brand new star battleships. But this has nothing to do with Ye Bufan. Now he is just a prisoner. Very good. After Shihu finished speaking, Ji Chongshuan responded and said, order everyone to rush to Zichen Star. Also, take out all our supplies. Except for leaving some for emergency use, the rest all should be eaten by him. This. The lion and tiger were stunned, but didn't say much. He knew what Ji Chongshuan wanted to do, and he agreed very much. After all, it is rare and incredible to have all 9 elements fully compatible, and coupled with the terrifying devouring ability, this human race is worthy of their power to cultivate. Only, thinking of the concerns in his heart, Shihu immediately said, Master, can we take this matter slowly? After all, once this human race grows up, it will be difficult for us to control him at that time. Fine. Ji Chongshuan responded, then looked at Ye Bufan and said without hesitation, After we arrive at Zichen Star, we will directly purchase the Soul Control Circle to control him. At that time, his life and death will be controlled by me. He will have to obey, whether he wants to or not he will have to obey. The lion's eyes lit up. Ye Bufan was secretly shocked. Soul Circle. Feng Hen emphasized that this was an item produced by a race called the Soul Clan. As for its function, it is almost the same as its name, the Soul Controlling Circle. The only function of this Soul Controlling Circle is to control the warrior's soul. Once the Soul Control Circle is planted in the soul, it means that one's life and death are controlled by others. As long as one possesses the Soul Control Circle, a servant god can easily kill Emperor Hongmeng. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must have the ability to plant a soul circle on a Hongmeng emperor. But Ye Bufan is different. In terms of cultivation, he is only at the first level of the green servant god. Even if he bursts out with the full strength of his physical body at the first level of the mysterious god, he can never defeat Shihu, a super strong man at the earth god realm. So, if Ji Chongshuan wanted to plant the soul circle on Ye Bufan, then Ye Bufan would not have any right to resist. Now Ye Bufan finally understood why Ji Chongshuan was so confident that he could control himself. It turned out he wanted to rely on the soul control circle. It's a pity that imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Soul circle. This thing is indeed powerful, even terrifying, but it has no effect on Ye Bufan, because the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra does not allow any foreign objects to enter Ye Bufan's soul. Just like Liang Xian back then, all outsiders will be wiped out. In order to verify this point, Ye Bufan even asked Feng Hen to simulate the soul controlling circle, to attack his soul when he was in the cemetery of gods and demons. The result can be imagined. The soul controlling circle, simulated by Feng Hen, was directly killed by the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra. That is why, when Ye Bufan heard that Ji Chongshuan was going to use the soul control circle to control himself, he was not worried, nor did he care. In fact, in his opinion, this was a joke. Of course, Ye Bufan couldn't possibly tell Ji Chongshuan about these things. Now he has made up his mind to temporarily submit to Ji Chongshuan's group of star pirates and then use them to secretly strengthen himself. When the day comes when he is strong enough, he will counterattack and suppress Ji Chongshuan's group of star pirates. Ye Bufan believed that when that day came, Ji Chongshuan's expression would be very interesting. What does it mean to raise a tiger to cause trouble? That's it. But that's all in the past. After knowing that Ji Chongshuan planned to use the soul control circle to control Ye Bufan, Shihu's concerns naturally disappeared. Immediately, he looked at Ji Chongshuan and said, "Yes, master, I will arrange it right away." Ji Chongshuan nodded. The lion and tiger left immediately. A moment later, the lion and tiger returned and brought back all the reserve resources of Ji Chongshuan and his group of star pirates. In fact, as star pirates, Ji Chongshuan and his group did not have many reserve resources. In addition to some meat, there were only some elixirs that could be used in battle to recover from injuries and restore divine power, as well as some items such as magical medicines needed for their daily practice. As for the others, they had already been exchanged for divine crystals. But it doesn't matter. Although these resources are not theirs, they can buy them after they arrive at Zichen Star. After all, they have just robbed Ye Bufan of 1 billion divine crystals, and as star pirates, Ji Chongshuan and his gang have accumulated a lot of savings. Isn't it just resources? It doesn't matter, we have money, just buy it. After taking a look at the resources that Lion and Tiger had taken, Ji Chongshuan looked directly at Ye Bufan and said, "Little fan, why are you still standing there? Eat, and don't be polite to the king. These are all yours, eat as much as you want, and the king will buy you more after you finish eating." Chapter 14:11. My king, I'm not full yet. Xiao Fanzi, what are you still standing there for? Eat, and don't be polite to the king. These are all yours, eat as much as you want, and the king will buy you more after you finish eating. Seeing Ji Chongshuan's generous, heroic and wealthy demeanor, Ye Bufan was so delighted that he almost couldn't help laughing. Ye Bufan dared to swear that since he got the heaven-swallowing seal, he had never been full, or rather as long as he wanted, he could keep eating. In this situation, Ji Chongshuan actually told him to eat whatever he wanted and eat as much as he wanted. Ye Bufan even began to feel a little sympathy for him. However, since you are so enthusiastic, how can I refuse you? Didn't you rob me of 1 billion divine crystals? Then I will take 2 billion or 3 billion from you until you doubt your life. Thinking in his mind, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated and started eating. Then, he simply grabbed the bottles of pills in front of him, opened the bottles and poured the pills into his mouth, just like drinking tea or water. If the king tells me to eat, I will eat without hesitation. At the same time, Ye Bufan secretly opened the heaven-swallowing seal and the Hongmeng seal, directly transforming these pills and using them to improve his physical body. That's right, it's about improving the physical body. Repairing the plank road in public and marching to Chenkang in secret. Ye Bufan is not stupid enough to improve his cultivation directly. After all, Ye Bufan has not yet found the elemental spirit to break through the bottleneck of the servant of God and enter the realm of the mysterious God. In this case, if he just keeps improving his cultivation, and by then reaches the 9th level of the servant of God, he will not be able to break through or advance, then wouldn't that be a mistake? Therefore, the best strategy is to focus all your efforts on improving your physical body. As for improving your cultivation, you should do it as slowly as possible, and if you can avoid improving it, then don't do it. Of course, it is impossible not to improve. After all, Ji Chongshuan is not a fool. If he keeps maintaining the cultivation level of the first level of the God servant, even if he does not doubt it, he will probably give up being a sucker after knowing that he is a bottomless pit. Therefore, we still need to improve where we need to, and we still need to break through where we need to. Of course, even if we want to break through, it's definitely not now. Now let's eat first. Ye Bufan ate voraciously, and dozens of bottles of various pills in front of him were all swallowed up in less than a minute. Gurgle. Seeing this scene, Ji Chongshuan, the lion, the tiger and the white fox, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva, shocked and even horrified. Although these were not high-grade pills, nor did they have any powerful medicinal effects, they were in large quantities. They had never seen a man as fierce as Ye Bufan who could eat hundreds or thousands of pills in one breath. You have to know that these were pills, not rice, and there were dozens of different kinds of pills. Isn't he afraid that the medicinal properties of these pills will conflict with each other and cause some bad consequences? Nima. This guy is not only incredible, but also a weirdo. Ji Chongshuan and the other two thought so, but Ye Bufan didn't care at all. After eating the pill, Ye Bufan grabbed the magic medicine in front of him and bit it, stuffing it into his mouth. The taste was so damn disgusting. But Ye Bufan didn't even frown, and he ate happily. There is no other way. I have to eat it because the king tells me to. There is absolutely no room for ambiguity. What's more, this is not a magic medicine, it is cultivation and strength. Ye Bufan ate voraciously, but Ji Chongshuan and others felt their scalps tingling just watching him. Especially Ji Chongshuan, he swore that the human race in front of him was definitely the biggest, most exquisite weirdness he had ever seen, without a doubt. Half an hour later, Ye Bufan had finished eating and swallowed all the magic medicine. This was because Ye Bufan slowed down. Otherwise, Ye Bufan would have been able to finish swallowing this amount of magic medicine in 10 minutes. There is no way. These magical medicines are really too bad to taste. Some of the sweet-tasting magical medicines are still okay, but after putting those bitter and astringent magical medicines into his mouth, Ye Bufan felt like he was eating grass. It has to be said that the heaven-swallowing seal has its advantages, but it also has its disadvantages. Under normal circumstances, magical medicines need to be refined slowly, or boiled into liquid medicine or refined into pills. How could they be swallowed raw like Ye Bufan did? Fortunately, all these magical medicines have been taken. After taking the magic medicine, Ye Bufan directly picked up a beast leg in front of him. That's right, hug. Although Ye Bufan didn't know what kind of beast's leg this single leg was already as big as two of him. I have to say, the owner of this leg must be a huge monster. Moreover, this strange beast leg had already been processed, so it was at least cooked. Otherwise, Ye Bufan really wouldn't know how to eat it. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan held the leg of the strange beast and bit it in front of Ji Chongshuan and the other two. Ye Bufan bit off a large piece of the exotic beast's meat, and just as he put it in his mouth, he couldn't help but groan. To be honest, the taste of this beast meat is really not that good, but compared with those magical medicines, it is simply a delicacy. This is also the reason why Ye Bufan took the magic medicine first and then ate the beast meat. If he ate the animal meat first, Ye Bufan was afraid that he would no longer be able to take those magical medicines. He didn't want Ji Chongshuan to see any flaws. After all, the right way is to keep a low profile and improve silently. Seeing Ye Bufan's behavior, Ji Chongshuan and the other two were stunned, especially the white fox in Ji Chongshuan's arms, whose mouth had opened into an O shape. Although the resources brought by lions and tigers are not many, it can even be said that they are very few. But what are these things? This is an elixir, a magical medicine. Although they are not very large in size, they contain a lot of energy. Like Ye Bufan, who swallowed hundreds of bottles of elixirs and ate thousands of magical herbs at once, the quantitative change led to a qualitative change. If he could not absorb them quickly, the energy contained in these things would be enough to burst him. Not to mention that he is just a servant god, even the mysterious god or even the earth god cannot withstand it. But what about Ye Bufan? This guy is still eating. Looking at Ye Bufan, Ji Zongshuan said with a messy face, Xiaofan, how about you stop and rest for a while? Ji Chongshuan was really worried. If Ye Bufan continued to eat like this, he might explode. If that happened, he would definitely regret it to death. You know, this is a monster with perfect compatibility of 9 elements. He is his designated powerful slave. Ji Chongshuan doesn't want anything unexpected to happen to him. As soon as Ji Zongshuan said this, Ye Bufan stopped moving. He looked at Ji Zongshuan and asked in confusion, "My king, what's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? This great king is afraid that you will eat too much." Ji Chongshuan's mouth twitched, his heart was in a mess, but he said, "Xiao Fanzi, don't rush into things. Eating too much is not good for your health. Let's take a rest and eat another day." "It's all right, my king." Ye Bufan said, "I'm not full yet." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan bit the leg of the beast in his arms. Seeing this scene and hearing these words, the lion and tiger couldn't help but twitch their mouths. The white fox widened his eyes. Ji Chongshuan was completely confused. "My king, am I not full yet? Damn, these words are really too destructive. Not full yet. Are you still a human being?" Chapter 14:12. What if I sell everything I have? Hundreds of bottles of elixir. Thousands of miracle drugs. A beast leg of a mysterious god-level star beast. 37 god-serving star beasts. In less than 2 hours, Ye Bufan ate up all the edible resources on the 3 space warships carrying Ji Chongshuan and his group of space pirates. Looking at him, Ji Chongshuan and the other two felt their scalps tingling and their hearts trembling. This guy, he eats so much, it's like he's the reincarnation of a starving ghost. The most terrifying thing is that Ye Bufan is just a servant god, and after eating so many things, he didn't even explode. You know, there is a lot of energy contained in these things, especially those star beasts. As star beasts that live in the sea of stars and feed on the elements of heaven and earth, every inch of their flesh and blood is made up of elements. The more advanced the star beast, the more terrifying the elements contained in its body. Even if it was just the lowest level star beast of the god-servant class, it would take more than 3 months for a god-servant to eat it all and refine it. But what about now? Ye Bufan actually ate 37 god-serving star beasts in one breath. Damn, these are 37 star beasts of the god-serving level. Not to mention their own value, just look at the elemental energy contained in their bodies. Even Lion Tiger, the god of the earth, doesn't dare to eat them all in one breath, and he simply can't eat them all. But what about Ye Bufan? Not only did he eat these 37 god-serving star beasts, he also swallowed the leg of a mysterious god-level star beast. But even so, he was still able to remain in peace. In this case, how could Ji Chongshuan and the other two not be shocked and frightened? To the extent that they have forgotten the original purpose of letting Ye Bufan eat these things. But they forgot, but Ye Bufan did not. Hundreds of bottles of elixirs, thousands of magical medicines, dozens of star beasts and other things, after being devoured and transformed by the heaven-swallowing seal and the Hongmeng seal, Ye Bufan's body also reached the level of the 3rd level of the profound god from the 1st level of the profound god. Although he had just advanced to the 3rd level of the mysterious god realm, it was still the 3rd level of the mysterious god realm after all. In less than 2 hours, his cultivation level in the Xuantian realm broke through twice in succession. This speed of cultivation is absolutely incredible. It's a pity that Ji Chongshuan and the other two didn't know it. Of course, after eating so much and his physical body reaching the level of the 3rd level of Xuantian, Ye Bufan would naturally give Ji Chongshuan an explanation. For this reason, after his physical body reached the 3rd level of Xuantian, Ye Bufan stopped using his cultivation to transform his physical body, and instead used it directly to break through. Boom! While Ji Chongshuan and the other two were in a daze, Ye Bufan's cultivation level of the first level of God Servant directly broke through and advanced to the second level of God Servant. What the hell? The sudden change brought Ji Chongshuan back to his senses in an instant. After a cry of surprise, he asked in shock, "Breakthrough?" When Ji Chongshuan said this, Shihu and Baihu came back to their senses instantly, but they couldn't help but twitch their lips. Yes, Ye Bufan had made a breakthrough, but wasn't the price too high? Let's not talk about anything else, let's just talk about the 37 God-serving level star beasts. As star beasts that live in the starry sky and feed on the elements of heaven and earth, their flesh and blood are definitely one of the top-level resources for cultivation, and it is also very easy to absorb, far beyond what divine crystals can compare to. The most important thing is that star beasts live in the sea of stars, and they are a social species. Even the smallest star beast group has more than 1,000 members, so it is extremely difficult to hunt star beasts. The reason why Ji Chongshuan and his party were able to hunt these 37 star beasts was completely out of luck. Under normal circumstances, with the strength of their group of star pirates, they would not be qualified to hunt star beasts at all, and they could only run away when they encountered a group of star beasts. That is why star beasts are extremely expensive. The star beast of the first level of the God Servants requires at least 1 million divine crystals, and the value of the star beast of the 9th level of the God Servants exceeds 10 million. As for the star beasts in the Xuanshan realm, even if it is the first level of Xuanshan, the starting price is at least 20 million divine crystals, and there is still a shortage of demand. Just the 37 servant god level star beasts and the mysterious god level star beast leg that Ji Chongshuan and his group of star pirates hunted, by chance, their value is definitely over 100 million god crystals, and is even close to the level of 200 million god crystals. Eating nearly 200 million divine crystals in one meal is not just scary, but terrifying. The most important thing is that once so many star beasts are all devoured, it will be enough for a warrior at the first level of the servant god to reach the 5th, 6th, or even 7th or 8th level of the profound god. Of course, this takes time. But what about Ye Bufan? His speed of refining star beasts was indeed fast, but the improvement he obtained was only a breakthrough from the first level of servant of God to the second level of servant of God. Others can reach the 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th levels of the mysterious God from the first level of the serving God, but he can only advance from the first level of the serving God to the second level of the serving God. This isn't it too tricky? Thinking in his heart, Shihu looked at Ji Chongshuan, who looked excited, and reminded him, "Master, he ate nearly 200 million divine crystals in this meal." 200 million divine crystals. Ji Chongshuan couldn't help but be stunned, and then the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. 200 million divine crystals. It is impossible to say that he does not feel distressed. After all, their savings over the years only add up to a few 100 million divine crystals. Of course, this does not include Ye Bufan's 1 billion divine crystals. If Ye Bufan's 10 billion is added, then their group of star pirates now has about 1.5 to 1.6 billion in assets. It took nearly 200 million divine crystals to go from the first level of servant of the gods to the second level of servant of the gods. What happens after that? Ji Chongshuan felt that his 1.5 to 1.6 billion divine crystals were not enough to spend. Even this many divine crystals were not enough for Ye Bufan to break through to the Zon god level. Damn. When he thought of this, Ji Chongshuan became confused and crazy. This is indeed a human race that defies the heavens, but it would be too expensive to train him, right? Ji Chongshuan felt that this was simply a bottomless pit. Looking at Ji Chongshuan, Ye Bufan was also very nervous. He knew that the resources he consumed were not proportional to the improvement in his cultivation, but Ye Bufan had no other choice. After all, he was still unable to break through to the level of servant god and advance to the level of mysterious god. In other words, the day when his cultivation reaches the 9th level of the god-serving realm will be the day when he reveals his flaws, or even gets exposed. When that time comes, how will Ji Chongshuan deal with himself? Ye Bufan didn't know, but Ye Bufan knew that he must not sit still and wait for death, he must seize the initiative. How can we seize the initiative? Strength. Only when you have strong enough strength can you become the master. Although Ye Bufan still doesn't know Ji Chongshuan's true strength, he can at least be sure that Shihu is a powerful Earth God realm warrior. For this reason, if Ye Bufan wants to turn the tables, then his physical cultivation must at least reach the level of an Earth God. That is to say, before his cultivation reaches the 9th level of the God-serving stage, his physical body must step into the level of earthly God, and the higher his cultivation level, the higher the level. Otherwise, at that time, his situation would become very passive, even dangerous. In this situation, Ye Bufan had no choice at all. He had to suppress the improvement of his cultivation, or in other words he was gambling, using his extraordinary talent to bet that Ji Chongshuan would not give up on him. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Ji Chongshuan burst into laughter. Then, he looked at Shihu and said with a smile, Shihu, you are right. The price to train him is indeed too high, but you forgot the most important point. The most important point. Shihu was stunned, looking at Ji Chongshuan puzzledly. What is it? Time. Ji Chongshuan said. Afterwards, before the lion and tiger could react, Ji Chongshuan had already looked at Ye Bufan and spoke again with a solemn expression. According to the current situation, the cost of training him is indeed not small, but he has the biggest advantage, which is time. The compatibility of the 9 elements is perfect, and he will become the great emperor of Hongmeng one day. It will take time, though. How long will it take? 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or 10 million years. That's too long, too long. I can't wait any longer. But it's different now. He ate all 37 God-serving star beasts in less than 2 hours, and it didn't cause any negative effects on him. What kind of abnormal ability is this? With that ability plus his talent, the possibilities are endless. To put it bluntly, as long as we have enough resources in our hands to feed him, he can achieve the great emperor of Hongmeng in the shortest possible time. In that case, why not? It's just resources and money. As long as it helps him grow up quickly, I don't mind selling everything I have. Besides, who are we? We are space pirates. If we have no money or resources, we can just rob them. Can't we, a star pirate group, support a mere human being? Chapter 14:13 The Third Commander. It's just resources and money. As long as it helps him grow up quickly, I don't mind selling everything I have. Besides, who are we? We are space pirates. If we have no money or resources, we can just rob them. Can't we, a star pirate group, support a mere human being? That's right, with such a large star pirate group like yours, can't you afford to support a human like me? Seeing Ji Chongshuan's firm and resolute expression, Ye Bufan was so happy that he didn't even know what to say. Especially when Ji Chongshuan said, so what if I have to sell everything I have? Ye Bufan was deeply touched. What kind of space pirate is this? This is clearly a great and kind person who couldn't be better. Otherwise, how could he let his entire star pirates work for him when they just met by chance, and without asking for any benefits or compensation? Ye Bufan swore that he had never met a kind-hearted person like Ji Chongshuan, either in his past life or in this life, and he had never even heard of him. Ye Bufan couldn't help but feel excited when he thought that he didn't have to do anything and there was a god of the earth and a group of servant gods working for him for free. I'm going to be lucky. Ye Bufan thought so, but Ji Chongshuan and the other two were completely unaware of it. Especially Ji Chongshuan. At this moment, he, like Ye Bufan, also thought that he was very lucky. After Ji Chongshuan finished speaking, Shihu couldn't help but frown. Although he found it a little hard to accept, he had to admit that what Ji Chongshuan said was true. Endless starry sky, countless races. Money is important, but strength is king. After all, if you don't have strength, no matter how much wealth you have, you may not be able to keep it. But if you have strong enough strength, it is not easy to get wealth. Therefore, although the resources required to train Ye Bufan are huge, the benefits they will gain after Ye Bufan grows up will be immeasurable. The most important thing is, as Ji Chongshuan said, Ye Bufan's ability to devour infinitely will greatly shorten his growth time. Isn't it just resources? Isn't it just money? No, they just go and rob, since they are space pirates anyway. Thinking about it, Shihu immediately agreed with Ji Chongshuan's decision. He would spare no effort to train Ye Bufan, even if it meant selling everything he had. However, the most urgent task is to keep Ye Bufan firmly under control. After all, they are space pirates and never do business at a loss. The next second, Shihu looked directly at Ji Chongshuan and said, Master, if that's the case, then we should buy the Soul Guardian Circle as soon as possible. Ji Chongshuan nodded and said, after arriving at Zichen Star, I will personally handle this matter. As for you, after a pause, Ji Chongxuan's expression became serious and he continued, from now on, you will stay with this human. I don't want him to have any accidents. Do you understand? Clear, Liger said with a firm look. In fact, even if Ji Chongxuan didn't say it, he would do so. Of course, they did this not to monitor Ye Bufan, but to protect him. After all, Ye Bufan's value is so great. If something happens to him by accident, or he is killed by someone, they will have no place to cry. Then, Ji Zongxuan said calmly, okay, take him to rest first. Yes, master, the lion responded. But at this moment, as if to demonstrate his own value and protect himself, Ye Bufan suddenly asked Ji Chongxuan, my king, don't you want to eat anymore? I'm still okay. Hearing this, Ji Chongxuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Damn you. I know you can still eat, but can you please let me take my time? The lion, tiger and white fox also had messy looks on their faces. This weirdo is such a big eater. In the starry sky, Ji Chongxuan and his group of 3 bronze-level starry sky battleships were moving forward. In the middle starry sky battleship, after Shihu took Ye Bufan out of the hall, he took him directly back to his room, and then began to tell Ye Bufan some basic information about the 72 domains. After all, Ye Bufan is in a state of amnesia, now, and Shihu doesn't want to wait for him to enter Zichen's star and bring unnecessary trouble to himself and his group because he knows nothing. Ye Bufan naturally had no objection to this, and he even wanted it very much. After all, judging from the current situation, a lot of the information he got from Feng Hen is outdated, so it is very necessary to understand some of the situations in this era. What's more, apart from listening to what Shihu said, Ye Bufan had nothing to do. He wanted to continue to improve his strength, but there was nothing for him to eat on Ji Chongxuan's 3 starry sky battleships, unless Ye Bufan swallowed the divine crystal raw. However, the divine crystal was too hard and Ye Bufan couldn't bring himself to eat it. Just like that, 3 days passed in a flash, and Ye Bufan had a preliminary understanding of the situation of this era. In addition, he also had a better understanding of Ji Chongxuan's Star Pirate Group. The entire Star Pirate Group is headed by Ji Chongxuan, who is the first commander of the Star Pirate Group. As for his cultivation level, Ye Bufan still knows nothing about it. Not only Ye Bufan, but other members of the Star Pirate Group were also unaware of it. The only ones who really know Ji Chongxuan's cultivation level are probably Shihu and himself. Below Ji Chongxuan is Shihu, he is the second commander of the Star Pirates Group. As for his cultivation in the eyes of everyone in the Star Pirates Group, Shihu's cultivation is the 9th level of the mysterious god, but Ye Bufan knows that he is not a mysterious god, but an earth god, and Shihu has clearly told Ye Bufan that his cultivation is the 3rd level of the earth god. As to whether it was true or false, Ye Bufan was unable to judge. In addition, not counting the 20 or so aliens who were killed by Ji Chongxuan in the hall earlier, there are still 1,452 aliens in the entire Star Pirate Group. Among them, there are 2 Xuantian, namely the 2nd and 4th level Xuantian, but they are not on the Starry Sky battleship where Ye Bufan is, but in the other 2 Starry Sky battleships. A mysterious god sits in command of a Starry Sky battleship. In addition, among the 1,452 aliens, there are 39 servants of the gods, 622 demigods, and the rest have cultivation levels below demigods. These people do not participate in battles and are only responsible for logistics. Even so, the weakest among them has the cultivation level to enter the Saint Realm. It has to be said that the world inside Shenwu and the world outside Shenwu are completely 2 different worlds. Based on the strength of Ji Chongxuan's group of star pirates, once they enter the Shenwu continent, it will definitely be a catastrophe for the Shenwu continent. Facing them, the Shenwu continent will not even be qualified to resist. But such a sky pirate group is actually just at the bottom of the starry sky. Ye Bufan really can't imagine how strong the top-level sky pirate group should be. Of course, those top-level star pirate groups would not appear in such a barren area. In addition, there is one more thing that must be mentioned, that is, on the 2nd day after Ye Bufan was captured, Ji Chongxuan announced to the entire star pirate group that he officially appointed Ye Bufan as the 3rd commander. When this appointment was made, all members of the star pirates were shocked. Even Ye Bufan was somewhat caught off guard, especially the 2 Zon gods. At that time, Ye Bufan could clearly see the deep resentment and even hatred towards him in their eyes through the light screen of the battleship's operations room. However, this was Ji Chongxuan's order. As the first commander of the Star Pirates, naturally no one dared to disobey his appointment. However, Ye Bufan knew that although the two mysterious gods did not say anything, from the moment he became the third commander, he had completely offended these two demigods. Of course, Ye Bufan didn't care about these at all. They were just two mysterious gods. He believed that Ji Chongxuan and Shihu would never give them the chance to retaliate against him. Besides, the third commander was not what Ye Bufan wanted. If he wanted to be a star pirate, he must be the king of the star pirates. However, for Ye Bufan, it is too early to think about these things now. The most urgent thing he needs to do is to rely on Ji Chongxuan and this group of star pirates to improve his strength as soon as possible. Because only strength is king. Only when you are strong enough can you decide your own destiny and dominate everything. On the fourth day, at noon, Ji Chongxuan and his group of sky pirates' 3-star warships officially landed on the first life planet after Ye Bufan left Shenwu continent Purple Emperor territory, Purple Star. Chapter 14 Starry Sky Cannon. Through the huge light curtain in the operations room, Ye Bufan could clearly see that there was a lavender planet in the starry sky not far from the battleship. Although the distance was still very far, Ye Bufan could see that the area of this lavender planet was definitely much larger than that of the Shenwu continent. In fact, the area of this planet was more than 5 times that of the Shenwu continent. There is no doubt that this is Ji Chongxuan's group of star pirates, and it is also the first life planet he is about to land on Purple Emperor Domain, Zichen Star. In addition, Ye Bufan also saw a huge circular platform with a diameter of at least 10,000 meters not far to the left of Zichen Star. Brother Lion, what is this? Ye Bufan couldn't help but look at the lion beside him, pointing at the huge circular platform on the light curtain of the battleship's operations room and asked. This is the battleship landing platform of Zichen Star. Liger said with a smile. Battleship landing platform. Ye Bufan was stunned and asked in confusion, what is that? Lion Tiger, the so-called battleship landing platform naturally refers to the location where the foreign space battleships dock when they land on Zichen Star. Oh, Ye Bufan responded weakly, and then asked, do we have to land here? Can't we land somewhere else? Somewhere else. Shihu smiled and said, it is of course possible to land on Zichen Star from other places, but this behavior will be directly judged as a malicious invasion by the Star Lord's mansion of Zichen Star. At that time, the armed forces of the Star Lord's mansion of Zichen Star will launch indiscriminate and destructive attacks on these maliciously invading space battleships. After a pause, Shihu pointed to the battleship platform in the light curtain and continued, that's why, in addition to being used for battleship landing, this battleship platform is also the first line of defense for Zichen Star. It is equipped with at least 2,000 bronze-level space cannons and at least 10 silver-level space cannons. Moreover, these space cannons are always in a fully charged state. Once they encounter an invasion, they can immediately go into battle and deal a devastating blow to the target. Hiss. After Shihu finished speaking, Ye Bufan couldn't help but take a breath. More than 2,000 bronze-level starry sky cannons. At least 10 silver princess starry sky cannons. Ye Bufan knew very well that even if it was only a bronze-level starry sky cannon, the power of that shot was comparable to the full-strength attack of a powerful warrior at the 9th level of the God-Servant realm. 2,000 bronze-grade starry sky cannons mean that 2,000 powerful men of the 9th level of the God-Servant will launch the strongest attacks at the same time. What kind of concept is that? I'm afraid that even a strong man at the 9th level of the mysterious God realm will be killed instantly, and even the life of a strong man at the Earth God level will be threatened. The most terrifying thing is that there are at least 10 silver-grade starry sky cannons on the battleship's landing platform. What is a silver-level star cannon? That is definitely a real killing weapon, a big killing weapon. After Feng Hen's narration and the understanding he gained from Shihu over the past 3 days, Ye Bufan now knows clearly that the levels of starry sky cannons are the same as those of starry sky battleships, which are divided into bronze, silver, gold, and the highest level, eternal level. The bronze-level starry sky cannon is the lowest level of the 4 types of starry sky cannons. The power of one of its shots is comparable to a blow from a 9th-level God-Servant, and the size of this power cannot be adjusted. However, the silver, gold, and eternal-level starry sky cannons are different. The power of these 3 levels of starry sky cannons can be adjusted by the amount of divine crystals loaded. The power of the silver-grade starry sky cannon can transcend from the smallest level of the first heaven of the mysterious god to the largest level of the first heaven of the heavenly god. The power of the gold-grade starry sky cannon can range from the smallest level of the first heaven of gods to the level of the first heaven of gods, surpassing the level of God's king, and reaching the level of the first heaven of God's emperor. As for the eternal-class starry sky cannon, it is even more terrifying. Its power can reach the first level of Hongmeng from the first level of the Divine Emperor, across the Divine Lord and the Divine Emperor. Of course, although the eternal-class starry sky cannon is terrifying, if you want to make its power reach the level of the first level of Hongmeng, the amount of divine crystals consumed is definitely an astronomical figure, and not everyone can afford such a huge consumption. The most important thing is that the star cannon is a dead object. It does not have the flexibility of living creatures. Even if it is terrifyingly powerful, if it cannot hit the target, it is just a waste of divine crystals. But no matter what, the horror of the star cannon is unquestionable. Ye Bufan never imagined that a mere Zichen star was actually equipped with more than 10 silver-grade starry sky cannons. If they are willing, if Zichen star has enough divine crystals, doesn't that mean they can simultaneously unleash at least 10 full-strength attacks from powerful heavenly gods of the first level? Just thinking about it, Ye Bufan felt his scalp tingling. It is really too dangerous in this endless starry sky, too dangerous. Now he was somewhat grateful for having encountered Ji Chongshuan and his group of space pirates. Otherwise, if he came alone, without knowing these taboos at all, once he ignored the battleship landing platform outside Zichen Star and directly entered Zichen Star, then what awaited him would be the devastating attack of 2,000 bronze-class and 10 silver-class starry sky battleships. Ji Chongshuan and his men destroyed their antique-class starry sky battleship with just 3 shots. What would be the outcome if Zichen Star's 2,000 bronze-class starry sky battleships attacked them at the same time? I'm afraid I'll be beaten to a pulp by the other party. What's more, the other side has more than 10 silver-level starry sky cannons. Boom! Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the starry sky battleship he was on suddenly shook violently. What's wrong? Ye Bufan suddenly came back to his senses. We're here, Liger said with a slight smile. Arrive. Ye Bufan was stunned, then looked at the light curtain of the warship in front of him. In the light curtain, they saw that the starry sky battleship they were on had indeed docked at the edge of a huge platform. In addition, Ye Bufan also clearly saw that on the platform in the light curtain, a team of alien members, led by a giant who was about 20 to 30 meters tall and looked somewhat similar to a gorilla, were slowly walking towards their starry sky battleship. Is this a troll? Looking at the huge monster in the light curtain, Ye Bufan couldn't help but say something. That's right, Liger responded with a smile. What a troll. Ye Bufan was stunned and looked at the troll members in the light curtain in front of him again. It has to be said that the appearance of the troll members is at least 70% similar to the gorillas in Ye Bufan's impression, but this is not the point. The point is that the trolls are also one of the 7 royal families. The 7 royal families of the starry sky, the gods, the Shiras, the demons, the souls, the trolls, the mechanicals, and the most mysterious fairy feathers. The gods are born to be God's servants, but the trolls, although they don't have the natural advantage of being born to be God's servants like the gods, they have the strongest combat power in the starry sky. Every member of the troll tribe has the talent to fight across a greater realm. Take for example a troll at the first level of the servant god. He can fight against ordinary creatures at the first level of the mysterious god and remain invincible. This is why the trolls are so powerful, and it is also one of the reasons why they became the 7 royal families. Ye Bufan never expected that he would encounter the gods and trolls among the 7 royal families not long after he left the Shanghu continent. But this is also understandable. As the royal family among the myriad clans in the starry sky, among the 7 royal families, except for the mysterious Shanyu clan, members of the other 6 royal families are almost spread throughout the entire 72 star fields. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the lion beside him said calmly, "Let's go, Xiaofanzi, we have arrived at Zichen Star, it's time to buy you some food." Buying food. Ye Bufan came back to his senses instantly and felt extremely excited. Damn it, it's been 3 days, I can finally continue to improve my strength. Chapter 14-15 The Strange Purple Star. Zichen Star, Battleship Landing Platform. Led by Ji Chongshuan, more than 1,000 sky pirates have left the sky battleship and officially landed on the landing platform of the Zichen Star battleship. Moreover, the 3 bronze-level sky battleships have also been taken away by the sky pirates under Ji Chongshuan. At this moment, in front of them was the Star-Lord's Palace Guard army that Ye Bufan had seen on the light screen in the operations room before. The guard army of the Star-Lord's palace is led by trolls. There are not many people in the army. Including the trolls, there are only about 20 of them. However, the strength of this guard army is not weak, and it is even very strong. According to Lion and Tiger, the leading troll has reached the 7th level of mysterious god cultivation. With the troll's talent for cross-level combat, his combat power is comparable to that of the 7th level of earthly god, far surpassing Lion and Tiger of the 3rd level of earthly god. In addition, there are 4 Xuantian in this guard army of 20 people, namely the 5th level of Xuantian, the 4th level of Xuantian, the 2nd level of Xuantian, and the 1st level of Xuantian, and the rest are servant gods. 1 earth god, 4 mysterious gods, and 15 servant gods. Such a team is not inferior to Ji Chongshuan's group of sky pirates in any way, and is even stronger than Ji Chongshuan's group of sky pirates. And this is just one of the guards on the entire battleship landing platform. Ye Bufan and others can clearly see guards like this in the distance, or in other words, there are more such teams on the entire battleship landing platform, and there may even be more than 10 of them. In other words, there are at least 10 earth gods and more than 40 mysterious gods on this battleship landing platform. Such strength shocked Ye Bufan and even horrified him. There are more than 10 earth gods and more than 40 mysterious gods on a battleship landing platform. What about the entire Zichen star? Doesn't this mean that there are even more earth gods and mysterious gods on Zichen star? Compared with Zichen star, Shenwu continent is simply the worst. But in fact, apart from Ye Bufan, Shihu and others were also shocked, and even Ji Chongshuan couldn't help but frown. As space pirates, Ji Chongshuan and his crew have always been homeless, but because of this, they have visited many life-bearing planets. A planet like Zichen star, which is located at the edge of the universe and in the barren land of the Purple Emperor domain, should not have so many earth gods and mysterious gods. Under normal circumstances, for a life planet like this, it would be great if there could be 2 earth gods and 7 or 8 mysterious gods stationed as guards on a battleship landing platform, but what about this Zichen star? With more than 10 earth gods and more than 40 mysterious gods, this kind of military protection is not abnormal, but a bit exaggerated. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be a reason. If a battleship landing platform has such military protection, then the Zichen star in front of us must be no simple matter. However, whether it was Ji Chongshuan, Shihu or the others, although they were shocked and curious, they did not ask many questions but became secretly alert in their hearts. Welcome everyone to Zichen star. Before Ye Bufan, Ji Chongshuan and other space pirates could think about it, the troll had already spoken, and then asked with a smile, I wonder, do you have a permanent residence permit for my Zichen star? No, Liger said directly. I see. The troll responded, and then said, so, this is everyone's first time visiting our Zichen star. Yes. In that case, please pay the entry fee. How many? 100 divine crystals per person. What? 100 per person? As the troll finished speaking, the lion and tiger couldn't help but exclaim. The other star pirates were also secretly shocked, even Ye Bufan was stunned. What is the entry fee? According to what Shihu had said to Ye Bufan before, this so-called entry fee is actually similar to the city entry fee of the Shenwu continent, except that the city is replaced by a planet. Every alien creature needs to pay a certain entry fee when entering a planet. As for the entry fee, it is set by the Star-Lord's mansion of each planet, so the entry fee for each planet is different, but the entry fee for most planets is between 3 and 5 divine crystals, and no more than 10 at most. But what about now? The entry fee to Zichen star is actually 100 divine crystals per person, which is almost the same as robbery. Why, do you think it's expensive? Seeing the reaction of Ye Bufan and his group, the troll smiled slightly, and then said, don't worry, this is all decided by our Star Master. I definitely didn't take any more divine crystals from you, and it's only 100 divine crystals, which is really not much. It can even be considered a great value for money. Of course, whether to hand it over is up to you, we will never force you. Just 100 divine crystals. Is it really worth the money? Are you kidding us? The lion and tiger were in disarray and even more angry. If it weren't for the strange situation on Zichen star and the terrifying military presence on the battleship's landing platform, he would have had the urge to directly destroy this group of guards. Really, this group of guards are too rampant. The entry fee of 100 yuan per person is even more pirate-like than these space pirates. Liger, give it to him. But at this moment, Ji Chongshuan on the side suddenly spoke. Your Majesty. The lion and tiger were stunned, and looked at Ji Chongshuan unwillingly and reluctantly. Give it to him. Ji Chongshuan emphasized his tone and repeated it. Yes. The lion responded. There were more than 1,000 people in their group, and he directly handed over more than 100,000 divine crystals. More than 100,000 yuan, and that's just an entry fee. Just thinking about it makes lions and tigers feel painful and unwilling. This is true for lion and tiger, and other star pirates are no exception. The troll put away the more than 100,000 god crystals, looked at the lions and tigers, smiled, and comforted them. Don't be reluctant. To be honest with you, this is your first time to come to Zichen Star, and you don't know the situation here. More than 100,000 god crystals are really not much. You will know when you enter Zichen Star. As long as you are willing, let alone 100,000, even 1 million, 10 million, or 1 billion, you can easily earn it. What the hell? Can you easily earn 100 million, or even 1 billion divine crystals on Zichen Star? Is this true or false? Could it be that Zichen Star is rich in divine crystals? Looking at the trolls, lions, tigers and other star pirates were all horrified. Ye Bufan was no exception. The next second, Shihu glanced at Ji Chongshuan, who nodded. Shihu then took out another 100,000 divine crystals and handed them to the guard. He then looked at the troll and said, Brother Troll, this is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you don't mind. Also, we are new here, so could you tell us about the situation on Zichen Star? Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, the guards did not accept the 100,000 divine crystals, and the troll laughed and said, I appreciate your kindness, but you can take back the divine crystals. After all, this kind of behavior is not allowed by the Star Master. If you are willing to stay on Zichen Star, you can buy me a drink when you have the chance in the future. As for the situation on Zichen Star, actually, I don't need to tell you, you will know when you enter Zichen Star. After a pause, the troll continued, but I want to remind you of one thing. There is only one city on Zichen Star. Other than that, all other areas are private territories. So after you enter the city, don't leave the city unless necessary, because every lord is protected by the Star Master. If you take action in their territory, the Star Master will definitely send people to kill you. If they want to kill you, it is reasonable and legal. Do you understand this? When the troll said this, Ye Bufan and others were stunned. There is only one city in the entire Zichen Star, and all other areas are private territories. Moreover, in other people's territory, others can kill them, but they cannot kill others. Even if they enter other people's territory, they will be killed by thunder from the Star Lord's mansion. This Zichen Star is too weird, too strange, and too unusual, isn't it? Ji Chongshuan and other star pirates swore that they had never encountered such a situation before. But even so, even though he had so many questions in his mind, Ji Chongshuan did not ask any more questions. Instead, he looked at the troll and said gratefully, Thank you, troll friend. We will remember your reminder. If there is a chance Ji Chongshuan, will treat you to a drink. Ha ha ha, no problem. The troll laughed loudly, and then said, Let's go, I will take you to the teleportation array now. Believe me, you will soon fall in love with Zichen Star, this place where you can make a fortune with divine crystals everywhere. Chapter 14:16. Any activity is bound to be a scam. Let's go. I'll take you to the teleportation array now. Believe me, you will soon fall in love with Zichen Star, this place where you can make a fortune. A place to make a fortune. Is it true that this Zichen Star is covered with divine crystals? Although they were curious, Ji Chongshuan, Ye Bufan, and even the other members of the Star Pirates did not ask any further questions. After all, you will know the truth by going to Zichen Star. As for whether it would be dangerous to rashly enter Zichen Star, Ye Bufan and his party did not consider this aspect at all. After all, judging from the military forces stationed on this battleship landing platform by Zichen Star, if the other party really wanted to harm them, they could simply suppress them with force. There was no need to do so. Under the guidance of the troll, Ye Bufan and his party quickly arrived at the center of the battleship landing platform, where there was a huge hexagram array, which was the teleportation array leading to Zichen Star. Everyone, I would like to wish you a happy time on Zichen Star. Looking at Ye Bufan and his group, the troll said with a smile. Of course, of course. Ji Chongshuan smiled, and then stepped directly onto the hexagram formation in front of him. The next second, a white light flashed, and Ji Chongshuan disappeared directly on the teleportation array. Xiao Fanzi, let's go. At this time, Shihu looked at Ye Bufan and said something. Ye Bufan knew very well that Ji Chongshuan and Shihu were standing in front and behind him, clearly keeping an eye on him to prevent him from escaping or causing an accident. Unfortunately, they thought too much. Ye Bufan had no intention of escaping at all. At least for now, he didn't want to leave this group of star pirates. That is why, after Shihu finished speaking, Ye Bufan stepped directly onto the teleportation array in front of him without any hesitation. Then, with a flash of white light, he disappeared from the eyes of Shihu and others. Ji Chongshuan and Ye Bufan had already left, and the lion and tiger group did not stay either, and stepped onto the teleportation array in front of them. When Ye Bufan walked onto the teleportation array and appeared again, he was already in a huge square. The square covered an area of several thousand square meters and was surrounded by huge walls hundreds of meters high. Each of the 4 walls had a city gate. In addition, there were teams of guards wearing black armor patrolling back and forth in the square, but apart from these guards, no other creatures of any other race could be seen in this huge square, not even one. Not only that, Ye Bufan also clearly saw that all members of these guards were, without exception, members of the Heavenly Demon clan. This scene made Ye Bufan immediately guess that the Star Lord of Zichen Star was most likely a celestial demon. Otherwise, how could the thousands of guards in front of him all be celestial demons? Of course, this is just a guess, and what race the Star Lord of Zichen Star belongs to has nothing to do with Ye Bufan. In addition, Ye Bufan also discovered that the only city on Zichen Star was really huge, so huge that one could not see its edge at a glance. Before Ye Bufan could think or look more, the lions and tigers had already arrived one after another. After all the members arrived, Ji Chongshuan said, "Let's go and find a place to stay first," and then he took the lead and walked towards the south of the square. Ye Bufan and others naturally followed. From beginning to end, the guards in the square never even looked at Ye Bufan and the others, as if they were transparent and non-existent. A huge city and magnificent streets. After walking out of the square where the teleportation array was located, Ye Bufan was stunned by the scene in front of him, not for any other reason but because the city was so huge. Not to mention anything else, just look at the street in front of him facing the city gate. This street is at least 1 kilometer wide, and as for the length you can't see the end at a glance. In addition, there are buildings on both sides of the street. Each of these buildings is tens of meters high and covers an area of more than several square meters. If you compare the cities in the Shenwu continent with the city in front of you, it is simply the difference between an ant and an elephant. Standing here, Ye Bufan feels so small and insignificant. There were also all kinds of alien races coming and going on the streets, which made Ye Bufan dazzled. Among them, there were demons, gods, bones, Shiras and many other races whose races Ye Bufan could not even tell. In short, this was the first time that Ye Bufan had seen so many members of alien races, and at this moment, Ye Bufan truly had the feeling of walking out of Shenwu and stepping into the starry sky. It's not normal, this is so abnormal. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the slightly messy and shocked voice of Shihu sounded beside him. Then, he looked at Ji Chongshuan beside him and said solemnly, "My king, this place is too abnormal. I have already found 7 Zon gods on this street. No shit, there is actually an earth god here, and his cultivation is higher than mine." Hiss. When Shihu said this, Ye Bufan and others couldn't help but take a breath. There is a god of the earth and 7 mysterious gods on this street. What about the entire city? What about the entire Zichen Star? Doesn't this mean that the mysterious gods and earth gods here are about to overflow? Ji Chongshuan couldn't help but frown. If it is really as Shihu said, then this Zichen Star is really too abnormal. You know, this is just a life star in the edge area of the Purple Emperor domain. How could there be so many Zon gods and earth gods here? When something is out of the ordinary, there must be a reason. But why? However, before Ji Chongshuan, Ye Bufan and others could figure out what was going on, a group of aliens who had been squatting in the distance suddenly stood up and rushed towards them. Prepare for battle. Seeing this scene, Lion Tiger immediately spoke and shouted loudly. All members of the Star Pirates have also entered combat status. However, these aliens in front of them had no intention of taking action. After they noticed the reaction of Ye Bufan and his group, they immediately stopped 10 meters away. Then, among these alien races, a demigod demon looked at Ye Bufan and his party and asked, "Is this your first time to Zichen Star? Excuse me, do you need a guide?" The other alien races were also staring at Ye Bufan and his group. The sudden change made Ye Bufan and others stunned. "Excuse me, do you need a guide?" It turned out that these aliens rushed over for this purpose. Just now, they thought that these aliens wanted to attack them. Call. Knowing the purpose of these alien races, Ji Chongshuan and other sky pirates couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but they were still secretly on guard. After all, you shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. Moreover, this Zichen Star is too weird, so it's always better to be careful. Then, the lion and tiger looked at Ji Chongshuan. Ji Chongshuan nodded. The lion-tiger looked at the group of foreigners and asked, "What's the price?" Hearing this, the eyes of all the alien members present lit up. Since the other party has this demand, they can naturally make money. At one time, these aliens spoke in a hurry. "Friend, please treat me. I only need 3 divine crystals a day. Choose me, my friend. I don't want money, I just want food. You get what you pay for, my friend. Do you think it's reliable at such a low price? Choose me. I'll charge you 100 divine crystals a day. Although it's a little expensive, it's definitely reliable. You can use me with peace of mind, right? Brothers, choose me. During the day, I can take you to visit Blood Mark City, and at night, I can serve you and sleep with you." With the sounds coming one after another, the scene suddenly became extremely chaotic. For a moment, Ji Chongshuan was dumbfounded, Shihu and other members of the pirate group were also confused, and even Ye Bufan had a look of horror on his face. It's really these aliens are too passionate, and too abnormal. It's just a few divine crystals, why bother with you? Could it be that Zichen Star's economy has become depressed to this extent? But it doesn't look like it. You know, the entry fee alone for this Zichen Star is already 100 divine crystals per person. Although they were curious and puzzled, they still had to ask for help from this so-called guide. After all, this Zichen Star was too strange. It was completely different from the life-bearing planets that Ji Chongshuan and his companions had encountered before. It would be hard to feel at ease if I don't find someone to understand the situation. It's you. That was why the lion-tiger immediately pointed at the blood-colored elf girl who said that she could serve and sleep with him. Brother, you have a good eye. You made the right choice by choosing me, your sister. As soon as lion-tiger finished speaking, the blood-colored elf girl twisted her slender waist and came directly to his side. She took the initiative to lean into his arms and said affectionately, "Brother, don't worry, I will take good care of you today." Seeing this scene, the other members of the Star Pirates couldn't help swallowing their saliva. The looks in their eyes looked as if they wanted to eat the bloody elf alive. It's a pity that neither Ye Bufan, Ji Chongshuan nor Shihu cared about the beauty of this blood-colored elf girl. Liger even pushed her away and said sternly, "Do what you have to do. If you do this again, I don't mind changing someone else." A hint of displeasure immediately appeared in the eyes of the blood elf girl, but it only flashed by. Then she looked at the lion and tiger and said with a smile, "Yes, sister will listen to brother." "That's best." The lion responded. When the other alien races around saw that the lions and tigers chose the blood elves, they all retreated to their original positions with a hint of regret. At this time, the blood-colored elf looked at the lion and tiger, and said with a smile, "Brothers, you have just arrived at Blood Mark City, you must be hungry, right? So, I will take you brothers to find a place to rest, and then fill your stomachs, and then take you to visit Blood Mark City, how about it? Liger, you decide on the arrangements." "Okay." The girl from the Blood Elf tribe smiled slightly, and then said, "Then I will take you brothers to Shijerkshuan, which is not far from here. The food there is delicious, and you brothers, you came at a good time. They have a special promotion today." Well, when the Blood Elf said this, Ji Chongshuan and other Star Pirates did not react much, but Ye Bufan was stunned. "Who is Ye Bufan?" "That's Qian Duoduo's son-in-law." "Who is Qian Duoduo?" "He is the undisputed #1 scoundrel, businessman, and miser in the Shenwu continent." From him, Ye Bufan understood a truth very deeply, that is there is no such thing as pie falling from the sky, only traps. Any activity is bound to be a scam. Chapter 14-17 Blood-Striped Worm. Blood Soul Jade. Any activity is bound to be a scam. Ye Bufan had this idea as soon as the blood elf said the word promotional activities. It is really birds of a feather flock together. After hanging out with Qian Duoduo for a long time, this has become an instinct. However, seeing that Ji Chongshuan and his group of star pirates did not react at all, Ye Bufan naturally did not say anything more. After all, for him, the most important thing now was to be low-key and then improve his strength in secret. As for other things, he would ignore them if he could. Under the guidance of the Blood Elves, Ye Bufan and his party walked slowly on the huge streets of Bloodmark City. During the walk, the Blood Elves continued to introduce Bloodmark City and even the entire Zichen Star to Ye Bufan and his party. Not long after, the Blood Elf suddenly asked, "Brothers, do you know why this city is called Bloodmark City?" "Why?" An alien space pirate instinctively looked at the Blood Elf and asked. The other alien races also looked curious. Even Ye Bufan, Ji Chongshuan, and the lion and tiger couldn't help but take a look at the Blood Elf. The blood-colored elf smiled sweetly and said, "That's because our Zichen Star is rich in a kind of peculiar creature, which is called the blood vein worm." Bloodworm. Everyone was stunned. They seemed to have never heard of the word bloodworm. Everyone was puzzled, but the blood-colored elf smiled and said, "Brothers, you may not know about blood vein worms, but you must have heard of blood soul jade, right?" Blood soul jade. Everyone was shocked. They naturally knew what the blood soul jade was. That is a treasure of great value. Any living being that wears the blood soul jade can enhance its affinity to the elements of heaven and earth, thereby speeding up its cultivation. It's just that the blood soul jade is extremely rare. Of course, the so-called rarity is also relative to the competition for it in the entire universe. After all, the universe is so big that even if there are a lot of blood soul jades, once they are evenly distributed, they will become extremely scarce. For this reason, the price of blood soul jade is also very high. Even the worst quality blood soul jade is worth more than 500,000 divine crystals. As for the extremely high quality blood soul jade, its value is over 10 million. Of course, the blood soul jade is only effective against creatures below the level of God King. Once one becomes a God King, the blood soul jade will no longer have any effect. If not, the value of the blood soul jade would definitely be much higher. Even over 100 million is not impossible. But what is the relationship between this blood soul jade and the blood vein worm? As if understanding everyone's confusion, the blood-colored elf immediately smiled and said, "In fact, this blood soul jade is a specialty of Zichen Star. In the entire universe, all the existing blood soul jade also comes from Zichen Star, and this blood soul jade is bred by blood vein worms." What? When the blood elf said this, all the star pirates were shocked. Even Ji Chongshuan and Shihu were moved at this moment. Do all the blood soul jades in the universe come from Zichen Star? The blood soul jade was bred from the blood soul worm. They never imagined that the blood soul jade actually came from the Zichen Star on the edge of the universe. No wonder there are so many mysterious gods and earth gods in this Zichen Star. The value of the blood soul jade is unquestionable. It is reasonable for a planet that produces blood soul jade to be stationed with so many mysterious gods and earth gods. Ji Chongshuan and others even suspect that there may be a powerful god-level warrior on this Zichen Star. Etc. But at this moment, Ji Chongshuan suddenly looked at the blood-colored elf, frowned and said, "Could it be that the troll on the battleship landing platform just now who was talking about getting rich was referring to the blood vein worms and blood soul jade?" "Certainly," the bloody elf said with a smile. "What's the connection between the two?" Ji Chongshuan was puzzled. The blood elf smiled, then looked at Ji Chongshuan and rubbed his fingers. "This is clearly asking for money." Ji Chongshuan understood and immediately looked at Shihu and said, "Shihu, give it to him." The lion tiger did not hesitate and directly took out a bag of divine crystals. Judging from the size, there were at least 1,000 divine crystals in the bag. He then threw the bag to the bloody elf and said, "Speak." The blood-colored elf took the divine crystal, put it away, looked at Ji Chongshuan, and said with a smile, "Brother, if you want to get rich, you can breed blood vein worms." Cultivating bloodworms. Ji Chongshuan couldn't help but be stunned. "Yes." The blood-colored elf responded and said, "There are many lords who breed bloodworms on our Zichen Star. As long as brother goes to the Star Lord's mansion to buy some larvae and a piece of territory, he can become a lord like them and breed bloodworms on Zichen Star to make money. Buy larvae and territories, become a lord, and breed bloodworms. This can it be operated this way. Thinking in his heart, Ji Chongshuan frowned and looked at the bloody elf and said, "These larvae and the territory should not be cheap, right?" "No, the larvae and the territory are very cheap. The price of a larva is 10 divine crystals. As for the territory, if you buy more than 100,000 blood vein worms, you can get a territory of the corresponding size for free. If you buy it, 10 divine crystals can buy 1 square meter of territory." The bloody elf said so. Ji Chongshuan and his group of star pirates were instantly stunned. 10 divine crystals for 1 larva. 1 square meter of territory is also worth 10 divine crystals. Moreover, if you purchase more than 100,000 larvae, you can get a territory for free. Isn't this a bit too cheap? You know, even the lowest quality blood soul jade costs more than 500,000 divine crystals, not to mention the high quality blood soul jade. Compared with the blood soul jade, the breeding cost is simply a bargain. Are you teasing us? After a moment, Ji Chongshuan shouted angrily at the blood-colored elf, "If it's really like what you said, then why don't you go and breed bloodworms yourself? Instead, you become a guide here." "Hey, brother, can you please listen to me first?" The bloody elf shook his hands and said in a coquettish voice. "You say?" Ji Chongshuan waved his hand. The blood-colored elf said, "Brothers, although the cost of breeding blood-marked worms is very low, it is not easy to breed blood-marked worms to adults and breed blood soul jade, because blood soul worms feed on blood and flesh. If you want to breed blood-marked worms, you must provide them with enough blood food." "Blood food? It's just corpses. Of course, living creatures are also fine." Hiss. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The blood-colored elf continued, "Brother, you say with my strength, where can I get so much blood food to feed the blood-marked worms? So, even if I want to breed blood-marked worms, I can raise them, but I can't afford it. Moreover, bloodworms are different from other creatures. They cannot fast. If they fast for more than a day, they will die directly. At that time, all the investment will be lost. Brother, do you think I can raise my sister in this situation? Not only my sister doesn't dare to raise them, even our Star Lord doesn't dare to raise bloodworms on a large scale. Otherwise, why would he sell the larva and territory to other creatures for breeding? It's because he can't raise so many bloodworms. Of course, as it is now, the Star Lord actually earns more. After all the blood soul jade harvested by the lords must be purchased by the Star Lord mansion and then sold. The Star Lord mansion takes 30% of the profits, and the lords take 70%. The Star Lord's mansion accounts for 30%, and other lords account for 70%. I have to say that the Star Lord of Zichen Star is very good at doing business. He is clearly making all the lords work for him. Although he only takes 30% of the profits, the total profit of all the lords on Zichen Star is different. The most important thing is that he does not need to bear any risks. However, the benefits obtained by the lords of Zichen Star were also considerable. After all, their cost was actually just the blood to feed the bloodworms. As for the larvae and territories, they were almost given away for free. As for blood food, 72 domains, thousands of races. The thing that is most abundant in the starry sky is living beings and blood. It can be said that this is definitely a win-win situation. At this moment, Ji Chongshuan was moved, and the star pirates under his command were also moved. They make a living by robbing, and they kill a lot of people on a regular basis. If they use these corpses to breed bloodworms, wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Thinking in his heart, Ji Chongshuan looked at the blood-colored elf again and said, "Does it mean that all the blood soul jades must be sold by the Star Lord mansion?" "Certainly. What if I sell it myself?" "Brother, I advise you not to do this. First, the Star Lord's mansion will register the number of blood vein worms that each lord has cultivated, and if the cultivated blood vein worms die unexpectedly, they must be reported to the Star Lord's mansion. It can be said that the Star Lord's management of this area is very strict. It is absolutely impossible for you to take the blood soul jade out of Zichen Star. Second, even if you successfully take the blood soul jade out of Zichen Star, the Star Lord's mansion will definitely notice it. At that time, you will be directly disqualified from entering Zichen Star. In this way, it is equivalent to making a one-time deal. It is completely a loss of the big picture for the sake of the small. It is definitely not worth it. I have to say, what the blood elf said does make some sense. If you let the Star Lord mansion purchase and sell them, you can at least get 70% of the profits, and you can continue to make money. But if you choose to sell them yourself, you will be cutting off your own source of income. This is indeed not cost-effective, and I believe no one will take the risk. But, looking at the blood-colored elf, Ji Chongshuan suddenly asked, Zichen Star should be very rich, right? Is there no one who wants to take it? Hehe, sister knows what brother wants to say, but that's impossible. Why? From the battleship landing platform to the current South Street, brothers should have seen a lot of guards, right? In fact, this is only a small part. On our Zichen Star, the Star Lord Mansion and the forces of the major lords add up. The number of Zon gods is definitely more than 2,000. Even the Earth gods are over 100, and there are several sky gods. Add in the silver-level starry sky cannon, even if the God King comes, he will only perish. After a pause, the blood-colored elf continued, of course, this is not the point. The point is that it is said that the Star Lord is from the Domain King's mansion and is the Lord of the Purple Emperor domain. With the support of the Domain Lord, who dares to take over the Purple Palace Star? Domain Master. Ji Chongshuan and other star pirates were shocked. The lords of the 72 star regions outside the Divine Domain are all powerful God Emperor level warriors. If it is true as the Blood Elf said, that the Star Lord of Zichen Star is protected by the Domain Lord, then no one would dare to take action against him. However, this means that the interests of the lords of Zichen Star are also absolutely guaranteed. At least they don't have to worry about Zichen Star being captured one day and causing the blood-marked worms they breed to be lost. Thinking about it this way, breeding bloodworms is indeed a good choice. Arrive. Before Ji Zongshuan and the others could think about it, the blood-colored elf suddenly said, Brothers, this is the food pavilion that my sister mentioned. Chapter 14:18 Free tasting, until you finish eating. Brothers, this is the food house that my sister mentioned. As soon as the blood elf finished speaking, Ji Chongshuan and other star pirates came back to their senses instantly, and then they looked in the direction the blood elf pointed. Ye Bufan was no exception. Huge buildings, luxurious decoration. A huge rectangular gate, 20 meters wide and 30 meters long, appeared in front of everyone. Above the gate were the three characters Shizherkshuan. These three characters were like flying dragons and dancing phoenixes, exuding a powerful aura. There was no doubt that these three characters were definitely ridden by a strong man. There are 4 words on each side of Ju Men. Left, free tasting. Right, eat until you finish. Looking at the 8 words on the left and right sides, Ji Chongshuan and other star pirates were stunned. One of the space pirates couldn't help but say, the boss here has a lot of money but nowhere to spend it. It's actually free. Brother, that's not what you say. After the alien finished speaking, the blood elf immediately looked at him and said with a smile. The alien was puzzled. What do you mean? The bloody elf chuckled, Sister, let me tell you, the boss here is not stupid, but very smart. Although the tasting is free now, it is actually a means to attract business. After all, they are only free for one day occasionally, and their dishes taste so good that I guarantee you will want to eat again after one meal. As long as you come again, he is not afraid of not making money from you. Is it really that delicious? Some of the aliens were skeptical, and so were Ji Chongshuan and others. Certainly. The bloody elf responded, and then confirmed, in fact, I ate here this morning. I brought my brothers here because I was a little hungry, and today their house is free, so of course I have to eat more, otherwise I won't be able to eat tomorrow, hehe. After hearing this, the star pirates were all tempted, and a hint of curiosity arose in their hearts. Could it really be so delicious? At this time, Ji Chongshuan said, in that case, let's go in and try it. As he spoke, he took the lead and walked towards the restaurant in front of him. The blood elves followed immediately, and the other alien races were no exception. Ye Bufan was looking at the gate in front of him, or rather, at the 8 words on the left and right sides of the gate and frowned. Free tasting while you eat. No matter how he looked at these 8 words, he felt that something was wrong, but Ye Bufan couldn't figure out exactly what was wrong with them. Xiao Fanzi, what are you thinking about? Come on, go in. Before Ye Bufan could think more, Shihu had already pulled him and said. Oh. Ye Bufan responded a few times and followed Shihu into the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, Ye Bufan's first impression after walking in was that it was big, extremely big. There were at least thousands of tables and chairs placed in the entire restaurant hall, but even so, it still seemed a bit empty. Moreover, these tables and chairs were of different sizes, clearly prepared for creatures of different races. In addition, there were many members of other races sitting here. They were eating meat, drinking, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. At this time, a waiter from an alien race came over to greet Ye Bufan and his group with a warm look on his face. However, when he saw the blood-colored elf, his expression changed instantly, and then he said with some dissatisfaction, "Why is it you? Didn't you just come here this morning? Why are you here again? You didn't say you couldn't come again after you came here." The bloody elf glared at the other party and said, "Besides, isn't the reason you offer free services just for publicity? Why, now that I've brought so many customers to you, you don't want them? Forget it, let's go somewhere else." As soon as he finished speaking, the bloody elf turned around and was about to leave. "No, no, no." Seeing this, the waiter of the alien race immediately stopped the blood-colored elf and said, "Auntie, I am wrong. Is it okay if I am wrong? Please come this way." Snort. The bloody elf turned around, snorted, and said, "That's better. Lead the way." "Yes, yes, everyone, please come this way." The foreign waiter raised his hand. "Brothers, let's go." The bloody elf said this and walked out first. Ji Chongshuan and his party also followed. On the southwest side of the restaurant lobby, Ji Chongshuan and his group of more than 1,400 star pirates sat at more than 100 tables, but compared with the huge restaurant in front of them, they seemed insignificant. In the middle, Ye Bufan, Ji Chongshuan, the lion and tiger, and the blood elf sat at a table, and of course, there was also Ji Chongshuan's white fox. At this moment, the waiter from the alien race was looking at Ji Chongshuan with enthusiasm and said, "Sir, then I will serve the dishes to you." Hearing this, Ji Zongshuan frowned and said, "Serve the food. I think we haven't ordered the food yet." Well, the foreign waiter was stunned. The bloody elf immediately said, "Brother, I forgot to tell you that although their family is free today, they only provide one kind of food, which is boiled star beast meat." Boiled meat, or star beast meat. Ji Chongshuan was stunned when the blood elf said this. The same is true for other star pirates. What is a star beast? It is a great tonic for warriors. Even if it is just a star beast of the first level of the god servant realm, the value of one is over 1,000,000 god crystals. Now, the food that this restaurant offers for free tasting is actually star beasts. Are you kidding me? Is the owner of this restaurant wealthy or stupid? However, thinking of the blood elf's previous explanation, everyone felt relieved. If the dishes in this restaurant really tasted so delicious that customers could not stop eating, then they would not lose money but would make a lot of money instead. After all, the wool comes from the sheep. If it's free this time, just double it next time. But at this moment, before Ji Chongshuan and his party could think about it, the alien waiter looked at the blood-colored elf with some dissatisfaction and said, "Little girl, don't talk nonsense. Who told you that we only provide boiled star beasts today? In addition to boiled star beasts, other dishes are provided as usual, but other dishes are charged as usual. Do you think we are stupid? We have free star beasts but instead eat other low-grade food that costs money." The blood elf rolled his eyes. The waiter of the foreign race was furious. Snort. Then he snorted, no longer paying attention to the bloody elf, but looked at Ji Chongshuan and said, "Sir, do you want other dishes, or just the boiled star beast?" "Let's go to the star beast." Ji Chongshuan thought for a while and said, "Okay, wait a moment." The waiter said one sentence and then turned and left. Ha ha ha. At this time, the lion tiger smiled, looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Xiao Fanzi, you are going to be lucky this time. You can eat as many free star beasts as you want. When the time comes you have to open your stomach and eat more." "No." Unexpectedly, Ji Chongshuan directly refused and said, "We are new here after all, and the situation on Zichen Star is obviously different from other places, so don't do anything that offends others." Although the star beasts in this restaurant are free, based on Ji Chongshuan's understanding of Ye Bufan, if Ye Bufan is allowed to eat as much as he wants, he is likely to eat the restaurant into bankruptcy. By then, will the owner of this restaurant agree to this? Obviously not. Therefore, it is better to be low-key and subtle. Ji Chongshuan does not want to bring himself unnecessary trouble before he fully understands Zichen Star. When Ji Chongshuan said this, Shihu was stunned, but he didn't understand what Ji Chongshuan meant, so he naturally didn't say anything more. "Oh." Ye Bufan also responded weakly. The bloody elf said, "Brother, what you said is wrong. Since they are offering free tasting, we can just eat whatever we want. How can we offend them by doing so? That's because you don't know that Xiao Fanzi's appetite is a bottomless pit." Ji Chongxuan thought about it in his heart, but just smiled and didn't say anything. Seeing that Ji Chongxuan ignored him, the blood elf didn't say anything more, but waited for his delicious food with anticipation. A moment later, the alien waiter came back, and he brought a group of aliens with him. He placed the free white-cut star beast on the table in front of Ji Chongxuan and his group. However, when they saw the white-cut star beasts on the table, Ji Chongxuan and his group of star pirates were dumbfounded and dazed. It was really the quantity of the white-cut star beasts was too large. Not only was there a plate in front of each person, but the quantity was at least 10 kilograms. 10 kilograms per person. Ji Chongxuan's group of star pirates has more than 1,400 people, which is more than 14,000 kilograms. Based on the assumption that each star beast weighs 4,000 to 5,000 kilograms, there are at least 3 complete star beasts placed in front of their group of star pirates. 3 complete star beasts, even if they are only at the first level of the God of Servant, are worth more than 3 million. More than 3 million divine crystals are just given away for free. Can you taste them for free? For a moment, Ji Chongxuan and other star pirates were a little confused. Is it that they have too little experience, or are the creatures on this Zichen star too rich? Before they could think about it, the alien waiter looked at Ji Chongxuan and said with a smile, "Sir, the white-cut star beasts you ordered have been served. Each person has 10 kilograms of star beasts of the first level of the mysterious god. Please enjoy your meal." What the hell, what did you say? As soon as the foreign waiter said this, Ji Chongxuan sat up immediately. He stared at the foreign waiter with wide eyes, with a look of shock and horror. What is what? The foreign waiter looked puzzled. Ji Chongxuan, you just said that this is a star beast of the first level of the mysterious god realm. Yes. The alien waiter nodded and asked in confusion, what's the problem? Any questions? Ji Chongxuan's mouth twitched. Damn, this is a huge problem. What is the value of a mysterious god-level star beast? Even the lowest level Xuantian first-level star beast is worth more than 20 million divine crystals. Let's assume that his is exactly 20 million. Now each of them weighs 10 kilograms, and in front of them are 3 mysterious god-level star beasts, which means a total of 60 million god crystals. 60 million divine crystals are left for us to eat for free. Do you think I'm stupid? Also, Ji Chongxuan had never doubted what the blood elf said before, but now, facing this mysterious god-level star beast, Ji Chongxuan immediately concluded that the blood elf was completely deceiving them. Why? It's very simple. This is a star beast of the mysterious god level. You are a scumbag of the first level of the servant god. You just ate it in the morning, and now you want to eat it again. Can you fucking eat that? Moreover, this restaurant the mystical god level star beasts weigh 10 kilograms at a time. Don't they know that with the cultivation level of the god-serving realm, they can't eat so much? They must know. If they knew, why would they do it? Is it because they are rich that they like to waste? Don't be funny. There must be something fishy going on here. Thinking in his heart, Ji Chongxuan looked at the alien waiter, twitched his mouth, and said, "Sorry, we have something else to do, so we'll leave first." Chapter 14:19, Third Brother, Eat. Sorry, we have something else to do, so we'll leave first. This is obviously a trap. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. Seeing Ji Chongxuan's words, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Just now he had been feeling that there was something wrong with the 8 words on the door outside, or something was a little awkward, but Ye Bufan couldn't figure out what was wrong for a moment. However, after seeing the Tenjin Xuantian level star beast in front of him, Ye Bufan suddenly realized that he finally knew what was wrong. Free tasting while supplies last. But what if you can't finish it? The meaning of these 8 words obviously has more to come. 10 kilograms of Xuantian level star beast meat per person, a normal servant of the gods can't finish it at all. Combined with the 8 words on the door, this is obviously a trap. Sure enough, Fatty Qian's wise words were absolutely correct. There are no pie in the sky, only traps. Any activity is bound to be a scam. Ye Bufan figured it out, but the other star pirates were confused, even Tiger was no exception. They didn't understand why Ji Chongxuan suddenly had such a big reaction and why he suddenly said he wanted to leave. Before the lions and tigers could think about it, the alien waiter looked at Ji Chongxuan and said with a smile, "Since we are open for business, if you want to leave, there is no problem at all. However, before you leave, please settle the bill first." "Bill, please." Ji Chongshuan's mouth twitched. The lion tiger looked at the alien waiter and asked in confusion, "Waiter, what do you mean? Isn't your white-cut star beast free? If it's free, why do you want us to pay for it?" "Free." The alien waiter sneered and said, "Our white-cut star beast today is indeed free, but not everyone can eat it for free. If you want it for free, you have to meet the free conditions." "What?" The lion tiger was shocked. He stood up suddenly, stared at the foreign waiter and said, "Since you have conditions, why didn't you tell me before?" "Say. It's clearly written on the door, do I need to say more?" The alien waiter looked amused. "Liger. It's clearly written on the door. Could it be free tasting until you finish eating? But what does this mean? 8 characters. My friend, do you have poor eyesight? There are clearly 16 characters, how come you can only see 8? 16. Liger was stunned and looked at the other star pirates in surprise. "No, there are clearly 8 of them. Brother Tiger, what I saw was also the 8 words, free taste, eat until you finish. You little demon kid, stop talking nonsense here. It's clearly just 8 words." In an instant, the star pirates under Ji Chongshuan's command spoke out angrily. "Hee hee." The foreign waiter smiled calmly. "If you didn't see it clearly just now, you can go and look again to see whether it was the 8 words you said or the 16 words I said." Snort. The lion snorted and said, "Just watch it, Shichong, you go." "Yes, brother tiger." In an instant, a foreign pirate responded and ran out immediately. The alien waiter did not stop them. He just looked at Ye Bufan and his group with a smile. After a while, the foreign pirates ran back, but with ugly faces. Seeing his expression, Shihu was stunned, but still couldn't help asking, "How is it 8 or 16? "Who, brother who, yes, it's 16 words." The foreign pirate said with an extremely ugly expression. "What?" For a moment, everyone was shocked after hearing this. Lion Tiger gritted his teeth and asked, "What did you write?" This. The alien pirate hesitated. "Explain." The lion and tiger shouted. "Yes." The alien pirate shuddered and responded, "Tiger, brother tiger, it says on it, it says free tasting, starting from 10 kilograms, until you finish it, the remaining is 1,000 times." "What?" When the alien pirates said this, all the star pirates under Ji Chongshuan were shocked, and even the lions and tigers widened their eyes. At this time, the waiter of the alien race said with a smile, "I told you it was 16 words, but you insisted on saying it was 8 words. Do you believe it now?" After a pause, the alien waiter continued, "Besides, this is the rule of our family. Everyone in the entire Blood Mark City knows that in Food Pavilion, you can taste the mystic god level star beast meat for free, starting from 10 kilograms. You don't have to pay for it after you finish it, but if you don't finish it, you need to pay 1,000 times the original price. Now this young master wants to leave before he finishes eating, then I'll have to trouble you to pay the bill 1,000 times the original price. Otherwise, you may not be able to leave our restaurant today." Damn it. At this moment, no matter how stupid the star pirates under Ji Chongshuan were, they had already clearly realized that they had been cheated. Free tasting, starting from 10 kilogram. Eat until you finish it, and leave 1,000 times more. What the hell, a 10 jin mystical god level star beast, and each person weighs 10 jin. How could they possibly eat it with their mere servant god realm? What should I do if I can't eat? Check out at 1,000 times the original price. 1,000 times. There are about 3 star beasts of the first level of Xuanshan here. Based on the 20 million divine crystals each, the total for those 3 beasts is 60 million. What if 60 million increases 1,000 times? That's 60 billion. What is the concept of 60 billion divine crystals? Even if they sold them all, they wouldn't be able to come up with so many divine crystals. This is clearly a shady shop. Not only are they forcing sales, they are also extorting money. This is so fucking. His group of people are space pirates, and their business is to rob and loot in the space. But now, they have just arrived at Zichen Star and are robbed by a black shop. How can they tolerate this? Boom. In an instant, the pressure of the lion tiger earth god realm erupted directly, falling on the alien waiter, glaring at him, and said coldly, "What if we don't give it to you?" Hee hee. The waiter of the foreign restaurant smiled and said calmly, "So, you guys are planning to eat a free meal?" The calm reaction of the alien waiter made the lion and tiger frown. The pressure from his earth god realm had no effect on the other party. Doesn't that mean this waiter from an alien race is also an earth god? Boom. Before the lion and tiger could think about it, the aura of the alien second-level Earth God realm burst out instantly, and then he shouted again, "Brothers, these guys want to eat a free meal, what do you say, what should we do?" Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the alien waiter finished speaking, everyone in the hall, except Ye Bufan and his group, stood up. Their powerful auras surged out, and at the same time they all shouted loudly, "Kill!" The sudden scene made the hearts and minds of the space pirates under Ji Chongshuan tremble. They were shocked, horrified, and even angry. Damn it, the so-called diners here are clearly in cahoots with this foreign waiter. This is not only a trap, but also a game. Needless to say, the bloody elf who led them here was also in cahoots with them. For a moment, the faces of Shihu and others were extremely gloomy. In the lobby, both sides were on the verge of a fight, ready to fight at any time. But at this moment, Ji Chongshuan, who had returned to his original seat without knowing when, hugged the white fox, looked at the alien waiter, and chuckled, "So it seems that you have us in your grasp. What do you think?" The waiter of the alien race looked at Ji Chongshuan, smiled slightly, and said, "If you want to blame someone, blame you for being too stupid, don't blame others." Hee hee. Ji Chongshuan sneered, and then said disdainfully, "Are you just a group of Earth God 6th-layer demons and a bunch of ignorant wastes? Aren't you afraid that your appetite will be too big and you will eat yourself to death? You don't have to worry about that. You will soon find out whether you can eat it or not. Although we cannot use force in Bloodmark City, there are people who can take care of you." Da da da. As soon as the foreign waiter finished speaking, a burst of dense footsteps was heard outside the restaurant. Then, an alien came in with a group of black armored guards, and pointed directly at Ji Chongshuan and his group, saying, "Sir, they are the ones who had the free meal in our house." Holy crap. When the aliens said this, Lion, Tiger and other star pirates almost couldn't hold back their curses. As star pirates, they had seen shameless people, but they had never seen anyone so shameless. "Are we eating a free meal? It's obvious that you are running a black shop and extorting money, okay." Ji Chongshuan also frowned. It was obvious that the group of people in the restaurant intended to use the guards of the Star Lord's mansion to deal with their group. Before Ji Chongshuan could think about it, the guards had already arrived in front of them. The leading Xuanshan glanced at the star pirates, then looked at the alien waiter, and said with a little dissatisfaction, "Husan, don't go too far. Do you really think I can't deal with you?" When the captain of the guard army said this, the Shihu and other star pirates were stunned, and even Ji Chongshuan couldn't help but look at him. Judging from the other party's reaction, not only is he not in the same group with the people in the restaurant, but he also seems to be a little dissatisfied with them. Before Ji Chongshuan and the others could think about it, the alien waiter looked at him and said with a smile, "Captain Tiang, what you said is true. I am doing an honest business. How did I go too far? They are the ones who are eating a free meal at my place. You have to make the decision for us." Snort. The captain of the guard snorted coldly and said, "Be honest and do your duty. You know what you are doing." "Haha, Captain Tiang, don't worry about what we did. Anyway, we have always clearly marked the prices when we opened our restaurant. Now they spent 63.8 billion divine crystals in one meal and don't want to pay. As the captain of the guard army in this area, you can do whatever you want. If it really doesn't work, then I can only report it to the Star Lord's mansion." The waiter of the alien race said with a scoundrel look on his face. The captain of the guard army was furious, but helpless. Let them leave their belongings, but they must be allowed to leave. That won't do. 63.8 billion is the amount. If you don't have money, then you can pay with your life. It just so happens that the bloodworms in my territory haven't eaten for a long time. I can use them to satisfy their cravings. When the foreign waiter said this, the captain of the guard army became furious. They knew exactly what the alien waiter and his group were up to, but unfortunately, everything they did was within the rules of Bloodmark City, leaving them completely helpless. The guards were like this, but the star pirates were furious. 63.8 billion. If you don't have money, you can use your life as collateral. They never imagined that this waiter from a foreign race would actually use them to feed the bloodworms. This is simply outrageous. They are star pirates, so how could they endure this moment? Unfortunately, before they could take action, Ji Chongshuan spoke first, saying calmly, "You two, this matter was caused by us anyway, and now you don't even ask us a question, isn't this not good?" As soon as Ji Chongshuan said this, both the alien waiter and the captain of the guard army couldn't help but look at him. The same was true for the other alien races present. The next second, the alien waiter sneered, "Ask you. Why? I've already said it, today, none of you can leave." Hee. Ji Zongshuan smiled and said, "I just want to ask, is it true that as long as we eat all these star beasts, we really don't have to pay?" Well, the alien waiter was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Of course. When we opened our doors to do business at Shizherkshuan, we always clearly marked the prices and never cheated anyone. As long as you finish your meal, we will not charge you a single divine crystal. Everything is free. Just finish eating. Just finish eating. Anyone can eat it. Of course, but only for you people. What if I don't have enough to eat? If you're not full?" The alien waiter was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" Ji Chongshuan, "What I mean is if eating all this is not enough, then what should I do?" "Not enough." The alien waiter laughed and said, "As long as you can eat, we will provide enough. What if you can't provide us with more star beasts to eat?" "How is that possible?" I said, "Just in case." "Humph, if we don't have it in Shizherkshuan, then we'll have to buy it for you outside." "What if it's still not enough? Are you fucking done yet?" The foreign waiter was furious. Ji Chongshuan said calmly, "I'm just curious. If you can't finish the food, you have to pay 1,000 times the original price. If you can't eat enough, shouldn't you also pay a price? If not, isn't it too unfair?" Faced with Ji Chongshuan's unreasonable demands, the waiter from the foreign race became angry and humiliated. The originally angry lion and tiger couldn't help but look at Ye Bufan, who had been sitting in the same place without moving. At this moment, Ye Bufan was staring in a daze at the plate of boiled star beast on the table in front of him. Seeing this scene, the lion and tiger smiled knowingly, and their original anger disappeared without a trace in an instant. Others don't know what Ji Chongshuan wants to do, but she who knows it very well. If they had not met Ye Bufan and were faced with a situation like this, they would really have no idea what to do, but now it's just about eating. With Xiao Fanzi here, who is afraid of whom? He can eat any amount, and Xiao Fanzi can definitely eat you until you lose everything and doubt your life. Aren't you going to trick us? Then we'll reciprocate and trick you again, but I don't know if you can handle it." While the lion and tiger were thinking, Ji Chongshuan stroked the white fox in his arms and said impatiently, "Stop arguing with me and you. Just tell me, what should we do if the star beasts in your store are not enough to eat?" Snort. The alien waiter snorted coldly and said, "Do you think you can scare me and let you go? Tell you, you're dreaming. Isn't it just a star beast? I still say the same thing. As long as you can eat it, I will provide it to you for free. If you have eaten all the star beasts in Shizherkshuan, then I will buy you one. In a word, I will give you as much as you want to eat. If you can't afford it, we will let you do whatever you want to us. You can kill me or chop me up, whatever you want. But if you can't even finish eating the three-headed star beast here, then you can only pay 1,000 times the original price. If you don't have money, then pay with your life." "Very good," Ji Chongshuan responded, then looked at the captain of the guard army and said, "Did you hear what he said?" Although the captain of the guard didn't know what Ji Chongshuan wanted to do, he still nodded. "Ji Chongshuan, in that case, please be a witness. If they change their minds later, will you let me suppress them all?" "No problem. I can ask the surrounding guards for reinforcements, but it's better to sign a written agreement first," said the captain of the guards. "Then let's make a written agreement." As he spoke, Ji Chongshuan looked at the alien waiter and said, "Do you dare?" Snort. The foreign waiter snorted coldly and said, "What is there to be afraid of? It's just a written agreement. If we sign it, we'll sign it. Who's afraid of who? Someone, bring me paper and pen." After a while, Ji Chongshuan and the alien waiter signed a document in front of the captain of the guard army and handed it to the captain of the guard army for safekeeping. After signing the agreement, the waiter of the alien race looked at Ji Chongshuan impatiently and said provocatively, "Eat it, go ahead and eat it, you bunch of ants. I wonder how you can eat these three mysterious god-level star beasts." Hee. Ji Chongshuan smiled cruelly, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Old 3, eat it." Chapter 14:20 Another 10,000 pounds. Old 3, eat. Oh. After Ji Chongshuan finished speaking, Ye Bufan responded weakly. In an instant, all the three parties present looked at Ye Bufan. When they saw Ye Bufan's cultivation level, they were instinctively stunned. The second heaven of serving God. Ye Bufan's cultivation level shocked all the members present who did not know what was going on. The alien waiter looked at Ji Chongshuan and laughed loudly, ha 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 ha, you don't want this human in the god-servant realm to help you eat this 15,000 jin mysterious god-level star beast, do you? Is it not possible? Ji Chongshuan smiled slightly. The foreign waiter was stunned. Is it not possible? Are you kidding me? Can a human being at the second level of the god-servant realm eat a 15,000 jin mysterious god-level star beast? It's just like dreaming. The alien waiter thought so, and the other aliens present also thought so. Of course, Ji Chongshuan, the lion and tiger, and the white fox did not think so. After all, they had witnessed Ye Bufan's amazing appetite with their own eyes. Because of this, even the lion and tiger, who were originally furious, sat back in their original positions. It's just eating. Xiao Fanzi can eat so much that you will doubt your life. Under the gaze of the three party members, Ye Bufan, who had been impatient for a long time, directly picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of boiled star beast, dipped it in a little seasoning, put it in his mouth, chewed it carefully, and looked very enjoyable. However, seeing this scene, all the three parties present were in confusion. The waiter of the alien race shouted angrily, "Boy, are you kidding me? If you eat like this, how long will it take to finish 15,000 kilograms of beast meat?" Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. However, before he could speak, Ji Chongshuan at the side said first, "Waiter, your restaurant doesn't seem to have a rule that requires eating all the star beast meat within a certain time, right?" The waiter of the foreign race was furious. Ji Chongshuan, however, looked at Ye Bufan and ignored the alien waiter and said, "Third brother, eat slowly. We don't have much else but plenty of time." "Oh." Ye Bufan responded and continued eating. Seeing this, Ji Chongshuan smiled slightly, then he took out a folding fan, fanned it gently, and said, "Brothers, don't stand anymore, sit down and eat. This is a free mystic god-level star beast, it's a rare opportunity. Of course you can just keep a few plates to try, and bring the rest to your three kings. This king doesn't want our three kings to eat your leftovers." Although the star pirates didn't know what Ji Chongshuan wanted to do, they did it anyway. Each of them left about half a pound of boiled star beast, and then placed the remaining star beast, including the meat, in front of Ye Bufan. Seeing this, the waiter of the alien race was furious, but he still held back and didn't explode. He just stared at Ji Chongshuan, gritted his teeth, and said in a cold voice, "You little bastard, you can show off as much as you want, but I want to see how long you can show off. If you can't finish eating, I will make you pay, humph." In response, Ji Chongshuan just smiled slightly, he didn't care at all. Can't finish eating? That's impossible. With Ye Bufan's terrifying ability, there is nothing that cannot be eaten, only not enough to eat. Time passes by every second. Half an hour later, the star pirates had already killed their half-pound Xuanshan-level star beast. At this moment, all the alien members present were staring at Ye Bufan in front of them. It took Ye Bufan half an hour to finish a whole plate of 10 kilograms of Xuanshan-level star beast by chewing slowly. At this time, the waiter of the alien race seemed to be a little impatient. "Are you guys kidding me? It took half an hour to eat 10 catties of star beast, and there are still more than 10,000 catties. How long will it take to finish it? 10 years? 100 years? Or even longer? In such a long time, who can't eat a mere 10,000 catties of star beast?" Not only the alien waiter group, but also the guards present frowned. But at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly looked at Ji Chongshuan and said, "My king, I'm done eating. It's time to start eating." Well, when Ye Bufan said this, all the aliens were stunned. "My king, I'm done. Shall I start eating? What's the meaning? Aren't your words too contradictory? Well, let's get started." Ji Chongshuan was fanning himself with a folding fan and smiled slightly. The next second, Ye Bufan threw away the chopsticks in his hand, and then he grabbed dozens of slices of white-cut star beasts on the plate, stuffed them into his mouth in front of the three alien races, and swallowed them directly into his stomach without even biting them. That's not all. Dozens of pieces of white-cut star beast had just entered his stomach when Ye Bufan grabbed dozens more pieces of white-cut star beast and stuffed them into his mouth. He opened his hands left and right and ate voraciously in front of thousands of foreigners. In less than a minute, Ye Bufan had already destroyed a plate of 10 Jin star beasts. But he did not stop at all. After sweeping one plate, he continued to sweep the next one. Holy crap! Seeing this scene, the alien waiter was shocked. Other aliens present, even the star pirates under Ji Chongshuan, were all confused. A human being from the second level of the god servant ate 20 kilograms of a mysterious god-level star beast in a row. Not only did he not feel any discomfort, he was actually still wolfing it down. Is this guy still a human? The uninformed aliens were shocked and confused, but Ji Chongshuan and Shihu smiled slightly. Others may not know, but the two of them know very well that Ye Bufan's appetite can no longer be described as amazing, but as simply a bottomless pit. A 20-jin mysterious god-level star beast. This is just the beginning. All I can say is, this is just the beginning. N. At this moment, even the white fox in Ji Chongshuan's arms was constantly calling out, and her voice seemed to be cheering Ye Bufan on. A weird atmosphere. Shocking picture. 10 caddies, 20 caddies, 30 caddies, 100 caddies, 200 caddies, 300 caddies, 1000 caddies, 2000 caddies, 3000 caddies. In less than an hour, Ye Bufan had already destroyed a 5,000 kilogram Xuanshan level star beast, and he did not feel any discomfort and was still eating. Gurgle. Looking at him, the aliens present couldn't help but swallow. A 5,000 jin Xuanshan level star beast, what kind of concept is that? The energy contained in so much star beast meat is likely to be able to burst the strong men of the 9th level of the mysterious god or even the 1st level of the earthly god. But what about Ye Bufan? In the eyes of the aliens, Ye Bufan was as normal as could be. What they didn't know was that Ye Bufan's condition was more than just normal. His condition couldn't be better. Under the crazy swallowing, relying on the heaven's swallowing seal and the Hongmeng seal, Ye Bufan could clearly feel that his physical body was rapidly improving. This feeling was like while the snipe and the clam quarrel, the fisherman gains, repairing the plank road in the open while marching through Chenkang in secret. It was really too cool. Time was still passing by, and Ye Bufan's astonishing appetite, shocked and horrified the aliens present. In the end, their scalps were tingling and they were completely numb. The waiter from the alien race stared at Ye Bufan blankly, his heart bleeding. The total value of the 3-star beasts at the first level of the mysterious god level is over 60 million god crystals. If Ye Bufan and his party cannot finish eating them, he can ask them to pay back with 1,000 times the price. At that time, the property, flesh and blood of Ye Bufan and his group would all become his personal belongings, and these 3 mysterious god-level star beasts, only a small part of which had been eaten, still belonged to him. This is definitely a business that is sure to make money. But what about now? Seeing that Ye Bufan had already eaten 10,000 kilograms of a Xuanshan-level star beast, the alien waiter began to get anxious. If he was allowed to eat all 3 star beasts, wouldn't that really be giving it to him for free? This is a total of 60 million divine crystals. It's not a lot, but it's definitely not good either. Asshole. As he thought about it, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the alien waiter. Cutting off someone's source of wealth is like killing their parents. Moreover, Ye Bufan's behavior was clearly robbery. How could the waiter from the alien race tolerate this? But at this moment, the captain of the guard army suddenly said, "Blood Eagle, go and say hello to the other teams nearby and tell them there is a high possibility that something uncontrollable will happen in our area, so ask them to take care of it." Hearing this, the foreign waiter looked at the captain of the guard army, feeling anxious and furious. It was clear that the other party was not giving him a chance to take action. Faced with the anger of the alien waiter, the captain of the guard army simply ignored him. "Yes, Captain." One of the guards responded and left the restaurant directly. In response, Ji Chongshuan just smiled slightly, looking calm and composed. Another half-hour later, the 3 mystic god-level star beasts in front of Ye Bufan, which amounted to nearly 15,000 kilograms of beast meat, were all swallowed up by him and completely destroyed. This result shocked the aliens present beyond words. Especially the foreign waiter, he clenched his fists and looked like he was ready to eat someone. But at this moment, Ye Bufan looked at Ji Chongshuan and said honestly, "My king, I am not full yet, I can eat more." Puff. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, many aliens present almost couldn't hold back and spit out blood. "Not full, not full. You have already eaten 15,000 kilograms of a Xuanshan-level star beast, and you still dare to say you are not full." The waiter from the alien race glared at Ye Bufan with his cold eyes almost spitting fire. "This human race has gone too far in bullying me." Unexpectedly, Ji Chongshuan looked directly at the alien waiter and said with a smile, "Waiter, what are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear what our third brother said? For a star beast like the one just now, another 10,000 pounds. Chapter 14:21 Brother, I was wrong. Hey waiter, what are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear what our third brother said? For a star beast like the one just now, another 10,000 pounds. Due to the special nature of Zichen Star and the fact that he was new here, Ji Chongshuan really didn't want to cause trouble, let alone offend anyone. But this group of aliens are so bad. It would be fine if they just forced me to buy and sell, but they actually wanted to cheat me out of more than 60 billion divine crystals just for a meal. If I don't have the money, they will pay with my life. As a star pirate, Ji Chongshuan would never tolerate this again. You are unkind and I am unjust. Since you want to cheat me, don't blame me for being cold-blooded. You. As soon as Ji Zongshuan said this, the foreign waiter gnashed his teeth. He pointed at Ji Zongshuan and said coldly, "Boy, don't go too far." Excessive. Ji Zongshuan sneered, "I just went too far, what can you do about it? Don't forget, we have an agreement. We'll eat until we're full." As he spoke, Ji Chongshuan looked directly at the captain of the guard army and said, "Captain Tiang, right. You are a witness. Now he doesn't want to fulfill the agreement. What do you say do?" The captain of the guard was stunned. To be honest, he didn't expect Ye Bufan to be such a big eater. However, this was a good thing. After all, he had been unhappy with Husan and his group for a long time, but he had never been able to deal with them. Now, seeing Husan being plotted against, he was naturally very happy to cooperate. So, the captain of the guard army looked at the alien waiter and said, "Monkey 3, if you insist on violating the agreement, then I can only handle it impartially." You. Hearing this, Monkey 3 was furious and annoyed, but helpless. The strength of the guard army was something he could not contend with. After all, the guard army represented the Star Lord's mansion. To contend with the guard army meant to become an enemy of the entire Star Lord's mansion and the entire Zichen Star. If the other party hadn't caught him with anything, he wouldn't be afraid, but now. Snort. Thinking in his heart, the alien waiter snorted coldly, then he looked at Ji Chongshuan and said in a cold voice, "Boy, you are so cruel. I, Husan, will remember this account today. Don't you want to eat? Then I will see how much you can eat. Come here, give him another 10,000 pounds. Hee hee." Facing the anger of the foreign waiter, Ji Chongshuan just smiled indifferently. Do you think you have a future? Although it was not stated explicitly, in Ji Chongshuan's eyes, the alien waiter was already a dead man. Soon, another 10,000 kilograms of Xuanshan-level star beast meat were placed in front of Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan naturally didn't hesitate to eat. An hour later, the 10,000 Jin Xuanshan-level star beast was easily dealt with by Ye Bufan. Such a large amount of food and such a big appetite dumbfounded the foreigners present. The foreign waiter felt like he was about to explode with anger. A 25,000 Jin Xuanshan-level star beast would cost more than 100 million divine crystals. No matter how rich the creatures on Zichen Star are, they cannot afford such extravagance. But even so, Ji Chongshuan still didn't want to give up. "Waiter, another 10,000 pounds. Puff. Hearing this, the waiter of the alien race was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked directly at Ji Chongshuan with cold eyes. "You. Stop talking about you and me. Can't you see my brother is still hungry? Hurry up and serve the meat." Ignoring the tragic sight of the alien waiter spurting blood, Ji Chongshuan interrupted him and spoke harshly. The alien waiter was boiling with rage, staring at Ji Chongshuan with cold eyes, and the chillness around him seemed to freeze the heaven and earth. However, no matter how angry he was, with the guards on duty and the agreement in place, the alien waiter could only admit defeat. "Come on, bring the meat." While the alien waiter was like this, his accomplices behind him fell into endless silence and anxiety. Everyone could see that this time, the alien waiter was in trouble, and they would be in trouble too. Unlike the alien waiter and his gang, the guards and the star pirates under Ji Chongshuan were shocked, but each of them had a playful, mocking, and even sarcastic smile on their face. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. It's not that there is no reward, it's just that the time has not come yet. Don't you like to cheat people? Now I'll let you experience the feeling of being cheated. Soon, another 10,000 Jin Xuanshan-level star beast was placed in front of Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan started eating right away. Boom. After Ye Bufan swallowed another 5,000 Jin Xuanshan-level star beast, his physical cultivation finally broke through again and entered the 4th level of Xuanshan. Ye Bufan was excited, yet a little overwhelmed. It's true, a few days ago when he was on the Starry Sky battleship, he ate more than 30 god-serving star beasts and a mysterious god-level beast leg, plus some elixirs and magical medicines, which allowed his physical body to break through twice, from the first level of the mysterious god to the third level of the mysterious god. But what about now? The Xuantian-level star beast weighing nearly 30,000 pounds actually only allowed his physical body to reach the fourth level of Xuantian from the third level of Xuantian. In terms of value, the things that Ye Bufan swallowed on the Starry Sky battleship at that time were worth about 200 million divine crystals. In other words, less than 100 million divine crystals could allow him to break through once. But what about now? 30,000 jin of Xuantian-level star beasts is roughly equivalent to 7 Xuantian-level star beasts. If one beast weighs 20 million, that would be 140 million. 140 million broken once. The most important thing is, according to this trend, the breakthrough of the physical body will inevitably consume more resources. Thinking of the astronomical number of divine crystals consumed, Ye Bufan felt like he was going crazy. Ye Bufan is like this, and so are Ji Chongshuan and Shihu. After eating a 30,000 jin Xuantian-level star beast, this guy hasn't even broken through to the second level of Servant of the Gods. Damn it, if we want to train him into the Hongmeng Emperor, how much resources will it take? Lion and Tiger no longer dared to think about it. It was Ji Chongshuan whose determination to train Ye Bufan began to waver for the first time. However, thinking of the huge benefits that Ye Bufan would bring to him after he grew up, Ji Chongshuan felt relieved again. It's just resources, if he doesn't have them, just go and grab them. After his physical body broke through the fourth level of Xuantian, Ye Bufan continued to eat voraciously. What is crazy? What does massive mean? Today, at this moment, Ye Bufan showed it to the aliens present to the fullest. After reaching the fourth level of Xuantian, a 5,000 jin Xuantian-level star beast was directly killed. Another 10,000 pounds. It can be easily killed in 1 hour. Another 10,000 pounds. Another hour to finish it. Another 10,000 pounds. After swallowing another Xuantian-level star beast weighing about 32,000 kilograms, Ye Bufan's physical cultivation broke through again and he successfully entered the fifth level of Xuantian. By the way, Ye Bufan also broke through his own cultivation and reached the third level of Shishan. Boom! Ye Bufan's sudden breakthrough in his cultivation to the third level of God's servant made all the aliens present stunned and dumbfounded. He ate so many mysterious god-level star beasts, but not only did he not burst, he actually broke through. Where did this weird thing come from? Ji Chongshuan, Shihu, and Baihu were even more confused and collapsed. A 62,000 jin Xuantian-level star beast only allowed this thing to break through from the second level of Servant of God to the third level of Servant of God. What the hell can we really afford it? Thinking in his heart, Shihu couldn't help but glance at Ji Chongshuan. The corners of Ji Chongshuan's mouth twitched. In his heart, his determination to train Ye Bufan began to waver again. Bang! But at this moment, the waiter of the alien race knelt down in front of Ji Chongshuan and cried, "Brother, I was wrong, please forgive me." Chapter 14:22, To be a slave, to live, to resist, to die. Brother, I was wrong, please forgive me. The foreign waiter was really scared. Originally, they had their eyes on the servant gods and mysterious gods. Even Earth God-level warriors could not eat too many mysterious God-level star beasts. Moreover, they had the support of the Star-Lord Mansion, so they dared to set up a trap to cheat people. But what about now? This human ate a 60,000 jin mystical god-level star beast, but was not hurt at all. Instead, his cultivation level broke through. This is fucking scary. The most abominable thing is that he had signed a bullshit agreement with the other party in front of the guards. If he lets the human race continue to eat like this, he will definitely lose everything. Therefore, the waiter of the foreign race could only admit defeat and beg for mercy. As for the 60,000 kilograms of Xuantian-level star beasts that Ye Bufan has already eaten, isn't it just 15 Xuantian-level star beasts? Isn't it just about 300 million divine crystals? Damn it, it's my bad luck, I accept it. The alien waiter's sudden reaction stunned the other alien members present, but they were soon relieved. It was really the human in front of them was too greedy. Hee hee. Looking at the waiter of the alien race who knelt down in front of him and begged for mercy, Ji Zongshuan smiled slightly and said, "Don't you think it's a little late to realize your mistake now?" The alien waiter was stunned for a moment, then he said repeatedly, "It's not too late, not too late, not too late at all, I am willing to compensate." Compensation. Ji Chongshuan glanced at the alien waiter with a little interest, then how much compensation do you plan to pay? The alien waiter hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, how about 100 million divine crystals? 100 million. Ji Chongshuan smiled and said nothing. The alien waiter spoke again, 200 million. 300 million. Forget it, third brother, you should just continue eating. 500 million. I can only take out 500 million at most. The waiter from the alien race gritted his teeth and said with a look of grief and anger. 500 million. Ji Chongshuan glanced at him and said with a leisurely smile, if I remember correctly, this is what was written in our agreement just now. As long as we can eat, you will continue to provide us with Xuanshan-level star beasts. If the stock of your Shizhirkshuan is finished, then you will buy them for us. If you can't provide them, then you can let me deal with them, right? Although the alien waiter didn't want to admit it, he still gritted his teeth and said, yes. That's fine. Ji Chongshuan responded, fanning the folding fan in his hand, looked at Ye Bufan, and said, third brother, tell him how much you can eat. I could keep eating. Ye Bufan scratched his head and answered with a simple and honest look on his face. Puff. Hearing this, countless alien members present almost couldn't help but spit out blood. Keep eating. Nima, are you still human? The foreign waiter couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Ji Chongshuan looked at him and said with a smile, did you hear me? Just keep eating. After a pause, Ji Chongshuan continued, do you know what it means to keep eating? It means no matter how many star beasts you have, be it 10, 100, or even 1,000 or 10,000, our third brother can swallow them all for you. Of course, you definitely can't produce so many star beasts, so what should we do? According to the agreement, you have to buy it. But no matter how much you buy, it won't be enough to fill our third child's stomach. That is to say, from the moment you signed the agreement, you were destined to lose everything you had. Not only that, you had to let me do whatever I wanted. To put it bluntly, from that moment on, everything you had no longer belonged to you, but to me. Since everything you have belongs to me, that naturally includes these 500 million divine crystals. Now, you use my divine crystal to beg me for mercy. Do you think I should agree to it? The foreign waiter was stunned and speechless. For a moment he didn't know what to do. After all, what Ji Chongshuan said was completely correct. But, are we just going to sit there and wait for death? No, never. So, there is nothing to negotiate. The foreign waiter looked at Ji Chongshuan with gloomy eyes and said in a cold voice. Discuss. Of course we can discuss. Ji Chongshuan smiled and said, hand over all your property and acknowledge me as your master. This way at least you still have a chance to survive. Otherwise As he spoke, Ji Chongshuan looked at the captain of the guard army and said, you guys shouldn't mind if I execute my own personal belongings, right? The guards were stunned, but said, as long as you don't destroy the buildings in Blood Mark City and execute your own slaves, the Star Lord Mansion will not interfere. That's good. Ji Chongshuan responded with a smile. The waiter from the foreign race glared at Ji Chongshuan, his heart already filled with rage. Even if I have to hand over all my property, I will still acknowledge you as my lord. You are really going too far. The next second, the alien waiter suddenly stood up. His Earth God realm cultivation burst out directly, and he shouted angrily, brothers, we are going to die anyway, fight them, we fight our way out of Zichan Star. Kill. Among the alien waiters group, the other aliens also knew their situation, so they shouted directly without any hesitation. In an instant, endless murderous intent surged out, sweeping across the entire restaurant lobby. The sudden change shocked the star pirates and the guards. The captain of the guard glared at the foreign waiter and said coldly, Monkey 3, do you want to rebel? Rebel. The foreign waiter sneered, we're going to die anyway, so why rebel? After saying that, the waiter from the alien race shouted coldly, brothers, kill them. Kill. In an instant, the foreign waiters and their entourage rushed out one after another. Kill. The captain of the guard army also shouted coldly. But at this moment, Ji Chongshuan's disdainful voice suddenly sounded, an ant trying to shake a tree is overestimating its own strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Chongshuan swung out the folding fan in his right hand. Call out. In an instant, his ordinary folding fan turned into a cold light and rushed straight towards the alien waiter. The speed was extremely fast. Seeing this scene, the foreign waiter's pupils shrank, and in his heart an unprecedented sense of crisis instantly swept over him. Without any hesitation, the alien waiter instinctively dodged. But it was too late. Puff! Ji Chongshuan's ordinary folding fan was like a magical weapon at this moment, directly breaking the body of the alien waiter. You! The alien waiter widened his eyes and looked at Ji Chongshuan with shock and fear on his face. Bang! The next second, the alien waiter fell directly to the ground, his eyes widened, bright red liquid flowed out of his body, instantly dyeing the ground red. The Earth God has fallen. Ji Chongshuan's fan not only broke his body, but also killed his soul. This sudden scene made the aliens and guards who had originally rushed out to fight all freeze in their places. They were stunned and dumbfounded. They are like this, and the star pirates under Ji Chongshuan are no exception. At this moment, the whole place was dead silent. All the aliens looked at Ji Chongshuan, with only shock and horror in their eyes. An ordinary folding fan and a casual blow were able to kill an alien waiter in the Earth God realm. What did this mean? Gurgle. Ye Bufan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. All along, or to say, from the moment he was captured by Ji Chongshuan and his gang of star pirates, Ye Bufan had been guessing Ji Chongshuan's strength. Moreover, he knew that Ji Chongshuan was very strong, but Ye Bufan never expected that Ji Chongshuan would be so strong to such a terrifying degree. Killing a high-level Earth God in one strike. I'm afraid Ji Chongshuan's cultivation level is not that of an earthly god, but that of a heavenly god. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Ji Chongshuan's cold voice sounded again. Be a slave, live, resist, die, make your choice. Chapter 1423. A very promising career. Be a slave and live, resist and die, it's your choice. Ji Chongshuan's stern voice echoed in the lobby, causing the group of aliens under the command of the waiter to tremble in their hearts and even their souls. The alien waiter was their leader and also a powerful Earth God, but even so, he was still killed instantly by the other side. In this case, what can they use to resist? Bang! Immediately, a foreigner knelt on the ground, facing Ji Chongshuan, and said respectfully and tremblingly, bow to the master. It is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. If you die, you will lose everything. What's more, the other party might be a powerful being at the level of a god, and submitting to him might not necessarily be a bad thing for oneself. Bang bang bang. With someone taking the lead, the other alien races naturally did not hesitate anymore. They all knelt on the ground, facing Ji Chongshuan, and said respectfully, we pay our respects to the master. Ji Zongshuan smiled slightly and said, I don't like the title of master. From now on call me king. Do you understand? Clear. The aliens responded, and then said in unison, we greet the king. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Ji Chongshuan laughed loudly and said, very good. Although you have just joined me, you can rest assured. I always treat everyone equally. As long as you work for me wholeheartedly, I will guarantee that you will have wine to drink and meat to eat. I will never treat you unfairly. Thank you, Your Majesty. The aliens said in unison, but Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This king, is there still meat to eat and wine to drink? Damn it. When he was in Tianyi, he transformed into the Bull King and fooled people in the same way. Unexpectedly, Ji Chongshuan and King Niu are now fellow travelers. Ye Bufan was messy. Ji Chongshuan looked at the foreigners who had just joined him, smiled and waved his hand, saying, since you are all one of us, then get up. Thank you, my king. The aliens stood up one after another, but Ji Chongshuan looked at the blood elf beside him. At this moment, the blood elf was in a state of confusion. She never expected that the alien waiter would be so vulnerable. He was killed before he could even block a single move from the opponent. Seeing Ji Chongshuan suddenly looking at her, the blood-colored elf came back to her senses abruptly. She shuddered, then looked at Ji Chongshuan and said in a trembling voice, my king, I really didn't know that this was a shady shop. You're talking nonsense. Unexpectedly, before the blood-colored elf could finish his words, one of the aliens who had just joined Ji Chongshuan stood up and sternly rebuked him. Then he looked at Ji Chongshuan, pointed at the blood-colored elf and said, my king, she is lying. She is in the same group with us. She has always been responsible for bringing those creatures who come to Zichen Star for the first time to Shijirshuan, and then we trick them. You. Hearing this, the blood elf suddenly became furious, yet extremely terrified. Bang! The next second, she knelt on the ground, facing Ji Zongxuan, her body trembling, and said anxiously, "My king, I was wrong, please let me go, I can serve you day and night." "Serve me?" Ji Zongxuan smiled calmly, "this king is not a lecher." I. Hearing this, the blood elf was at a loss for a moment. Ji Chongshuan suddenly asked, "What's your name?" The blood-colored elf trembled, not daring to hide anything, and said, "Report to the king, my name is Nightingale." Nightingale. Ji Zongxuan groaned for a moment, and said, "From now on, you should stay with our third child. Remember, I may not kill you, but you must take good care of our third child. Do you understand?" The blood-colored elf was stunned. She glanced at Ye Bufan and then said repeatedly, "I understand, Nightingale understands. Thank you for not killing me." Ji Chongshuan nodded and said, "Get up." "Yes, thank you, my king." The bloody elf said this and stood up. Ye Bufan was a little disheveled, and looking at Ji Chongshuan, he was speechless. "I am a prisoner, and you still assign me a maid. Isn't this too much of a favor? Also, you are not a lustful person, but am I?" While thinking in his mind, Ye Bufan couldn't help but glance at the blood-colored elf beside him. It's true that this blood elf is really good-looking, and has a strong exotic flavor. While Ye Bufan was thinking, the captain of the guard army beside him looked at Ji Chongshuan and said, "Senior from the God clan, although Husan has lost everything he has to you, you still need to go to the Star Lord mansion to change the information of his assets. Otherwise, I am afraid it will cause you some unnecessary trouble in the future." "Thanks for the reminder." Ji Chongshuan said this with a smile, and at the end he added, "Also, don't call me senior. I don't like this title. Just call me King Ji." King Ji. The captain of the guard was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Among the 72 domains, isn't it only the leader of the Star Pirates who calls himself that? This guy, could he be a space pirate? Before the captain of the guard army could think about it, Ji Chongshuan had already opened his mouth and gave him a satisfactory answer. "No need to guess, this king is the Star Pirate." In an instant, the captain of the guard army was in disarray and speechless. "Are you really a space pirate? But aren't you being a little too arrogant? As a space pirate, shouldn't you try your best to hide your identity so that no one can find out? Why did you reveal your identity?" The guard army was in a mess, and the other alien races around were also shocked. Especially the group of foreigners in the restaurant, they felt deeply frightened. What are Star Pirates? They were a group of bloodthirsty maniacs who traveled through the Sea of Stars, burning, killing, looting, and doing all kinds of evil. They were also desperate criminals. The Star Pirates had always robbed others, but no one else had ever robbed the Star Pirates. That is why, whenever you encounter space pirates, unless you have extremely strong power to ignore this group of space pirates, otherwise the first thought of most creatures when encountering space pirates is to run. But they were so lucky that before the Star Pirates even started to rob them, they were already thinking about how to trick the Star Pirates. Isn't this just waving a sword in front of Guangdong and seeking death? But at this moment, looking at the captain of the guard army with a strange expression, Ji Chongshuan smiled and asked, "Captain Tiang, what's that expression on your face? What's wrong with space pirates? Don't you think it's a promising career?" Hearing this, the captain of the guard army couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The other alien races were also extremely messy. Space pirate, a promising career. Are you still proud of being a space pirate? Etc. But at this moment, the captain of the guard army seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Ji Chongshuan and said in surprise, "Your last name is Ji. You can't be." "That's right, I am the leader of the Happy Planet Pirates, Ji Chongshuan." Without waiting for the captain of the guard to finish speaking, Ji Chongshuan smiled and said, "Puff." As soon as Ji Chongshuan said this, all the aliens present were in chaos. The Happy Planet Pirates, that weird pirate group that only robbed half of the money and then lost money when they had no money left. Chapter 1424, King, shall we take over the Purple Star? Outside the Divine Realm, within the 72 star fields, there are definitely a lot of star pirates, and various pirate groups are emerging in endlessly, but there are definitely many weird ones like the Happy Star Pirates group, and they are even unique, at least in this star field. After all, the Star Pirates make a living by killing and robbing, but the Happy Star Pirates are different. Not only do they only rob half of the money each time, but they even give money to poor households when they meet them. Is this still a Star Pirate? This person is simply an outlier among the star pirates, a scum even. The alien members present never imagined that Ji Chongxuan in front of them was actually the leader of this strange pirate group. However, no matter how shocked they were, in this age where the strong are respected, no one would make things difficult for Ji Chongxuan and his party even if they knew they were star pirates. At least, no one would take action against Ji Chongxuan and his party unless their own interests were threatened. Of course, if Ji Chongxuan and his group were extremely vicious star pirates, or a star pirate group wanted by the Zhuang star domain or even the entire 72 domains, then it would be different. Once such a group of space pirates sets foot on a planet with life, they will definitely be besieged by all living beings on the entire planet, and the fight will not stop until they are dead. There are only two reasons for this. First, take the initiative and protect yourself. Second, if you kill or capture alive the star pirates on the wanted list, you will receive a generous reward. It can be said that both reasons are based on self-interest. Fortunately, Ji Chongxuan and his group are not on the wanted list. Otherwise, once they reveal their identities, they will be killed by the force of the entire Zichen star. Of course, if they were the star pirates on the wanted list of the 72 domains, Ji Chongxuan would not dare to reveal his identity so blatantly. After a brief moment of shock, the aliens present gradually came back to their senses. Looking at Ji Chongxuan, the captain of the guard army smiled and said, "It turns out to be Captain Ji. I have heard of you for a long time. I have heard of you for a long time." After a pause, the captain of the guard army said, "I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now." Under normal circumstances, when facing a powerful being who is suspected to be at the level of a god, the captain of the guard army might take the opportunity to make friends with him. But Ji Chongxuan is different. No matter what his happy pirates group is like, after all, they are still a group of space pirates. As a member of the Purple Star Guard, and a squad leader at that, Tiang doesn't want to cause himself unnecessary trouble. "Captain Iron Eagle, please do as you please." Looking at the captain of the guard army, Ji Chongxuan smiled and said, "Goodbye." Tiang left 2 words and left with his guards. Ji Chongxuan didn't care about this. After the guards left, Ji Chongxuan looked at a mystic god in the restaurant, who was the only mystic god besides the waiter from the alien race, and said, "Tell me, what businesses do you have?" The Xuantian strongman was stunned at first, and then hurriedly said, "Report to the king. In addition to this restaurant, we also have a territory 7,000 miles southwest of Blood Mark City, and there are 3,000 blood mark insects in the territory." Oh. When Xuantian reached this point, Ji Chongxuan interrupted him and asked with great interest, "You actually still have 3,000 bloodworms?" "Yes, sir." The powerful Xuantian responded, not daring to hide anything. "We have been breeding these blood vein insects for more than a year, and many of them have already bred blood soul jade. At most, in half a month, this batch of blood soul jade can be harvested. Doesn't that mean that I, the king, have picked up a ready-made bargain?" Ji Chongxuan smiled and said. Xuantian smiled foolishly and said, "This is because the king is blessed with great fortune. He deserves to be rich." Although he said so, in fact, the heart of the powerful Xuantian was bleeding. 3,000 blood-veined worms mean that 3,000 blood soul jades can be harvested. Even if these blood soul jades are of the lowest grade, each one is worth 1.5 billion divine crystals. What's more, there is a great possibility that higher-level blood soul jade will appear among them. Therefore, the value created by these 3,000 bloodworms is definitely around 2 billion. 2 billion divine crystals. According to past practice, as the second most powerful person in the restaurant after the alien waiter, he can get about 100 million of the 2 billion divine crystals. For a Xuantian, 100 million divine crystals are definitely not a small number, and can even be considered a huge fortune. After all, the savings of Ji Chongxuan and his group of star pirates over the years are only a few 100 million divine crystals. Now, not only have they become prisoners and slaves of others, but they have also lost about 100 million divine crystals in vain. Just ask how could the Xuantian alien race not be heartbroken? Hee. Facing Xuantian's flattery, Ji Chongxuan smiled and said, 3,000 blood vein insects, each of which breeds 1 divine crystal. According to the lowest grade, that's 1.5 billion divine crystals. After giving 30% of the profit to the Star Lord Mansion, there are still a little over 1 billion left. And it only took you 1 year to cultivate these blood vein insects, which means you can earn 1 billion divine crystals on average per year. So you should have quite a bit of savings, right? Hiss. When Ji Chongshuan said this, the other star pirates couldn't help but gasp, even Shihu and Ye Bufan were shocked. $1 billion a year. 10 billion in 10 years. Isn't it too easy to make money from these divine crystals? Moreover, Ji Chongshuan only calculated the minimum profit. In reality, the profit from 3,000 blood-veined worms is definitely more than 1.5 billion. The most important thing is that these are only 3,000 bloodworms. What if there are 30,000, 300,000, or even 3 million? The revenue that year would definitely be hundreds of billions. Faced with this data, the star pirates were all shocked. Compared with breeding bloodworms, the profits made by these star pirates are simply rubbish. In this case, why bother being a space pirate? It would be better to just breed bloodworms. The star pirates thought so, but the Xuantian alien race waved their hands and explained, "My lord, no, that's not how it works." Oh. Ji Chongshuan raised his eyebrows and said, "That's not how it's calculated." Then how should it be calculated? Xuantian alien clan. My king, it is true that 3,000 bloodworms can yield at least 1.5 billion divine crystals, but, we have invested a lot in breeding for a year. Investment. Yes, Nighthawk should have told you that if you want to feed the bloodworms, you must feed them blood food, but with our limited strength, where can we get blood food? Since we can't get it, then we can only buy it. Purchase. Hearing this, Ji Chongshuan was stunned. The so-called blood food is the corpses of various living creatures. Can this corpse still be bought? Ji Chongshuan was stunned, and the other star pirates also looked curious. Xuantian quickly responded, "Yes, buy it." After a pause, Xuantian continued, "In fact, it is normal that your majesty is new to Zichen Star and does not know much about the situation on Zichen Star. On Zichen Star, in addition to the lords who specialize in breeding bloodworms, there are also vendors who specialize in selling blood food. And there are vendors selling corpses." Ji Chongshuan was shocked, and the other star pirates were also in confusion. They traveled through the endless starry sky, going back and forth between countless life-bearing planets. They had seen countless goods, but had never heard of the buying and selling of corpses, of course, with the exception of star beasts. But this purple star, I have to say that this Zichen star is definitely an alternative star. But when they thought of the bloodworms, the star pirates felt relieved. Suddenly, Ji Chongshuan asked again, "Are these blood foods expensive?" Xuantian. Reporting to the king, blood food is not very expensive, but the blood vein worms have a large appetite. Just our 3,000 blood vein worms, the blood food they eat in a year is definitely worth more than 1 billion, or even more. So in fact, we can only earn about 3 or 400 million divine crystals a year. 3 to 500 million a year is not a small amount. After responding, Ji Chongshuan continued, "Are there many lords like you on Zichen Star? Or, how many lords like you are there?" "A lot, how can it not be not a lot?" Xuantian responded, "There are at least 800 lords like us on Zichen Star, if not 1,000, and we are only the upper middle level lords. In addition to us, there are also great lords who breed more than 10,000 blood vein insects every year, and the Star Lord Mansion." Hiss. When Xuantian said this, the star pirates who didn't know Zichen Star couldn't help but gasp, and even Ji Chongshuan frowned. There are at least 800 lords who raise about 3,000 bloodworms, if not 1,000. Then let's just say he's worth 800. There are 800 lords, and each of them raises 3,000 blood-veined worms, which means that in that year there are 2,400,000 blood-veined worms. Assuming that each blood-veined worm gives birth to a blood-soul jade worth 500,000, then the value of 2,400,000 blood-soul jades is 1,200 billion. 1,200 billion, what kind of concept is that? Most importantly, this is not all, but only part of it. If we add those small lords and big lords, the value created by the blood-veined insects and blood-soul jades for the entire Zichen Star in a year is probably between 2 trillion and 3 trillion divine crystals. 2 to 3 trillion. This is so shocking and terrifying. The star pirates were shocked, but Ye Bufan suddenly drooled and spoke in a hurry, suggesting, "My king, shall we rob the purple star?" Chapter 14:25 The Chaotic Gods. My king, shall we take the purple star? As soon as Ye Bufan said this, the entire restaurant fell into deathly silence, and all the aliens looked at him with shocked eyes. My king, shall we seize the purple star? How fucking brave are you? You even dare to rob Zichen Star. Ji Chongshuan was also in a mess. Looking at Ye Bufan, the corner of his mouth twitched and he reminded, Xiao Fanzi, be careful with your words. Your Majesty, why should you be so careful with your words? Am I wrong? Ye Bufan asked, and then said with a puzzled look, aren't we space pirates? Since we are space pirates, and Zichen Star is so rich, why don't we rob it? Are you a pig? Ji Chongshuan was going crazy, and the other aliens present were speechless. Zichen Star is rich, but the military force on Zichen Star is even more terrifying. Rob Zichen Star. Even if you had 100 lives, they wouldn't be enough to die. Thinking in his heart, Ji Chongshuan persuaded earnestly, Xiao Fanzi, we are space pirates, but we are space pirates with principles. As space pirates with principles, how can we rob a planet with life? Oh, Ye Bufan responded weakly, as if to say, I understand. Seeing this scene, Ji Chongshuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, Zi Chengxing is rich, and he also wants to rob Zi Chengxing. It's a pity that they are not strong enough. If they dare to rob Zichen Star, they will probably be beaten by Zichen Star until nothing is left. Without paying any more attention to Ye Bufan, Ji Chongshuan looked directly at the lion and tiger standing beside him and said, Lion and tiger, we will temporarily settle down on Zichen Star. You should take people to buy that thing now. Also, take out half of our savings to buy the star beast. Yes, my king. The lion tiger responded, then pointed at several aliens in the restaurant and said, you, and you, all of you follow me. Yes. The foreigners in the restaurant didn't dare to refuse and just responded. Afterwards, Shihu took them out of the restaurant directly. Looking at the lions and tigers leaving, Ye Bufan narrowed his eyes imperceptibly. That thing. Others didn't know what Ji Chongshuan was talking about, but Ye Bufan knew it very well. Undoubtedly, Ji Chongshuan was talking about the Soul Circle. Originally, Ye Bufan thought that Ji Chongshuan had long forgotten about the Soul Control Circle, but he didn't expect that he still remembered it. It's a pity for Ye Bufan, the Soul Control Circle is completely ineffective, so Ji Chongshuan's idea of using the Soul Control Circle to control him is doomed to be futile and just an illusion. Of course, Ye Bufan would not tell Ji Chongshuan these. Ye Bufan even hoped that Ji Chongshuan would plant the Soul Control Circle on him. After all, only in this way can Ji Chongshuan trust himself more, and only when he trusts himself more, will he spare no effort to cultivate himself, and this is exactly what Ye Bufan wants. Show weakness to the enemy. Improve yourself with the support of the enemy, and then give the opponent a fatal blow at the right time to turn the tables. It has to be said that Ye Bufan's behavior was somewhat vulgar and even shameless. If Ji Chongshuan knew all this, I believe he would kill Ye Bufan without hesitation. It's a pity that he didn't know. At this moment, as the lion and tiger left, Ji Chongshuan looked directly at the alien Xuantian in the restaurant and said, let's go, take me to see my territory and my blood-marked insects. That's our good. The alien god was confused, speechless, devastated, and heartbroken. That's 3,000 bloodworms, worth more than 1.5 billion. Originally these belonged to them, but now, all these bloodworms have changed owners. However, the alien gods had no choice. It was because the enemy was strong and we were weak. They had provoked a powerful enemy that they should not and could not afford to provoke. Now, they can only blame themselves for their bad luck and accept defeat. Thinking in his heart, the alien Xuantian looked at Ji Chongshuan, raised his hand, and said with a forced smile, my king, please come this way. Blood Mark City, the center location, the Star Lord's mansion. At this moment, in the main hall of the Star Lord's mansion, several alien races gathered together, and the atmosphere was dead silent. Although these alien races did not speak, if other people in Blood Mark City saw this scene, or saw these people, they would definitely be shocked. It was not for any other reason, but because the several aliens in the main hall of the Star Lord's mansion at this moment were none other than the powerful heavenly god realm warriors of Zichen Star, led by the Star Lord of Zichen Star and the Blood Sky army of the heavenly demon clan. It can be said that they represent the peak combat power of the entire Zichen Star. But even so, even though they were all powerful beings in the heavenly god realm, they still seemed to have encountered some difficulties, and their faces looked heavy at the moment. Report. But at this moment, outside the hall, an urgent voice suddenly sounded. The captain of the 36th Squad of the Guard Army, Tiang, has something very important to report to the Star Master. Enter. As Tiang finished speaking, a word, neither loud nor light, was heard in the hall. Bang bang. Then, the palace door that was originally closed opened instantly. Tiang walked in without any hesitation. What is it? In the hall, the Blood Sky Army soldier sitting at the top looked at Tiang and asked directly. This. Tiang half knelt in the middle of the hall and glanced hesitantly at the other people in the hall. Shui Tianjin naturally knew what Tiang meant, but he didn't care. He just said, "Speak, everyone present is our own, there is nothing to hide." Yes. Tiang was stunned, but still responded, "Your Excellency, Star Lord, we are all very happy that the guys from the Starry Sky Pirates have come to our Zichen Star and have now settled in Shizhirkshuan." Well, when Tiang said this, all the foreigners in the hall were stunned. Everyone is happy with the Star Pirates. Of course, they had already heard of this weird Star Pirate group a long time ago, but for a Star Pirate group that doesn't even have an Earth god, did they need to report such a trivial matter as their visit to Zichen Star to the Blood Sky Army? If this is true, then the Blood Sky Army will be exhausted to death. All the powerful Heavenly God Realm warriors present couldn't help but look at the Blood Sky Army in astonishment. Shui Tianjin was also somewhat surprised, and even somewhat dissatisfied, so he looked at Tiang, frowned, and asked in a cold voice, "Is that all?" "No," Tiang said in a hurry, reporting to the Star Lord, "What I want to report is not this, but the leader of the Happy Pirates, Ji Chongshuan, is very likely a strong man in the Heavenly God Realm." Ji Chongshuan, a god. All the powerful gods present were stunned again and frowned. If it was just a group of Star Pirates that everyone was happy with, then they wouldn't care at all, but if it was a powerful god, it would be different. You know, the strongest person on Zichen Star is only at the level of a god. Now a god has come, and the other party is a Star Pirate. How could they not care? The most important thing is the leader of this weird pirate group is a powerful god. Are you kidding us? Above the hall, Shui Tianjin also frowned and said, "It is very likely a god. Why do you have such an idea?" Tiang did not dare to hide it, reporting to the Star Lord, "Because just now, in the food pavilion, I saw with my own eyes that Ji Chongshuan killed Husan in an instant with an ordinary folding fan." What? As soon as Tiang said this, a god in the hall immediately stood up. He exclaimed and looked at Tiang and said, "Killing Husan in one strike, and he only used an ordinary folding fan. All of this, did you really see it with your own eyes?" Not only this god, but also the Blood Sky Army and other gods are no exception. After all, they all had a certain understanding of Monkey 3, this scoundrel, and they were even more aware that Monkey 3's cultivation was at the 7th level of earthly god. An ordinary folding fan can kill Monkey 3 instantly with one strike. If this is true, then it is not a possibility, but Ji Chongshuan must be a celestial god, and his cultivation is definitely above the 5th level of celestial gods, and he may even have surpassed the celestial gods. What kind of concept is it to be a powerful being who is above the 5th level, or even surpasses the level of a god? The powerful gods from Zichen Star present here could not ignore him no matter what. Yes, I saw all of this with my own eyes. Facing the question from the powerful man in the Heavenly God Realm, Tiang answered directly. Call. In an instant, the gods present all held their breath. Shui Tianjin frowned and said, "What exactly happened? Tell us what happened. The more detailed the better." "Yes," Tiang responded. He then narrated the entire incident in front of all the gods. After listening to Tiang's story, all the gods, including the Blood Sky Army, couldn't help but twitch their lips and felt confused. They all knew very well who Husan was, and they also understood what he had done, but Husan had not harmed their interests, so over the years, they had turned a blind eye to everything Husan had done. But I didn't expect that this guy was so blind that he even robbed the Sky Pirates, and he even robbed a Star Pirate at the level of a heavenly god. Should you say he is stupid or unfortunate? But this is no longer important. What is important is Ji Chongshuan. According to Tiang, the powerful gods present can be absolutely sure that Ji Chongshuan is a genuine god, and his rank is not low. But because of this, the gods became even more confused and puzzled. It's fine if you say that you, a powerful god-level being, are hiding on the edge of the universe and working as a space pirate, but the key isn't the strength of your space pirate group a little too poor and too weak. A celestial god with 3 mysterious gods and a group of servant gods and demigods to become star pirates. Nima, what do you want to do? This combination looks strange and awkward no matter how you look at it. And the principle that couldn't be more bizarre. Only robbed half of the money, and still lost money when there was no money. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? It can be said that at this moment, the gods present were confused and mad. They racked their brains but couldn't figure out what Ji Chongshuan was trying to do. But it just so happens that such a weirdo has come to Zichen Star. What does he want to do? A look of surprise and a confused mood. Faced with such a strange thing, even the gods would find it difficult to remain calm. After a moment, Shui Tianjin looked at Tiang and asked, "Are they still in Shizherkshuan?" "Yes, sir." Tiang responded and said, "From what they said, they plan to stay on Zichen Star permanently." Stay on Zichen Star forever. Shui Tianjin frowned, then he looked at Tiang, waved his hands, and said, "This Star Lord knows about this matter. You go down first, and send someone to keep an eye on them, but do not conflict with them, understand?" Chapter 14:26 Starry Sky Tomb. This Star Lord knows about this matter. You go down first. Also send someone to keep an eye on them, but do not get into conflict with them. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Well, go ahead. The Blood Sky Army waved their hands, and Iron Eagle left immediately. In the hall, only the Purple Star Gods, led by the Blood Sky Army, were left again. At this time, all the gods looked at the Blood Sky Army. One of them said, "I propose if Ji Chongshuan is really a high-level god, then we have to take action this time. We might as well take him with us. What do you think?" "I agree. After all, one more god means we have one more guarantee." "I agree. I disagree. Don't you think this weird thing is too coincidental?" "Brother Chongshan, what you mean is this weirdo came to Zichen Star on purpose, exposed his cultivation, and approached us, just for the Starry Sky Tomb. This possibility is not impossible. After all, his coming here is just too coincidental." "Haha, I didn't expect Brother Chongshan to be so cautious in doing things." "You can't go wrong being cautious." "Yes, there is nothing wrong in being careful and cautious, but being overly careful and cautious, isn't that a bit unnecessary?" "What do you mean?" "What I want to say is in our star field, the Starry Sky Tomb that appeared some time ago is no longer a secret. If that's the case, and anyone can enter, then why would Ji Chongshuan go to such lengths to deliberately approach us and enter this Starry Sky Tomb together? Perhaps he is afraid that it would be too risky to enter the tomb alone, or he wants to use us to gain greater benefits." "That's perfect. Anyway, we still have some concerns about entering this Starry Sky Tomb. Wouldn't it be good to join forces with him to increase our strength?" "Join hands with him? Do you trust him? Does it matter whether you believe it or not? No matter how strong he is only one person, while we have 8 gods here. It's 8-1. Do you think he can be our opponent? Maybe he won't even agree to go with us. After all, in this situation, he should be the one to worry about, not us." "You are right, but..." "But what but? Don't forget that we don't have much time. If we don't make a decision soon, once the news leaks out and attracts the God King or even the God Emperor, we will have no chance to stay in this Starry Sky Tomb. If it really comes to this, will you be willing? Moreover, if we all go to the Starry Sky Tomb and leave him, a celestial god, on Zichen Star, will you feel at ease? Can you feel at ease?" The god said no more, and looked directly at Shui Tianjin, saying, "Brother Tianjin, what do you think?" In an instant, the other 6 gods also looked at the Blood Sky Army. Shui Tianjin frowned and said, "Jin Shang is right. We should bring Ji Chongshuan with us. After all, one more god means one more guarantee. However, before making this decision, I think we need to meet Ji Chongshuan first." "To see him?" The gods were stunned. "That's right." Shui Tianjin responded, "First, we can see how strong he is. Secondly, we should also ask about his attitude. After all, as Jin Shang said, he may not necessarily agree to go with us." "What if he refuses?" a god asked immediately. He. Shui Tianjin smiled calmly. As Jin Shang said, "If he doesn't go with us, but stays on Zichen Star, will you feel at ease?" The 7 gods were stunned at first, and then smiled calmly. The Blood Sky Army's meaning was very clear, that is Ji Chongshuan had to go whether he wanted to or not. If Ji Chongshuan agreed to go with them, it would be fine, but if he didn't agree, then the 8 gods would have no choice but to rush forward and kill him directly. "Okay, then let's do as Brother Tianjin says." In an instant, all 7 gods agreed with the Blood Sky Army's suggestion. "Then let's go." Shui Tianjin smiled calmly. "Let us go and meet this weirdo. Zichen Star, the territory of the alien race. Ji Chongshuan didn't know that they had been targeted by the 8 god-level powerful beings on Zichen Star. At this moment, under the leadership of the alien Xuantian, they had just arrived at the territory of the alien waiter, and saw this was a territory covering an area of about 8,000 square meters. There were some purple-red small trees as thick as arms planted around the territory. These small trees were planted very densely, directly surrounding the entire territory into a circle. It's not just the alien waiter's territory that's like this. As they walked along, Ji Chongshuan and the others discovered that all the territories were like this, as if these small trees were the dividing line between different territories. Ji Chongshuan and his group did not pay too much attention to this. At the moment, all their attention was on the territory of the alien waiter. However, although there are mountains, water, grass, trees, and even a few small wooden houses in this territory, but there is no so-called blood-marked worm to be seen. For this reason, Ji Chongshuan and others looked at the alien god in astonishment. The alien race's mysterious god understood and immediately said, "My king, please take a look." After he finished speaking, the alien god took out a blood food from the storage equipment in his hand. It was the body of a demon. Then he directly threw the body of the demon on the open space in front. Seeing this scene, Ji Chongshuan and others were somewhat confused. But at this moment, a burst of sparse sounds suddenly came from the rocks and grass in front of them. Then, Ji Chongshuan and others clearly saw that 70 or 80 fist-sized, ball-like, red creatures crawled out from the rocks and grass. These blood-red creatures were very fast. Almost as soon as they appeared in front of everyone, they had already arrived next to the corpse of the sky demon. Not only that, in front of Ji Chongshuan and others, these blood-colored creatures directly climbed onto the corpse of the heavenly demon, and then they opened a mouth on their spherical bodies, and in that mouth everyone could see rows of teeth as sharp as blades, and then, they bit directly at the corpse of the heavenly demon in front of them. For a moment, blood gushed out and the scene was extremely bloody. Even everyone could hear the crunching sound. The next second, before Ji Chongshuan and others could take a closer look or think more, the body of the demon had disappeared. Seeing this scene, Ji Chongshuan and other star pirates all widened their eyes. Ye Bufan was no exception. Even many of the star pirates couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Is this the blood vein worm on Zichen Star that produces blood soul jade in abundance? This thing is truly terrifying. 70 or 80 blood-veined worms devoured a demon's corpse in less than a second. What if there were 3,000 blood-veined worms? Just thinking about it made everyone feel their scalps tingle. But at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly said, "They won't bite us, right?" Nima. Ye Bufan's words frightened the sky pirates so much that they retreated one after another. The alien race's mysterious god smiled and said, "Don't worry, the 3 kings. The blood vein worms only eat dead things. They won't touch living things, let alone attack them." Is this true or false? Ye Bufan said in disbelief, "Why don't you go over and try?" The alien god didn't think twice and walked directly towards the blood-marked worms that seemed to be still unsatisfied and waiting for food not far away. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan and others stared at the alien god with wide eyes, as if they were already prepared for the alien god to be swallowed up completely. Unfortunately, when the alien god walked to the blood vein insects did not attack him. Instead, they surrounded the alien god and made bursts of grunting sounds, as if they were begging for food. This scene made Ye Bufan and others feel incredible. At this time, the alien Xuantian grabbed a bloodworm, then looked at Ye Bufan and Ji Chongshuan, and said with a smile, "My 2 kings, you all saw it, right? The bloodworms are actually very docile, and they never attack living things." Damn, this guy is called docile. Ye Bufan was messy. Ji Chongshuan frowned and said, "You guys are just letting the bloodworms run wild like this. Don't you need to send someone to watch over them?" No need. If you don't watch them, aren't you afraid that the bloodworms will run away?" "No, my king, do you see these purple trees around?" These small purple trees are called blood-veined trees, and they are unique to Zichen Star. Moreover, as long as there are blood-veined trees, blood-veined insects dare not approach. We have planted blood-veined trees all around our territory, so there is no need to worry about the blood-veined insects escaping. I see. Ji Chongshuan and others understood. Blood-veined worm, blood-veined tree, blood soul jade. I have to say that Zichen Star is a peculiar planet. The next second, just as Ji Chongshuan was about to speak, a faint voice behind them spoke first. How is it, Captain G, are you satisfied with the blood vein insects on our Zichen star? Chapter 1427. Let me think about it. How is it, Captain G, are you satisfied with the blood vein insects on our Zichen star? Buzz. The sudden sound made Ye Bufan and the others tremble involuntarily, and a hint of horror appeared on their faces. They never imagined that there were other people behind them. Who is the other party? When did the other party come? Without any hesitation, everyone turned around instinctively. Ji Chongshuan was naturally no exception. It's just that everyone's attention was attracted by the sudden sound, so that they didn't notice that the moment the sound was heard, a trace of fear appeared on Ji Chongshuan's face, but soon, his face returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Star Lord, Star Lord. When he turned around and saw the Blood Sky Army, the alien race's mysterious god trembled and rang out. Then he immediately half knelt in front of the Blood Sky Army and said in a trembling voice, hello to the Star Lord. Star Lord. The reaction of the alien god shocked everyone present. Bang bang bang. The next second, all the alien races that originally belonged to the restaurant half knelt on the ground, and said in trembling voices, hello to the Star Lord. This is the Star Lord of Zichen Star. They cannot help but be in awe of him. The aliens in the restaurant behaved like this, and the star pirates under Ji Chongshuan were all stunned, and then they all looked at Ji Chongshuan. Unexpectedly, Ji Chongshuan ignored them and looked at the Blood Sky Army, smiled slightly, and said, half-step Divine King. As expected of the Star Lord of Zichen Star, I have admired you for a long time. Hiss. When Ji Chongshuan said this, the foreigners in the restaurant couldn't help but gasp. Half-step Divine King. As residents of Zichen Star, they all knew that the Star Lord of Zichen Star was a powerful being in the realm of heavenly gods, but they never expected that the other party was actually a half-step God King. Above the gods, below the gods, half a step to the gods. This is a super powerful person who has already stepped into the realm of God King. Gurgle. Hearing this, the star pirates under Ji Chongshuan's command swallowed their saliva. Ye Bufan also looked horrified. However, whether it was Ye Bufan or other alien races, they did not know that at this moment, the 8 gods including the Blood Sky Army were even more shocked, unbelievable, and overwhelmed than they were. Why? Because Ji Chongshuan actually saw through the cultivation level of the half-step God King of the Blood Sky Army at a glance, but they could not see through Ji Chongshuan's depth. Could this be a powerful being in the realm of God King? The 8 gods including Shui Tianjin couldn't help but think in their hearts. But Shui Tianjin was a 1-star master after all, and he was also a half-step God King, so his heart quickly regained its calm. Looking at Ji Chongshuan, Shui Tianjin said calmly, Captain Ji's name is already well known to us. As soon as Shui Tianjin said this, the 7 gods beside him came back to their senses instantly, and then they all looked at Ji Chongshuan. Hee. Ji Zongshuan smiled slightly and said, I wonder why the Star Lord is here. The Blood Sky Army hesitated for a moment. Ji Chongshuan, could it be that Zichen Star doesn't welcome us? Captain Ji misunderstood. Shui Tianjin immediately said, actually, we came to see Captain Ji to discuss something important. Is there anything you want to discuss? Ji Chongshuan frowned and asked, what's the matter? Shui Tianjin hesitated for a moment, then looked at Ye Bufan and others around Ji Chongshuan. His meaning was very clear. What he wanted to say was not convenient for others to know. Ji Chongshuan naturally understood what the Blood Sky Army meant, but he still said calmly, Star Lord, if you have something to say, just tell me directly. These are my confidants, and they will definitely not spread what happened today. Nima. As soon as Ji Chongshuan said this, the 8 gods including the Blood Sky Army were all confused. Confidant. It would be fine if you said that those space pirates under your command were your confidants, but Husan's people were just forced to join you. How long has it been, and they have become your confidants? Are you kidding us? Or do you think we are stupid? The 8 gods including the Blood Sky Army were like this, and the alien gods and other people who were originally in the restaurant were so moved. As the saying goes, a gentleman will die for his confidant. Since Ji Chongshuan regards them as his confidants, how could they let Ji Chongshuan down? Call. After a moment, Shui Tianjin took a deep breath and calmed down his chaotic mood. He looked at Ji Chongshuan and frowned, saying, since Captain Ji has said so, I will speak frankly. However, before I talk about this, I have a question in my mind. I wonder if Captain Ji can help me solve it. Tell me about it. It's like this, Captain Ji is a divine king, why? Etc. Ji Chongshuan interrupted Shui Tianjin halfway through his words and asked in confusion, who told you that I am a divine king? Well, the Blood Sky Army was stunned. Could it be Captain Ji as the divine emperor? Ji Chongshuan's mouth twitched, and he said in a slightly messy voice, Shui Tianjin, you are really enough. This king is only the 8th level of the heavenly god. In your eyes, how can I become the god king? And the god emperor? Damn, this king does want to, but what do you think the god king and the god emperor are? Cabbage. This. After Ji Chongshuan said this, the Blood Sky Army and the 7 gods looked at each other. The next second, the Blood Sky Army looked at Ji Chongshuan, shocked and incredulous, 8th heavenly god. Then why can't we see the depth of Captain Ji? That's because this great king is gifted and his training method is different from that of ordinary people. Ji Chongshuan said this, then rolled his eyes and said, besides, if I were really a divine king or divine emperor, do you think you would still be able to stand here intact? According to my rules, when we meet, I will give you at least half of your property. Yes, how could we forget that this guy is also a space pirate? If he is really a god king or emperor, would he not rob us? The 8 gods including the Blood Sky Army were extremely confused. Ji Chongshuan said impatiently, Shui Tianjin, are you okay? If you are, please tell me. I am very busy. This. Shui Tianjin came back to his senses instantly and said bluntly, in that case, I will tell you straight away. It is like this: not long ago, a starry sky tomb appeared in this star field, so we would like to ask Captain Ji to go explore with us. I wonder, what do you think, Captain Ji? Starry sky tomb. Hearing this, Ji Chongshuan was shocked. Yes, it is the starry sky tomb. Shui Tianjin responded and secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. After all, judging from Ji Chongshuan's reaction, he didn't know about the starry sky tomb, which meant that his coming to Zichen Star was really just an accident and coincidence. Of course, Shui Tianjin would not believe Ji Chongshuan so easily. He would still be on guard against Ji Chongshuan. Ji Chongshuan frowned, looked at Shui Tianjin, and said in a deep voice, as the saying goes, there is no such thing as pie in the sky, only traps. Shui Tianjin, you are not trying to plot against me, are you? This really doesn't exist, the Blood Sky Army said with a bit of embarrassment. To be honest, before this, we had already sent 10 Earth gods and 2,000 mysterious gods into this starry sky tomb, but in the end only 1 Earth god escaped, and the rest were all left in the starry sky tomb, and now their lives and deaths are unknown. Fuck, doesn't that mean this starry sky tomb is very dangerous? Ji Zongshuan immediately exclaimed, and then said, Shui Tianjin, you still say you don't want to harm this king. The corner of Shui Tianjin's mouth twitched, and he said in a messy voice, Captain Ji, can you please listen to what I have to say? Okay, go ahead. Indeed, this starry sky tomb is full of dangers, but dangers and opportunities coexist. Captain Ji, do you know what the Earth god who escaped brought out of the starry sky tomb? What? He brought out a piece of ice and snow holy crystal. What? Holy ice crystal? Ji Chongshuan was shocked. You mean, there is a water spirit in this starry sky tomb? That's right. Ji Chongshuan's heart was instantly shocked beyond words. How much are elemental elves worth? I'm afraid even the powerful ones at the level of God Lord or God Emperor will try to snatch it. Now the Blood Sky Army actually told him that there was a huge starry sky tomb nearby, and that there was a water elf hidden in the starry sky tomb. It has to be said that Ji Chongshuan is already a little moved. Seeing Ji Chongshuan's words, Ye Bufan's eyes lit up and his heart was moved. Water elf. Isn't that exactly what he needs? If he could obtain this water spirit, he could break free from the shackles and enter the realm of Xuanshan. At this time, before Ye Bufan and Ji Chongshuan could think about it, Shui Tianjin spoke again and said, Captain Ji, I don't need to say more about the value of the water spirit, right? Even if there is nothing in this starry sky tomb, only this one water spirit, it is worth our risk. So, we invited Captain Ji to go with us, in order to increase the chances of winning and reduce some risks. I wonder, what do you think, Captain Ji? This. Ji Chongshuan hesitated and wavered. To go or not to go? After a moment, he looked at the Blood Sky Army. Can you let me think about it? Chapter 1428. I am just a scumbag of the 4th level of the mysterious god. May I let me think about it? Can. The Shuidian army did not refuse Ji Chongshuan's request. After all, if you put yourself in his shoes, he would also consider it. Even if Ji Chongshuan agreed to his request without even thinking about it, he would become suspicious. But even so, Shui Tianjin couldn't help but remind him, "But I hope Captain Ji won't take too long to consider it. After all, this starry sky tomb is no longer a secret. If it takes too long, if it attracts a god king or even a god emperor, then we won't have any chance. I believe Captain Ji doesn't want to see this happen, right?" "No problem," Ji Chongshuan responded, "I will give you an answer in half a day at most." "Okay, it's settled then," Shui Tianjin said with a smile, and then said, "Then we will take our leave first. We will wait for good news from Captain Ji in the Star Lord's mansion. Goodbye," etc. Seeing that the Blood Sky Army was about to leave, Ji Chongshuan immediately stopped him. "Captain Ji, is there anything else?" The Blood Sky Army turned around and asked. Ji Zongshuan frowned and said, "If the king refuses to go with you, what will you do?" This. Shui Tianjin hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, "To be honest, in order to ensure the safety of Zichen Star, after we go to the Starry Sky Tomb, the entire Zichen Star will enter a combat state. By then, no matter who it is, once they get close to Zichen Star, they will be attacked indiscriminately by the 36 silver-level Starry Sky cannons and the 3,700 bronze-level cannons on Zichen Star at the same time. So, if Captain Ji refuses to go to the Starry Sky Tomb with us, then we will have to trouble Captain Ji to leave Zichen Star for the time being. Of course, afterwards, Zichen Star still welcomes Captain Ji and your pirate group. Are you really just asking me to leave Zichen Star temporarily?" Looking at the smiling Blood Sky Army, Ji Chongshuan was somewhat unconvinced. He even had some doubts. If he refused, he would be surrounded and killed by the Blood Sky Army and other 8 powerful gods. And the military equipment on Zichen Star: 36 silver-level Starry Sky cannons and 370 bronze-level Starry Sky cannons. It has to be said that Zichen Star is extremely rich. With so many Starry Sky cannons, if they attack together, even the God King would probably fall. "I see." Thinking in his heart, Ji Chongshuan said, "In half a day, this king will give you a satisfactory answer. In that case, I will take my leave first." Shui Tianjin said this, and left the Blood Vein Worm territory directly with the other 7 gods. After they left, all the star pirates looked at Ji Chongshuan. "Ji Chongshuan, let's go back to the restaurant." Nowadays, Ji Chongshuan has no mood to care about these blood-veined worms. After all, compared with the Starry Sky Tomb and the Water Elves, these so-called blood-veined worms are not worth mentioning at all. But he didn't know that among the people present, there was actually someone who was more nervous than him, and that person was undoubtedly Ye Bufan. After all, to Ye Bufan, the elemental elves are not just priceless treasures, they also determine whether he can advance to the realm of Zon God. But whether it is Ji Chongshuan, Shui Tianjin and others, they are all super powerful people at the god level, but what about myself? Cultivation reaches the 3rd level of god serving. The 5th level of the mysterious god in the flesh. With such strength, how can you compete with a group of gods for the water elves? What's more, he might not be able to enter this so-called Starry Sky Tomb. But is it really necessary to give up because of this? Ye Bufan was somewhat unwilling. Blood-marked city, food pavilion. As a business originally owned by a waiter of an alien race, Shizherkshuan is now obviously owned by Ji Chongshuan and has been recognized by the Star Lord's mansion. The first floor of Shizherkshuan is the dining hall, and the second floor is the bedroom. After returning from the Bloodworm territory, Ji Chongshuan went up to the second floor and ordered that no one was allowed to disturb him. He said that he wanted to be quiet and think about whether he should go to the Starry Sky Tomb. At this moment, in one of the bedrooms on the second floor, Ji Chongshuan was sitting at the table, and a white fox was lying on the table in front of him. Looking at the white fox, Ji Chongshuan said with a conflicted look on his face, "Tongtong, what do you think, should I go to this Starry Sky Tomb with them?" The white fox rolled his eyes. "Do you know what an elemental spirit represents?" "I know. Isn't it a priceless treasure that even the God Lord and the God Emperor want to snatch?" "Since you know, then why are you still talking?" "Of course I have to go. I have to go." Can. Ji Chongshuan had a bitter look on his face. "Tongtong, others may not know, but don't you know? I am just a scumbag of the 4th level of the mysterious god realm. If I fight with a group of gods to snatch elemental spirits, isn't that the same as seeking death? You are such a loser. You still want to return to the god clan and take back everything that originally belonged to you. I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible and just commit suicide. Tong Tong, how can you say that? What I said is the truth. But what I said is also true. I am just a scumbag of the 4th level of the mysterious god realm. How can I compete with a group of gods for it? Humph, you said so much nonsense, don't you just want me to help you? Tong Tong, you are being a little polite. What do you mean by helping or not? We are all family, why should we be so polite? Who is your family? Don't, Tong Tong, we signed a contract. You said you would marry me after you recovered from your injury. You can't go back on your word. Bang. As soon as Ji Chongshuan said this, the white fox slammed its claws on the table, then stood up suddenly, stared at Ji Chongshuan and angrily scolded, Ji Chongshuan, that's enough. If I hadn't been seriously injured, if you hadn't taken advantage of me, would I have signed such a shameless contract with you? Then I don't care, you said you would marry me anyway. Ji Chongshuan looked like a complete scoundrel. You. The white fox bared its teeth, becoming even more furious. But don't forget, all of this has a prerequisite, that is without my help, you must at least reach the level of a god king, and then I will marry you. Isn't it the god king? Ji Chongshuan said with pride and confidence, with my talent, it is only a matter of time before I advance to the god king. Moreover now I have the help of Xiao Fanzi, a demon, which makes me even more powerful. In the future I am destined to become a man who stands at the top of this world, overlooking all living beings and dominating everything. Tong Tong, you are so lucky to be my partner. Damn it. Hearing this, the white fox couldn't help but twitch his mouth. She was angry, hateful, furious and anxious. If I hadn't been forced to sign a Fox Clan contract with you, I would really want to slap you to death. It's really I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Before the white fox could think about it, Ji Chongshuan spoke again, and Tong Tong, don't worry. When Xiao Fanzi becomes the supreme of Hongmeng, I will let him avenge you. Didn't those guys destroy the ancestral land of your nether blood fox lineage? Then I will let Xiao Fanzi annihilate their entire clan. Dare to bully my woman, Ji Chongshuan, you are simply tired of living. The white fox rolled his eyes and said, you'd better get the water spirit first. Tong Tong, don't worry. As long as you want it, I will definitely get it for you. Ji Chongshuan said this with great confidence, and then asked cautiously at the end, but Tong Tong, come to think of it, are you sure you can really deal with the Blood Sky Army? You know, they are 8 heavenly gods, and the Blood Sky Army is a half-step god king. You don't have to worry about that. They are just gods. It won't be a problem to deal with them. At most, they will just sleep for a while. The white fox said unhappily. Are you going to fall asleep again? Ji Chongshuan was stunned, but also a little surprised. Seeing this scene, the white fox instantly became furious. Ji Chongshuan, I am warning you, if you dare to molest me again while I am asleep, I will kill you even at the risk of my life. Well, hearing this, Ji Chongshuan was stunned, and then said awkwardly, Tong Tong, from what you said, am I that kind of person? Bastard, you are not, then am I. The white fox was furious. Ji Chongshuan spoke again, rubbing his hands, and said with a wretched face, Tong Tong, don't worry, I have changed my ways. I will never offend you without your permission. However, you also know that this starry sky tomb is bound to be full of dangers, and there are also the Blood Sky Army and other evil-minded gods. If I go. Get to the point. Ji Chongshuan had just finished speaking when the white fox rolled its eyes and interrupted him. The point is, if King Ben accidentally dies in the starry sky tomb. Get to the point. Tong Tong, don't be like this. It's my duty to take risks for you. Are you fucking done yet? The white fox was furious. Let me say it one last time, get to the point. All right. Ji Zongshuan responded weakly, Tong Tong, actually I want to ask, before we set off, can you give me some encouragement and confidence, like kiss me? Chapter 1429 Planning. Tong Tong, actually I want to ask, before we set off, can you give me some encouragement, give me some confidence, for example kiss me? As soon as Ji Chongshuan finished speaking, the white fox jumped up and pounced on him, slapping him with its claws. Bang! With a crisp sound, the white fox slapped Ji Chongshuan's left cheek with its claws. Bang! Under the powerful impact, Ji Chongshuan fell sideways to the ground. The white fox stepped on his chest, raised a paw, and said viciously, do you still need encouragement and confidence? Ji Zongshuan's mouth twitched and he said aggrievedly, Tong Tong, you were not like this before. It would have been fine if Ji Chongshuan didn't mention this. Once he did, the white fox got angry again. You bastard, if I wasn't seriously injured and afraid of falling down a realm permanently, would I have let you do whatever you wanted? Let me tell you, after this period of recuperation, although I have not yet recovered to my peak condition, I am more than capable of dealing with you. From now on, don't even think about letting me do whatever I want to you. Also, although the contract between you and me prevents me from taking your life and even requires me to do my best to protect you, I cannot kill you, but I can beat you, just like now. Bang! After the white fox finished speaking, it gave Ji Chongshuan another claw. Ji Chongshuan was completely stunned. You can't kill me, but you can beat me. Damn it, how could I have forgotten this when I signed the contract? Suddenly, Ji Zongshuan said in a confused voice, Tong Tong, I was wrong. Wrong. The white fox sneered and said, you know you're wrong now. What did you do before? Bang bang bang. After saying that, the white fox kicked and stomped on Ji Chongshuan wildly again. Ji Zongshuan was filled with grief and indignation, but he had no power to resist. He could only shout angrily, Zhang Yutong, that's enough. If you continue like this, I won't go to the starry sky tomb. Not going. The white fox sneered, what does it have to do with me whether you go or not? You don't want the water spirit anymore. What do you think a water elemental spirit has any significance for a deity like me who has already perfected the water element? You have already perfected the water element. Didn't I tell you this before? Hearing this, Ji Chongshuan's heart was in chaos, as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping past him. Call out. But at this moment, the white fox jumped up from Ji Chongshuan and jumped directly back onto the table. Ji Chongshuan couldn't help but be stunned. The white fox said solemnly, Ji Chongshuan, listen to me carefully. Since we have already signed a contract, I will keep my promise. As long as you enter the Divine King realm, I will marry you if you want. But before that, I hope you can be more respectful. If you are still the same as before, don't blame me for being rude to you. In my current state, it will only take me a few minutes to deal with you. Hearing this, Ji Chongshuan was overjoyed. He immediately sat up, looked at the white fox on the table, and said excitedly, Tong Tong, are you really willing to marry me? The white fox snorted coldly and said, although I was seriously injured and dying at the beginning, but do you think that with a mere mystical god like you, you can force me to sign such a shameless contract with you? Don't dream. The reason why I agreed to this is because you took a great risk to save my life. Besides, you need my help to return to the God Clan, and I also need your help to use the God Clan to help me get revenge. So, the combination of you and me is good for everyone, isn't it? Hearing this, Ji Chongshuan was stunned, and then he explained, no, Tong Tong, listen to me, I really like you. How dare you say that you have never thought of using my identity to return to the God Clan and help you take back everything that belongs to you, the white fox asked back. This. Ji Chongshuan was suddenly speechless. All right. The white fox said, let's not talk about these for now. The most urgent thing is to deal with the starry sky tomb in front. Let's not talk about these for now. The most urgent thing is to deal with the starry sky tomb in front of us. After all, although the starry sky tomb here is of little use to me, for you, the burial objects inside may completely change your destiny, especially the water spirit. This time, we must get it. Ji Chongshuan sat in